Welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty detective pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Scandal in Bohemia, which many people consider the author's best short story, describes the one instance in which Sherlock Holmes acknowledges himself beaten by a woman's wit. He always speaks of Irene Adler as the woman. St. John's Wood, London, where the scene of the story is laid, is well known as the quarter of the city in which the professional artistic element of the population resides. A Scandal in Bohemia, 1. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen, but as a lover he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-power lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness, and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment, were sufficient to absorb all my attention, while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole Bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street. Buried among his old books, and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature, he was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lighted, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been, in part, my own. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you." "7," I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more, just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice again, I observe. You did not tell me that you intended to go into harness." "Then how do you know?" "I see it, I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?" "My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess, but as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there again, I fail to see how you work it out." He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long nervous hands together. "It is simplicity itself," said he. "My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped round the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence you see my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slicking specimen of the London slavey. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my rooms smelling of iodoform with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger and a bulge on the side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession. I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. "When I hear you give your reasons," I remarked, "the thing always appears to me so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself. Though at each successive instance of your reasoning I am baffled until you explain your process, and yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours." "Quite so," he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. "You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room." "Frequently? How often?" "Well, some hundreds of times." "Then how many are there?" "How many, I don't know." "Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now, I know there are 17 steps, because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this." He threw over a sheet of thick pink tinted note paper, which had been lying open upon the table. "It came by the last post," said he. "Read it aloud." The note was undated and without either signature or address. "There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said, "a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask." "This is indeed a mystery," I remarked. "What do you imagine that it means?" "I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts." "But the note itself, what do you deduce from it?" I carefully examined the writing and the paper upon which it was written. "The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do," I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's processes. "Such paper could not be bought under £0.50 a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stiff." "Peculiar, that is the very word," said Holmes. It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so and saw a large E with a small gram, a P, and a large G with a small T woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram rather, not at all. The G with a small T stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction like our company P, of course, stands for papier. Now for the egg. Let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Eglo, Eglinitz. Here we are, Egria. It is in a German-speaking country, in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad, remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Maha, my boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence? This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts. As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hoofs and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. A pair by the sound, said he. Yes, he continued, glancing out of the window, a nice little brougham and a pair of beauties. 150 guineas apiece. There is money in this case, Watson. If there is nothing else, I think I had better go, Holmes. Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it, but your client, never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap. "Come in," said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich, with a richness which would in England be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and front of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak which was thrown over his shoulders was lined with flame-colored silk and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots which extended halfway up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extending down past the cheekbones, a black vizard mask, which he had apparently adjusted that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of the face he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick hanging lip, and a long, straight chin suggestive of resolution, pushed to the length of obstinacy. "You had my note?" he asked with a deep, harsh voice and a strongly marked German accent. "I told you that I would call." He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address?" "You may address me as the Count von Kramm, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both or none," said he. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time the matter will be of no importance. At present it is not too much to say that it is of such weight that it may have an influence upon European history." "I promise," said Holmes. "And you'll excuse this mask," continued our strange visitor. "The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own." "I was aware of it," said Holmes dryly. "The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal, and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great House of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia." "I was also aware of that," murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been, no doubt, depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. "If your Majesty would condescend to state your case," he remarked, "I should be better able to advise you." The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. "You are right," he cried. "I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?" "Why, indeed?" murmured Holmes. "Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottsrey, Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein, and hereditary king of Bohemia." "But you can understand," said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high, white forehead. "You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you." "Then pray consult," said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. "The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you." "Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor," murmured Holmes, without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system for docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monogram upon the deep-sea fishes. "Let me see," said Holmes. Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto, La Scala, prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw, yes. Retired from operatic stage, Living in London, quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back." "Precisely so, but how? Was there a secret marriage?" "None. No legal papers or certificates. None." "Then I fail to follow your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity? There is the writing. Pooh, forgery, my private note paper. Stolen, my own seal, imitated my photograph, bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion. I was mad, insane. You have compromised yours seriously. I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now. It must be recovered. We have tried and failed. Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought. She will not sell. Stolen then. 5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result. No sign of it. Absolutely none. Holmes laughed. It is quite a pretty little problem, said he. But a very serious one to me, returned the king reproachfully. Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph? To ruin me. But how? I am about to be married, so I have heard, to Clotilde Lotham, von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an endo. And Irene Adler threatens to send them the photograph, and she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which you would not go. None. You are sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. Oh, then we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present. Certainly. You will find me at the Langham, under the name of the Count von Krom. Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress. Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety. Then, as to money, you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph, and for present expenses. The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are £300 in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address? He asked. Is Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood? Holmes took a note of it. One other question, said he thoughtfully. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was, then. Good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you. 2 at 3 o'clock precisely. I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry for, though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I have already recorded, still the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp of a situation and his keen, incisive reasoning which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed, suited and respectable, as of old. Putting his hand into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. "Well, really," he cried, and then he choked and laughed again until he was obliged to lie back, limp and helpless, in the chair. "What is it?" "It's quite too funny. I'm sure you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended by doing. I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching The Habits and perhaps A House of Miss Irene Adler. Quite so. But the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however. I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy and freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Briony Lodge. It is a bijou villa with a garden at the back, but built out in front, right up to the road, 2 stories. Chubb, locked to the door, large sitting room on the right side, well furnished, with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind, there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach-house. I walked round it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noting anything else of interest. I then lounged down the street, and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the hostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and I received in exchange 2pence, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler. To say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighborhood, in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. "And what of Irene Adler?" I asked. "Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the Serpentine Muse to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cabman as a confidant. They had driven him home a dozen times from Serpentine Mews, and knew all about him. When I had listened to all that they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Briony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Briony Lodge or turn my attention to the gentleman's chambers in the Temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties, if you are to understand the situation. "I am following you closely," I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Briony Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and mustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil," he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, The coachman, with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman with a face that a man might die for. "The Church of St. Monica, John," she cried. "And half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. This was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just balancing whether I should run for it or whether I should perch behind her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. "The Church of St. Monica," said I, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and landau with their steaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed, and a surpliced clergyman, who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could toward me. "Thank God!" he cried. "You'll do. Come, come. What then?" "Come, man, come. Only 3 minutes or it won't be legal." I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, that the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house. "I shall drive out in the park at 5 as usual," she said as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements, which are, "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing the bell. "I have been too busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted. You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the least." "Nor running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent." "Then I am your man." "I was sure that I might rely on you, but what is it you wish?" "When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you now," he said, as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided. "I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madam rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her, and what then? You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand? I am to be neutral. To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house, 4 or 5 minutes afterward, the sitting room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window. Yes, you are to watch me, for I will be visible to you. Yes. And when I raise my hand, so you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will at the same time raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me entirely. It is nothing very formidable, he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. It is an ordinary Pummer's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I have made myself clear. I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, then to raise the cry of fire and to wait you at the corner of the street. Precisely. Then you may entirely rely on me. That is excellent, I think. Perhaps it is almost time that I prepared for the new rôle I have to play. He disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded, nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equalled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Briony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes's succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. "You see," remarked Holmes as we paced to and fro in front of the house, "this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Where, indeed? It is most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it, then, that she does not carry it about with her. Where, then? Her banker or her lawyer? There is that double possibility, but I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burglarized. Pshaw! They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. I'll carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the sidelights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Briony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the two guardsmen, who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissors grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady who had stepped from her carriage was the center of a little knot of struggling men, who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of better-dressed people who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," cried several voices. "No, no, there is life in him," shouted another, "but he'll be gone before you can get him to the hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's person watch, if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one, too. Ah, he's breathing Nang. He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in?" "Ma'am, surely, bring him into the sitting room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly he was borne into Briony Lodge and laid out in the principal room, while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lighted, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring. All the grace and kindliness with which he waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back. Now, from the part which he had entrusted to me, I hardened my heart and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant, I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well-dressed and ill, gentlemen hostlers and servant maids, joined in a general shriek of "Fire!" Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room, and out at the open window I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some few minutes, until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led toward the Edgware Road. "You did it very nicely, Doctor," he remarked. "Nothing could have been better." "It is all right." "You have the photograph." "I know where it is." "And how did you find out?" "She showed me, as I told you that she would." "I am still in the dark." "I do not wish to make a mystery," said he, laughing. "The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening." "I guessed as much." "Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick that also I could fathom. Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They laid me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance. How did that help you? It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me. And also in the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose and, making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and as he was watching me narrowly, it seemed safer to wait. A little over-precipitance may ruin all. "And now?" I asked. "Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you, if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes, she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to His Majesty to regain it with his own hands. And when will you call? At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay." We had reached Baker Street and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. "I've heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lighted street. "Now I wonder who the deuce that could have been. 3. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room." "You have really got it?" he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet. But you have hopes." "I have hopes." "Then come. I am all impatience to be gone. We must have a cab. No, my brougham is waiting. Then that will simplify matters." We descended and started off once more for Briony Lodge. "Irene Adler is married," remarked Holmes. "Married? When? Yesterday." "But to whom?" "To an English lawyer named Norton. But she could not love him. I am in hopes that she does." "And why in hopes?" "Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your Majesty's plan. It is true, and yet, well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made." He relapsed into a moody silence which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe," said she. "I am Mr. Holmes," answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. "Indeed." "My mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the Continent." "What?" Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. "Do you mean that she has left England, never to return, and the papers?" asked the king hoarsely. "All is lost. We shall see." He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing-room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed at the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night, and ran in this way. My dear M.R. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely until after the alarm of the fire. I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. And your address had been given me yet. With all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know, even after I became suspicious. I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John, the coachman, to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to the door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I rather imprudently wished you good night, and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight, when pursued by so formidable an antagonist. So you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself and preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess. And I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Norton Nee Edler. What a woman, oh, what a woman! Cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty, said Holmes coldly. I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion. On the contrary, my dear sir, cried the king, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire. I am glad to hear your Majesty say so. I am immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me in what way I can reward you. This ring. He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly, said Holmes. You have but to name it, this photograph. The king stared at him in amazement. Irene's photograph, he cried. Certainly, if you wish it. I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning. He bowed, and, turning away without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of The Woman. End of A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Hidden Guns by Henry W. Patterson, Adventure Magazine. August 30, 1923. Never within the memory of the oldest voyageur had there been such a snowfall in the Twi'leks country. During the latter part of December and all through January, the gray clouds hung low over the treetops, pouring down their load of fine crystals with sullen persistency. While the north wind, sweeping through the forest, piled the flying flakes high against all obstacles, driving them firmly into each crack and crevice. The two trappers on Canyon Creek fought the drifts for many days in an effort to keep their lines clear. At last, however, when they woke one fearfully cold morning to find not only the north window, but also the doorway on the other side of the little cabin covered with hard-packed drifts that rose clear to the peak of the squat roof, they laid aside their spruce wood shovels with a sigh of resignation and relief. Jim Henderson, gnarled and grizzled by years of life in the wilderness, dug a narrow tunnel to daylight. While he went to the creek and chopped the water hole clear of ice, his partner, a young tenderfoot named Nick Hartley, cleared the snow from the woodpile and sent a good number of dry logs down the slanting chute into the cabin. The men then made a final round of the traps and lifted those not already frozen and too deeply buried. Thereafter, the daily trip for water and more infrequent attacks on the woodpile were the only breaks in the dull routine of eating and sleeping. During the first few days, the partners loafed about, enjoying to the full the perfect relaxation that comes with the knowledge that work is for the time being not only futile, but practically impossible. Time passed slowly, however, and gradually the atmosphere of content began to change to one of restlessness. Nick, who had never before been snowed up, was the first to feel the irritability that generally accompanies a long period of enforced inactivity. One morning, as he crept down the tunnel behind a pile of firewood, he said, "Seems to me you picked a punk place to build this cabin right under a bank, and only open on the south where any fool ought to know a north-winded drift worst." Henderson knew very well that he had made a mistake in picking the spot, but he did not care to have the fact called to his attention. "Oh, I did I?" he flared in sudden heat. "Well, it's comfortable, ain't it? I ain't noticed you packing up yet. Dern glad to come in here, you was. Last fall. If you don't like it, you know what you can do. And where you can go, too. Who said anything about not liking it? I didn't. You know you foozled it when you located here, or you wouldn't holler like that before you were hurt." "Shut up," blustered the old man. "You make me plumb tired. If you had any backbone at all, you'd have kept your mouth shut in the first place, and not started whining like a kid." Nick suppressed a surge of wrath and turned away, lest he rouse his partner's temper any further. He did not know that this was Henderson's method of weathering a long snowstorm, a hot argument every now and then to act as a sort of safety valve, relieving the pressure of the bile of boredom before it had accumulated to a dangerous degree. Henderson made a few more attempts to rouse the younger man, but when he discovered that he could not do it, he too grew silent and increasingly angry. He resented Nick's attitude, and Nick was quick to note the fact and to feel a like resentment not unmixed with apprehension as Henderson, his pride forbidding him any longer to rage openly, took more and more to muttering and cursing under his breath. Nick worried gloomily over the change in his partner, not realizing that a day or so of work on the trap lines and a few more pelts added to the pile in the corner would serve to bring both men back to normal cheerfulness. He sulked and moped and watched Henderson with hostile eyes. Such a state of affairs could not continue for long. A belated thaw had at last set in, the snow was ceasing, and a few more days would see a resumption of outdoor work when a final flare-up occurred. It was late afternoon. Henderson rolled out of his bunk to go to the creek for water and found Hartley gazing at the snow-bound north window. The old man laughed a sneering, mirthless cackle. "Enjoying the view?" he asked. Nick had been thinking of digging away enough to let some light into the cabin now that the snow had stopped drifting. But after that remark, he would willingly have died first. He grew red and tried not to notice the question. "Well now, went on Henderson, enjoying the situation. "I always liked that view myself. It's so much better'n gazing at your sour-bellied features." He picked up a pail and his snowshoes and added with elaborate politeness, "Possibly you could tear yourself away long enough to get some wood. There ain't any left, as you'll see if you can wrench your eyes away from that soul-filling picture of nature at her best." This was a long and difficult speech for Henderson, and he felt that he had done a rather neat bit of work in getting it off so smoothly. He chuckled again as he opened the door and started up the tunnel. When he heard that laugh, something snapped in Nick's brain. He whirled in a frenzy and rushed to the door. "By, I've stood all I am going to from you," he cried wildly. "You keep out of here or I'll beat the living lights out o' you." His voice rose to a shriek as he poured out his rage in a flood of vituperation. Henderson, standing at the top of the tunnel, went flaming hot with a fierce joy. "Come out here and say that?" he yelled. "Come out, you!" At that moment, Nick, frantically eager to obey the summons, dived into the tunnel. His head and shoulders struck its roof, a slight upward surge as he plunged, and the snow slumped in with a dull rumble. Nick was swept back into the cabin by a miniature avalanche, and Henderson stood staring at the tumbled groove where the tunnel had been. In the next few instants, the old man's opinion of Nick underwent a radical change. His exhilarating wrath became red fury, born of the conviction that his partner was a coward who had played a sneaking but effective trick that left Henderson ridiculously helpless. As this realization swept over him, he grew dizzy and swayed on his feet, while the veins stood out on his purple neck. When he could control his limbs, he floundered to the chimney and began to roar inarticulate masses of blasphemy at the man below. At last he managed to form a coherent sentence. "Wait," he bellowed, sobbing. "Great! Just wait till I get you if I don't rid the earth of your drivelin' carcass. Coward. Axe's too good for the likes of you. Hanging's too good. Shootin's too. Oh, gimme my gun. I'll shoot you down like a yeller dog. I'll drill you like a sieve. Just wait." He surged back to the tunnel as the smoke from the fire strangled him, and snatching up a snowshoe, began to dig furiously. Nick, listening to this tirade of abuse, began to feel a panicky terror. Henderson's gasping, choking voice sounded perfectly demoniacal as it reverberated in the chimney, and the frightful threats were delivered with the frenzy of a raving maniac. The long siege had been too much, thought Nick. The old man had gone suddenly crazy with the lust for blood. Weren't the papers always full of stories of men who shot people in bursts of insanity and then grew sane again? If Henderson could get his gun now, he would surely do for him, unless he shot Henderson first, or unless. But he didn't want to run. He must do something, though. His partner's snowshoe was crunching nearer and nearer the snow-filled doorway, while the digger gasped great lungfuls of air into his heaving chest. Nick stood hesitating for another moment, glancing about the dim-lit room while the candle on the mantel spluttered and wavered. Then he ran to the shelf by the bunks and with trembling hands gathered up the 2 revolvers, the rifle, and all the cartridges. 3 minutes later, Henderson burst in. Nick stood waiting for him with set face in front of the fireplace. The old man kicked the little pile of snow to one side and shut the door carefully. Then he whirled and charged across the cabin. His partner met him halfway. The desperate rough-and-tumble fight that followed raged for an hour, all about the little room under the bunks, almost in the fire. Stools flew everywhere. Extra clothing fell from the walls and got tangled up with the writhing swelter of arms and legs. Ashes swirled, while the men panted and tugged, punched gasping, short-armed punches, neither giving an inch, seemingly as strong and fresh as ever. Then of a sudden, as they rose together, Nick made a terrific effort to hit the old man on the jaw. The old man dodged back sharply, and the fist swished harmlessly past. Nick half turned and stumbled forward, unable to overcome the momentum of the blow. He blundered heavily against Henderson, who had not regained his balance. They crashed to the floor, rolled apart, and lay flat in utter exhaustion. Henderson at length drew himself, with much grunting, to a sitting posture. He sighed as his eyes took in the wreckage of the room. "What a couple of darn fools we be anyway," he remarked heavily. Nick rolled over and met his partner's wry grin with a hoarse chuckle. He too sighed as he surveyed the hodgepodge of furniture and clothes sprinkled with ashes. The old man staggered to his feet and made for the door to let some fresh air into the reeking room. As he stepped over Hartley, he stopped and reached down a sweaty hand. "And I figured you was a coward," he remarked. "Man, you are a wild cat." "Aw, heck," said Nick as he grasped the hand and pulled himself erect. "You'd 'a done me up easy if he hadn't been all in from diggin'." "And say, Jim," he snickered again, "I thought you'd gone crazy. Honest I did. I was that scared Henderson had reached out to unlatch the door when the wooden handle lifted seemingly of its own volition. The heavy door swung inward with a rush, and 3 men leaped into the shack. "Put 'em up," said the leader, greasy-looking and fat. "What?" began Henderson in utter bewilderment. Then he caught the gleam of an automatic, and his hands rose reluctantly above his head. Nick, after a suddenly suppressed motion toward the shelf, followed suit dumbly. The other invaders came forward, each with a snowshoe thong formed into a noose. They deftly slipped these over the upstretched hands, drew them tight with a jerk, and tied them. "Now then, hands down, way down," went on the fat man. The thongs' free ends were tied with painstaking care to their wearers' ankles. "Bring 'em over here where we can look at 'em." The fat man walked to the hearth. The prisoners were pushed after him. "See here," said Henderson, as his tall, dark jailer finished searching him and started a thorough investigation of the cabin. "What's the meaning o' this, anyway?" "Why," responded the fat man in a confidential tone, "we're hungry. See? So we decided to ask ourselves to dinner with you and your buddy." Nick's guardian came back from his inspection of the premises. "Say, Cap," he said, "there is plenty of food, all right, but there ain't no guns here. Have you looked everywhere?" "Sure, and so's Tony. Why was you so leery o' jumping these holds?" "What did you jump 'em for, anyway?" grumbled Tony. "I'll answer both them questions while we rest a bit," said the fat man indulgently. "As to jumping 'em when they're fightin', Perry, you never want to do that. It's taking a chance, because there is generally a gun that both's trying to grab, and it may go off any time right in your face, and Tony. Didn't I give you my reasons for jumping 'em at all before we got here? You'll know when you've been working at this work as long as I have. That news can travel fast, mighty fast. How is we to know they wouldn't recognize us from a description or something? How is we to know one of 'em wasn't a bull? And lastly, how is we to know but what they might try to stick us up if we didn't get the hop on 'em? And us just oozing cash. We couldn't answer a one of them questions till we seen what was what. Could we play it safe, boys?" he ended, patronizingly conscious of his superior astuteness. "And you'll always come out on top, even if you do make it unpleasant for the other feller sometimes. See," he teetered ponderously on the heels of his moccasins and drew forth a silver case. "Have one," he offered, holding it out to Henderson and Hartley. "No, sorry." He lit a cigarette with a flourish. The old man paused in his snarling efforts to twist out of his bonds and coughed savagely, but his partner lay quiet, a scared look in his eyes. "Now," said the leader of the gang, "let's rustle some grub here." He stirred Henderson with his foot. "Here is the bread box. Get your foot off me," burst out Henderson. "What kind of a game you trying to pull off anyway? Come into a man's cabin with your highfalutin gabble. And tie him up. Let me go. Will you rustle some grub if I do?" "Not by a darn sight I won't." The old man roared, I'd rustle you and your dirty gang two out o' here if I had a gun. Yeah, if, taunted the fat man. Then, why ain't you got one? He snapped suspiciously. That young idiot lost it somewheres, that's why, gritted Henderson, while the young idiot gave fervent, though silent thanks for his partner's quick wit. The fat man turned to Hartley, who shrank away. Well, you going to act nice and sociable and cook us up some grub. We got to move on pretty quick, and it'll be all for the best if you hustle about it. Yes, sir, said Nick eagerly. I'll do my best for you. Blasted little slob, muttered Henderson. There, that's something like, said the fat man heartily. He was enjoying himself thoroughly. His manner became even more grand as he continued. It ain't every man has the privilege o' waitin' on me. I cut quite a figure down where I come from. He gestured, his cigarette held jauntily between his pudgy fingers. Why, me and my pals cleaned up a whole fortune in just 2 hours, not so many nights ago. Oh, it's all right, Perry, he reassured his companion, who had turned with a warning oath from his task of loosening Nick's bonds so he could move about. I doubt if anybody's going to look for us up this way, Ann. I know our friends here won't squeal on us. He leered. Tony's a good pard when it comes to disappearing, eh, Tony? He chuckled again, glowing more and more in the light of his own importance, as Tony grinned in a pleased way. Say, he said to Nick, who was digging out some meal from the food box. Hustle that grub, you hear? Yes, sir. I am as fast as I can, answered Hartley. Henderson at this point made a furious effort to free himself, fairly bursting with rage. That's right, said the fat man, glancing at Henderson with a tolerant smile. Now let's fix the fire, getting a bit chilly, seems to me. Nick started toward the fireplace. There is no more wood, he said. Go get some, then. Don't stand there like a fool. I'll have to dig for it. Better let me go, Cap, said Perry. Nick looked at him in ill-concealed relief. No, snapped the fat man, noting the glance. What the are you butting in here for? Let the boy go. He knows where 'tis. And I'll bet my shirt he won't try to run off in all this snow and cold. You bring in all the snowshoes and duffel, while I turn him loose. As Perry came back with a load of packs and snowshoes, the leader said to Nick, Now then, young feller, don't go tryin' any monkey shines. You bring that wood in peaceable, or... Quick as light, his right hand fluttered, and a bullet spat into the threshold of the door, so that Perry's descending foot covered the hole. Even Henderson, crouched against the wall and watching his partner with veiled speculation and anxiety, was impressed by this display. He drew in his breath sharply. Nick was frankly frightened. See? Said the fat man, replacing the automatic in his hip pocket. And Perry and Tony are most as good as that, too. It's easier to draw from a holster, he added in explanation. Yes, sir, answered Nick. I'll be as quick as I can. His bonds were removed, and he hurried out, rubbing his wrists. Shut that door, roared the fat man. Nick rushed back and closed it. The fat man turned to Henderson. How long will it take him to get that wood? He inquired. No fooling now. His hand flickered as Henderson hesitated. Not very long, said the old man hastily. About 5-10 minutes, I guess. He's got the burr down into the snow, that's all. The fat man walked about the room restlessly, glancing here and there. The candle sputtered. The graying coals of the fire settled with a whispered crunch. What'll you do with these fellers, Cap? Inquired Tony after a while. Just wait till we've had some food and we'll decide, answered the fat man. Say, though, it's lucky you knew about this place, Tony. I am near starved. He grinned as he continued. If you birds hadn't been fighting, I don't know as we'd have found you at that in all this. Snow too dark to see much, but Tony heard a thumping and crashing along the bankle, the river somewhere, so we breezed over. We come away in a bit of a hurry from where we last was, and we're in a bit of a hurry to get where we're going up to Tony's place. So this makes it pretty nice. Where they out past that other guy, I'm getting cold. Tony loosed his revolver in its holster and started silently for the door. But just then, Nick's voice was heard asking them to open up. He stamped shivering into the room, covered with snow from head to heels, carrying a great load of logs. "Easy does it, young feller," said the fat man, watching like a cat as Hartley staggered to the hearth. Tony and Perry closed in behind him, ready for anything. Nick squatted down and dropped the logs carefully before the fire. He selected some small, dry splints and put them on the coals, blowing gently until they burst into flame. He gave one quick glance around him before he carefully reached forward and placed a larger piece on the blaze. Then, with a sharp exclamation of pain, he yanked his hands back from the scorching heat to wipe them on his shirt front, and in the same instant leapt erect and whirled to one side. A revolver appeared in each of his hands, and before one could think, 2 spurts of flame shot out. The fat man yelled and careened against the wall, clutching his right shoulder. Perry crooked his arm with a startled oath as his gun, holster and all, was torn from his numbed fingers. "Up!" snapped Nick, and the bewildered Tony obeyed. Henderson dived across the room, leaped prodigiously and sunk his head in the fat man's stomach. The fat man, who was clawing wildly for his gun with his left hand, grunted and crumpled to the floor in agony. Perry at this instant recovered his wits and rushed forward snarling to stagger back, blinded by the impact of a gun barrel across his eyes. "Here!" yelled Henderson, squatting before his partner. Nick lowered one gun, still covering Tony with the other. Henderson grasped the barrel between his wrists and held it against the rawhide thongs. "Shoot," he said, and Nick pulled the trigger. The old man jumped up. His hands and moccasins were scorched, but he was free. He grabbed Tony's gun and covered Perry before the cursing man had cleared his eyes of dizziness and blood. A minute later, the 3 invaders lay bound hand and foot. Nick and Henderson stood looking down at them. "Of course," said Nick, "it's easier to draw from your shirt front than your pocket, but I am pretty near as good as you, ain't I?" He bent to examine the fat man's shoulder. "Only a flesh wound," he said to his partner. "I didn't dare to try for his gun in this light. It was too far behind him. That was a good one you gave him, all right." "Yeah?" returned Henderson. "Why, I was all ready and waiting for that play. What about the one you give Perry, huh?" The fat man groaned and eased over on his side. "Say," he wheezed craftily, "a man that can shoot like you can is wasting his time out in this place. Why don't you 2 come in with us? There is 40,000 in bills amongst us 3. We'll split it 5 ways. 8,000 apiece. What about it?" Henderson spat. Nick grinned. "No," he answered. "Not us, I guess. I seen your face in the papers too many times a couple of years ago, and I bet it's there today, too. You were wanted bad back in the States, old boy, and I know it." He turned to his partner. "Jim, there's no use us 2 trying to take this gang out to the post. I'll start off now and bring in the sheriff and a few others to help. I'll be out there tomorrow night and back the next." All right. Only hustle. We don't want this place to be a pig pen any longer. We can help. Besides, we got to get out on the lines pretty quick. Listen." The fat man saw it was no use to try to bribe his captors. "You got us in. I don't say it wasn't my fault, not taking Tony's advice and coming in peaceable instead of staking a hold-up. He gave a twisted smile as Tony cursed him heartily. But you'd never have done it without pulling that hid gun stunt. I wish you'd tell me before you go just how you did that. This question was burning in Henderson's mind as well, though he gave no sign, only smiled a superior, tolerant smile as if such a thing was of everyday occurrence. End of Hidden Guns by Henry W. Patterson.
Nick Carter at the Track, or How He Became a Dead Game Sport, by Nicholas Carter. Denver Bay. And so you see, I stand to lose $20,000. That's a large sum. Yes, Mr. Carter, it's a large sum. But a middle-aged gentleman like yourself ought to be aware that risks are sometimes forced upon people who handle money in large sums. The celebrated detective smiled as he looked into the excited countenance of the Wall Street man before him. Half an hour before, if the broker had seen him at all, he would hardly have referred to him as a middle-aged businessman. The detective had just returned from an expedition to the upper part of the city, during which he had appeared as a verdant country boy of an inquiring turn of mind. Of course, the detective said, slowly, people who handle money for the profit of others are expected to keep it in motion, honestly in motion. He glanced keenly into his visitor's face as he emphasized the last three words. My case is hardly what you suppose it to be, said Mr. James Wheeler, broker. The money I handle belongs to two heirs, both minors. With that, however, you have nothing to do. You are mistaken, said Nick Carter coldly. If I am to handle your case, I must have your fullest confidence. Regarding my present venture, certainly, but I fail to see how past complications can interest you. I have always made it a point, said the detective, rising to his feet, not to engage in any case which is not entirely square and above board. You come here with a statement that you have risked $20,000 belonging to two innocent children in the next Brooklyn handicap, an illegal proceeding. And if you have done this for your own personal gain, you have taken the first step toward a crime. And in that case, I refuse to have anything to do with the matter. Do you remember, said Wheeler, putting out a hand to restrain the detective, who seemed about to leave the room, about the recent daylight robbery in Wall Street which resulted in the loss of $20,000 in cash? Now you talk like a man of sense, said the detective, resuming his seat and drawing a notebook from his pocket. 3 weeks ago yesterday, he continued, referring to the book, the office of Mr. James Wheeler, broker, was entered during the noon hour by two men who claimed to be Texans seeking an investment. The broker was absent, and his clerks were careless. Result, when the Texans left, the broker was short exactly $20,000. Have I stated the case correctly? The Wall Street man, sitting with his hands on his knees, stared in the detective's face with a look of surprise mingled with consternation. Great God! He exclaimed at length. The matter wasn't even reported to the police. Very true. Perhaps you will have the kindness to tell me the reason why. It would have ruined me. My creditors, and especially the friends of these heirs, would have pounced down upon me in less than 24 hours. And so, instead of facing the matter like a man, you endeavor to play even by staking money on the next handicap. That's it exactly, and I pledge you my word of honor that in doing so, I only sought to restore to the children the money of which they have been robbed. And now they are likely to lose $40,000 instead of $20,000. I am afraid so. What reason had you for supposing, when you staked the money, that Denver Bay would win the race? To tell the truth, I was half crazy when I made the investment. In doing so, I only followed the drift of public opinion regarding the horse. Did you make the bet in the regular pool room way? Certainly not. The odds were 2-1 on Denver Bay, and no bookmaker would have taken such chances so long before the race. The bet was made with a downtown sporting man for whom I frequently do business in a small way. His name? Peter Johnson, one of the most notorious racetrack sharpers in the country. I was not aware of that at the time. Well, said Nick with a smile, I never knew a horse to win a race with such an outside bet on him, and all in the hands of one man, and that man a professional trickster. I can see now how foolish it was, and I wish to place the matter entirely in your hands. I am certain that the horse is to be fixed in some way so that he cannot win. What makes you think that? I have no definite information on the subject. It is true, as we say on the street, it is in the air. No sporting man will touch the brute now, and those supposed to be on the inside are warning their friends not to risk their money on him. It does look pretty black. It looks pretty black, but I have every confidence in your ability to run the rumors down, and either see that there is a fair race or that the horse does not start at all. It's a risky business, and will cost considerable money. I expect that. Will you take the case? I will take it on one condition. Name it in this. If you recover this money, you will take the whole amount belonging to these heirs and invest it in some place where it will be beyond the reach of New York thieves and racetrack sharpers. You have my word on that. That is exactly the course I had decided upon. Then there is one other condition. If it is not more difficult than the other, I accede to it in advance. That is, that if we discover crookedness on the part of these horsemen, you are not to drop the matter as soon as you are made whole. You are to stand up to the rack and help me to have justice done to them. I will do that willingly. It may cause you some trouble in your brokerage business. That doesn't matter. That is all at present, then. You may see me at your office tomorrow. If a man calls and asks to see you in regard to Lackawanna, admit him to your private room at once. You may not recognize me, but you can trust the man that mentions that word. After the departure of the broker, the detective busied himself for some moments in the examination of a list of the many pool rooms in the lower part of the city. It's a tough job, he thought, but it will give me a chance to see the inside of some of these dens again. He stepped into an inner room and in a few minutes returned in the guise of a cattle drover from the far west. When he left his office shortly afterward, he took the direction of Barclay Street, and soon entered one of the disreputable pool rooms in the vicinity of that thoroughfare. The place he entered was in a basement, and was foul, musty, and suffocating. The place was crowded with men and boys of high and low degree, all half crazed with the gambling spirit. The time was early in the afternoon. On his position behind a large desk, a tough-looking clerk was drawling out the names of horses with the odds which the proprietor of the place would bet against them. It is generally supposed by the public that these pool rooms merely conduct a commission business, and that the odds offered there are the ones posted at the racetrack. But this is by no means the case. The proprietors of the places bet according to their private ideas of the proper odds. The rustling of greenbacks and the clinking of gold and silver were heard throughout the place as the detective entered. The race in which Denver Bay is entered takes place the day after tomorrow, mused the detective, and I'll just see how he stands in this locality. Say, pardner, he said, advancing toward a heavily built man behind the railing, whom he knew to be the proprietor. What odds do you give on Denver Bay? Guess you are from the West, was the answer. Right from the West, and any time you want to know about the price o' cattle, just drop a line to Saul White to the Denver post office. Denver Bay's from the West, too, isn't he? You bet he is, and he's a good little hoss. What odds will you give me on him? The Bay don't count much of a figure on my books. The race ain't on yet, you know, and you can't tell yet what horses will start. But I'll make a bet of 2 to 1. You can't do business with me at that figure, said Nick, turning away. Hold on, said the sharper, pretending to look over the leaves of a notebook in his hand. I'll give you 5 to 1 if you want to back your favorite. 10 to 1 would be nearer right. You can't have much confidence in your horse. 'Tain't my horse. I thought I'd drop 50 or 100 just for luck. 1,000 to 100 is a pretty wild bet. You don't have to make it. Tell you what I'll do. If you'll make it 15 to 1, I'll go you 100. Nick Carter watched the face of the bookmaker as he made this proposition, and saw at once that he was pleased to get a bet even at such odds. "All right," said the bookmaker. "Put up your dust. Here is your ticket." "If the horse don't start now," said Nick, counting out the money, "I get this back, I suppose." "That'll be all right," said the other, in a non-committal sort of way. "When I sell my cattle," said Nick, resolved to learn still more regarding the pool room idea of the horse, "I may want to bet some more. I'll take all the bets you want to make at that rate. Will they let me see the horse?" "You'll have to settle that with the trainer. Where is he? In one of the stables near the track, I suppose. Well, I guess I'll go over tomorrow and see him. I'll bet the hoss'll know me like a book." "Why, pardner, I've rode behind him many a time. What's that you're giving us?" asked one of the plug uglies who infest that part of the city, crowding up against the detective. In paying over the money, Nick had purposely exhibited a large roll of bills. He was positive that such a course would attract the attention of some of the sharpers about the place, and would lead to some sort of conversation. "I was just a-sayins," he said, turning to the bully with a benevolent look, "that I've rode behind Denver Bay many a time." "Good little horse," said the other, "but I think I can give yer a pointer or two on him." "Don't give it away here," said Nick in a whisper. "I don't give nothin' away. I gets money for pointers, I does." As he spoke, he took the detective by the arm and led him to the meanly furnished bar-room in the rear of the place. "I'll just tell you," he said, as they stood at the bar with liberal glasses of whiskey before them, "that yer want ter play dat hoss for second place. I've been playin' him for winner. Well, you just take my tip, and go ahead on it. It's all right." The detective paid for the drinks and turned away, but the other caught him fiercely by the arm. "Hold on here," he said with an ugly look. "That tip'll cost you just $10. "I didn't ask you for no tip," said the assumed countryman, with a stare. "Well, you got it just the same, and you'll get something else too if you don't cash up." "You won't get no $10 from me." The bully struck viciously at the detective, who dodged away from him in a clumsy sort of way. Nick was perfectly aware that the man meant business, and had no idea of coming to close quarters with him. He well knew that a clinch of any kind would be likely to disarrange his disguise and thus expose his true identity. With an oath, the bully advanced again and struck a savage blow at the detective's face. Nick simply dodged his head this time, and, striking before the other could resume his guard, laid his opponent senseless on the floor. 2. A little circus. The knockdown created very little excitement in the room. Reports from the races were coming in every few minutes, and nearly everyone there had more or less money at stake. A few collected about the fallen man, however, and Nick had no difficulty in slipping quietly out of the way. He had no idea, however, of leaving the place. His bet had started a little ripple of talk regarding Denver Bay, and he knew that by remaining he might hear something to his advantage. At the end of the basement, farthest from the street, were a number of stalls used by sporting men and others for private consultation. As the crowd was now congregated around the main desk in front, many of these stalls were empty. Nick stepped noiselessly into one of them and closed the door. A moment later, anyone glancing into the stall would have seen a half-intoxicated countryman sitting with his chair tipped back against the wall, his hat pulled down over an inflamed face, and his feet resting upon the table. Not a single trace of the well-to-do cattle drover remained. "I may have to stay here a long time," he thought, "and may as well have some cigars. Besides, a whiskey glass properly placed on the table can do no harm." The order was given and promptly filled. The waiter by no means suspected that his seemingly inebriated customer was the person in quest of whom the now infuriated bully was roaring about. Before leaving home, Nick had left a note addressed to Chick. instructing him to call at the place toward which he was directing his steps, and he now awaited with some impatience the arrival of his assistant. The afternoon passed slowly away. The races were over and the stalls were filling up. In some of them people were dividing and spending the money won during the day, while in others angry losers were laying plans by which they might account for their sudden lack of funds. After a time, two men, evidently none too sober, entered the stall next to the one occupied by the detective, and ordered more drinks. "It's a bloomin' shame for a feller to drop his wad like that," said one in a maudlin tone, "especially when he's on the inside and oughter know. But you lost more'n I did, and I sympathize with you." "I don't want none of your sympathy," said the other, evidently a little nearer sober than his companion. "I am broke now, but I can get plenty of money when I get over to the stable." "You are a liar. You are always working that bluff about the stable. You don't get any more stuff'n I do. What you got to do with the stable?" "Say, what I got to do with the stable," said the other, in as sarcastic a tone as he could command. "I am chambermaid for Denver Bay, I am." "You are a nice man to be around a racing stable," said the other with an oath. "What, do you know about a hoss?" "You are a sucker," said the other. "You wait till the Denver Bay runs, and I'll show you a wad. You won't get it on Denver Bay. You are drunk. That's what's the matter with you. Don't talk to me no more. You are drunk." "You are drunk yourself. You smell like a sour apple. Stand up like a man. Why don't you pack your whiskey like me?" The last drinks had evidently been too much for the men, for Nick heard a fall as the speaker attempted to stand on his feet to show how sober he was. Nick stood upon a chair and carefully raised his head above the narrow partition between the two stalls. In his fall, the one had carried the other down with him, and they were now clawing, chewing, and punching one another in a drunken way. In a moment they lay still, and after mumbling a curse or two, fell asleep. "I am in for it now," thought the detective, again seating himself in a position so that the men could not leave their stall without being seen by him. "I must stay here all night if necessary in order to cultivate the acquaintance of that fellow who acts as chambermaid for Denver Bay." Just at that moment, the door of his stall was opened, and a greasy-looking jockey shoved his face inside. "You don't mean ter say you are goin' ter smoke them cigars," he said, taking one from the table, and breaking it in order to inspect its contents. "Hardly. How long have you been here?" "Oh, just about long enough to nose around in search of a certain green countryman," said Chick, sitting down in a chair. "Isn't that a bold costume for this place?" "Bold? Why?" "These people may want to know what stable you belong to." "Oh, that's all right. I am from the South, and I never rode a horse with a rugged that'll do first rate. Just skip around in there and see what you can find out about Denver Bay. But before you go, take a look at the men in the next stall. We may have further business with them." Chick opened the door and looked in. "Purty drunk, I should say. Yes, and I've got to wait around here until they get sober enough to make friends with. One of them works at a stable I want to know something about." Chick now left the stall and hung about the place engaging in conversation with anyone who would talk with him. In a half-hour he was back with his report. "There is some scheme afloat in regard to Denver Bay," he said. "They're having great sport over an old sucker who came in here this afternoon and put up 100 on him at 15 to 1. "Yes, I'm the sucker. Well, find out all you can. Don't go far away." After a time, Nick heard faint sounds in the adjoining stalls, as though the drunken men were regaining consciousness. As he peered cautiously over the partition, one of them raised himself on his elbow, eyed his companion curiously for a moment, and then asked in a sarcastic tone, "What's the matter, with you had a death in the family, or did your gallon run off with the coachman? Oh, you've never been broke before." "Well, ye better keep quiet and let 'spectable people sleep, or I'll put a charge of 'sturbin' the peace on you. See, hello, pardner," he continued as someone opened the door and walked in. "Why don't yer send in your card?" "You are a couple of nice blokes," said the newcomer. "I was afraid when you came over town that you'd get drunk. I'll have you both run in if you don't look out. Run in nothing. I can't convict a man but once for an offense, and I was put in jail 30 years ago for this same drunk. I'll swear I haven't been sober since, just the same drunk all the time. How long has Amos been here all the afternoon? Has he done any talking?" "Nah. His tongue's as thick as a congressman's head." "Well, you go out somewhere and get some supper. I want to talk with him." As the fellow slouched out, very much improved by his brief nap, the newcomer seized the man on the floor by the shoulder and shook him roughly. "Wake up here," he shouted in a shrill voice. In his ear, Amos opened his eyes and finally raised himself into a chair. "What have you been saying this afternoon?" asked the other sharply. "Nothing. Did you tell that drunken brute Hazelton anything?" "Not a thing. S'help me." The man passed out of the stall and inspected the rooms on each side. He found one stall empty, and in the other there was only a drunken countryman sleeping with his feet on the table and his chair tipped back against the wall. "Now then," he said, sitting down again, "are you sober enough to understand what I say?" "I am all right now," said Amos, who really appeared to be in fair shape. "Talk away, Martin." Martin talked in a low tone, which, however, was loud enough to be understood by the detective. "It's all fixed. The horse is to be let alone and remain in good shape until the last moment. He is to be fixed after he is brought upon the track. I don't see how I am going to do that. It's easy enough. The dose isn't larger than a marble, and it's rolled up in sugar, so he'll take it fast enough. You can put it in his mouth just as you let go of the bridle at the start. Is the owner posted?" "Hardly," said the other with an oath. "The fool expects the horse to win the race. Does he suspect anything?" "No. He's heard the talk, of course, but he thinks it a trick of the poolrooms to keep his horse back." "How are the jockeys?" "Why," said the other with another oath, "what do you suppose I got you in that stable for? If the owner had been in with the game, or if there'd been a jockey I could have depended on, I shouldn't have needed you." "Well, I don't like it a little bit." "What effect will it have on the hoss?" "It'll just set him crazy for a minute or two, and he'll bolt and kick and buck around just enough to lose the race. He probably will be all right in 5 minutes. You understand about keeping him away from the judge's stand as long as possible, of course." "I ain't going to ride him," said the other sullenly. "I only hope the boy that does won't get his neck broken." "Oh, the boy'll be all right. You just rush down the track when you see the break made and fool around after the boy stops him until he has a little chance to get over the dose, so the judge won't suspect anything. You understand now?" "Yes," said the other, "I understand. I wish I hadn't had anything to do with it. Have you got any money?" "I am broke." "You won't drink any more tonight?" "Not a drop." "Well, here is $25. I may not see you again till just before the race comes off. I believe," said Amos, as he took the money, "that Denver Bay would win that race if you'd let him alone. In that case, it would cost my man just $40,000. As Martin passed out of the stall, the door was left open for an instant, and Amos stood directly in front of it, with the greenback still in his hands. Neither he nor Martin observed the greedy look which two shabby-looking fellows who were passing at the time cast upon the money. But Nick Carter from his position took it all in. "I am in great luck again," he thought. "If those two loafers are the kind of fellows I think they are, I'll have a chance to help that man out of a scrape before long." The next moment the two men advanced to the door of the stall occupied by Amos and stepped inside. It was now after dark, and the part of the room in which the stalls were situated was but dimly lighted. There was still excitement enough around the cashier's desk to attract the attention of those who still lingered in the place. So there was really very little risk in what the two men evidently intended doing. As they advanced, Nick leaped to the top of his table, but remained in such a position that no part of his body could be seen from the other side. "Hello, pard," said one of them, putting his hand familiarly upon Amos' shoulder. "You've been lucky enough today to buy the drinks. Yes, and hurry up," added the other. "I am mighty dry. I lost every dollar I put up. You are lucky, then, to have such a fly-looking chap hand you a roll like that." Amos sprang back and drew up his fist. "If you come a step nearer, I'll knock you down first," he said, "and then I'll call the police." Both men drew billies and advanced toward him. Just then a most unexpected thing occurred. Nick Carter leaped lightly over the partition, landed upon the table between the combatants, and at once settled one of the ruffians by a well-directed kick under the chin. The other, too astonished for a moment to make any movement of defense, was piled on top of his companion by a fist blow under his ear. "Now then," said Nick, addressing the astonished horseman, "those fellows won't lay long in that way, and we'd better get out o' here mighty quick." 3. A large bet. The detective and Amos passed out of the stall and out of the place, leaving the two ruffians lying unconscious upon the floor. As they reached the street, Amos pointed with his finger toward the place they had just left. "There'll be a big racket down there," he said. "We won't be in it," was the reply. "Those fellows are two of the toughest thieves in the city. You know them, then? They were pointed out to me one day." "Well, I don't think they'll want to be pointed out to you again. You did some of the quickest work there I ever saw. Quick work was necessary about that time. You did me a good turn anyway. If I ever get a chance, I'll do as much for you." "You ain't liable to get a chance. I am going away in a few days." "You don't live here, then?" "I am a farmer." "Where are you stopping?" "Most anywhere. Why not come over and stay with me tonight?" "Don't mind if I do." Nick was more than pleased at his good fortune in getting within reach of the tricky sporting men's tools so soon. He suspected, however, that the man he was with would be followed by his scheming employers from that time until the race was over. He was fully aware that men who commit crimes and engage others to assist them in their nefarious work never trust their tools implicitly. His first idea was to ascertain whether spies had actually been set upon his companion. He also desired to know whether Chick was in a position to be within reach if needed. In order to do all this, it was necessary for him to leave Amos alone for at least a few moments. "Look here," he said, as they were starting up the street. "I'm a little anxious about those men down there. I'd like to know whether they are hurt much." "Well, we'll go back if you like." "No, you step into this saloon and I'll go back alone. They know you there, but they don't know me." Amos did as requested, and Nick started rapidly down the street. In a moment he ran across Chick. "I was looking for you," said Nick shortly. "Here I am. Did you see me leave the place with that man?" "Sure, and it was a heap of fun to see the proprietor and the waiters wondering over the two men you left in the stall." "Are they badly hurt?" "No, you can't kill people of that stamp. One's got a black eye and the other a lame neck." "Did anyone shadow us out?" "Yes." "Who?" "The man who was in the stall before the two bums went in." "How is he dressed?" "The same as before, only that he now has a light overcoat over his cutaway and wears a slouch hat instead of the silk tie." "It's just as I expected," mused Nick. "The fellow is working for a man who has a good deal of money at stake, and he'll never leave my man until he has him safe in bed. Well, hustle into that saloon," he finally said to Chick, pointing out the place where he had left Amos, "and see if you can find our man Martin in there." "You mean the man with the light overcoat and slouch hat?" "Certainly. If he is in there, find out what he is doing. If he's with Amos, get back here as quick as possible. You want to keep those two fellows apart tonight?" "Yes." The young fellow hastened into the place only to dart out again the next moment. "He's in there, giving Amos the razzle-dazzle." "What is he saying?" "Why, Amos wants to get away from him, and he swears he means to stay with him until after some race or other." This was a puzzle Nick had made, every calculation upon going to the stables with the fellow whom he had assisted. He wanted to know the place where Denver Bay was in training. He had not yet decided upon what course to pursue after reaching the field of action, but was positive that once on the ground some means could be found by which the plotters could be circumvented. By this time the detective had made up his mind to give the tricky sporting men a very hard deal. He was firmly of the opinion that Denver Bay would be the best horse in the race. He believed that word had been passed around the inner circle of gamblers and sporting men that the Western horse would not be permitted to win, and he reasoned that they would lay almost any odds against the horse. He thought that the best way to punish them would be to meet them on their own ground and win their money. Nick Carter is by no means a gamester or sporting man. He derives an immense income from his detective work and has no inclination to make a break for sudden fortune. In fact, were he worth as many millions as a Vanderbilt or a Gould, he would still, for the very love of the business, be a detective. "Well," said Nick at length, "if I do the work I have laid out for myself tonight, we must separate those two men." "But how?" "Well, I have a report to make to the fellow, and I'll go in and call him aside. If he wants to get away from that chap, I won't have any trouble arranging it. But if he doesn't, then one of us'll have to go over to the stables on his own hook. Do you know where they are?" "Oh, they're out there by the track somewhere." Nick walked boldly into the saloon and called Amos aside. Barton did not allow the two men to get very far away from him, and he watched them as closely as a cat would a mouse every moment they were talking together. "Those two men are in bad shape," Nick said. "Well, you did the hitting, I didn't. That won't make any difference. We'd both have to stand trial if we should get caught." "Oh, come off." "Nothing can be done to a man for knocking out a highway robber." "Ah," thought Nick. "He has been getting some advice from my friend Martin. Look here," said Martin, advancing to where the two men were standing and addressing Nick. "This man and I have an engagement tonight, and we don't intend to have any outsiders forced upon us. If you have transacted your business with him, you'd better walk away." "That's right," said Amos, now completely under the control of the mastermind. "You did me a good turn in there, and I am much obliged to you, but I've got business with this man just now." Nick regarded both men with a countrified stare for a moment, and then walked away. "It's a good thing," he thought, "that I tumbled to the racket before we got started for the stables. The man would certainly have suspected something." "Now then," he said to Chick, as the two again stood together, "you follow these men over and locate the horse. You may report to me at the house at 8 o'clock in the morning." As Chick placed himself in a position to watch every movement of the men he was shadowing, Nick stepped into a restaurant and ordered a liberal meal. This concluded, he walked into a saloon next door and sat down in a private stall. 5 minutes later, a respectable-looking middle-aged businessman walked out of the stall and took his way toward one of the most popular gambling dens in that portion of the city. The place was crowded, and faro roulette and stud poker tables were running full blast, as Nick supposed it would be. The talk was all about the race. He bought a stack of white chips and sat down at the end of a faro table, playing very slowly and listening to every word that was said around him. "Well?" "Old sport," said the dealer, familiarly to a well-dressed gentleman who entered and bought a stack of yellows. "You must have struck luck today. Any news?" "No," said the person addressed with a laugh. "Nothing except that a fellow bought Denver Bay for 100 at 15 to 1. "That ain't so bad," said a player at the opposite end of the table. "The horse may win. I'll tell you what I'll do," said the man behind the yellow chips. "I'll go you 20 to 1 that the horse don't get a show." The man subsided, and Nick shoved a $50 bill toward the speaker. "I'll take that bet," he said coolly. "All right," said the player, taking out a roll of bills. "Here is the money. Who'll hold the stakes?" Nick called up one of the proprietors, stated the bet, and put the money into his hand. "Now then," said the other with a sneer, "I am not used to betting against such odds, but I'll put up 10,000 against 1,000 that Denver Bay don't win." "I am your Huckleberry," said Nick, producing the money. Of course I haven't the money with me, but I'll put up a forfeit of 1,000 against 100 of yours, and we'll make the bet at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's satisfactory, said Nick, handing the money to the stakeholder. With this the two men parted, and Nick sat down in a corner and was soon apparently deeply interested in a newspaper. The man with whom he had made the bets returned to the faro table, and in a few moments cashed in his chips. That's the first move, thought the detective. The fellow's next move will be to find out if there is anything wrong about the scheme they have put up on Denver Bay. Nick had made these two bets not so much for the purpose of winning the money, but because he believed that a bluff of that sort would send the sporting man back to the headquarters of the crooked crowd to see if there had been any change in the program. After cashing in his chips, the man lit a cigar and turned hastily toward the door. Nick at once started along after him. "You won't forget about that bet in the morning," he said. "I should say not. I haven't got any $1,000 to throw away that way." "Well," said Nick, as the other passed down the stairs, "I'll light a cigar and go home." Instead of immediately passing into the street with the man, Nick stood in the entrance a moment, so as to give the man no indication of being followed, and then hastened away after him. The fellow turned into a stairway on William Street, which, as Nick was well aware, led to another gambling room. The stairway was dark and deserted as the detective reached it. In a very few moments, the green countryman who had struck such effective blows in the pool room stepped into the lighted hall above and tapped cautiously at the door. "Any game going on?" he said, as the wicket in the door was opened and a black face peered out upon him. The door was softly opened, and Nick stepped into a small, half-lighted hallway. "Guess you never been here before, boss," said the Negro with a grin. "No," said Nick. "I am from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I thought I'd like to look around." "Well, you go right in that door," said the darky, pointing to one at the end of the hall. Nick had been in the place many times, and he knew it to be one of the toughest gambling houses in town. In fact, it was just the sort of place for crooked work of all kinds to be planned. The apartment into which he had been shown was but a small part of the den. The rooms in which the schemes were hatched, and where the gamblers spent their leisure hours, opened from the opposite end of the hall. The detective's object now was to gain a position from which he could overhear what was going on there. Seating himself in the outer room, he called for glass after glass of whiskey, until he appeared to be in the last stage of intoxication. Each time he paid the waiter from a large roll of bills. "Here is a seat at the table if you want to play," said a man behind a roulette wheel. "Goish, I am too full tea play. Goish, I'll go to the hotel and go tea bed," said the man from Grand Rapids, Michigan. "You'll get run in if you go out on the street now. You'd better go back there and lay down a while, Pompey." Nick could hardly restrain a chuckle as he was led away by the obliging darky. They don't let anyone out of here with a roll of money like that, he thought. He was shown into a small room containing a couch, a mirror, and a small table. As the Negro left the room, the detective heard a key turned in the lock. Nick lost no time in making a close examination of the apartment. He had sized up the Negro carefully, and in 5 minutes he was a pretty good counterfeit of that sable gentleman. A sound of voices now came faintly from the direction opposite from the entrance to the room he was in. It was very indistinct, however, and after a moment's inspection of the room beyond, through the keyhole, the detective applied his picklock and soon found himself in a small dark room from which he could hear the voices quite distinctly. "I tell you it's all right," said a voice with an oath. "Well, it's mighty strange that bets should be picked up in 2 places in one day." The voice was that of the man with whom the detective had made the bets. "You are a suspicious chap, Brower," said the first voice. "Ever since you made that $20,000 daylight haul down on Wall Street, you think everybody in town is after your money." Well, I'll go and make the bed in the morning then. Nick, anxious to get a view of the man whose voice he did not recognize, stepped lightly on a table to look through the transom. The table gave way beneath his weight and fell to the floor with a crash. In a moment, the men in the room beyond were on their feet. Nick sprang to the door through which he had entered the room, closed and locked it after him, and made a dash for the outer room. At the door he was met by 2 employees of the place, whose attention had been attracted by the noise of the fall. "What's the matter, Pomp?" one of them asked excitedly. "That ain't Pomp," shouted the other, reaching for his pistol. "That's some spy." Nick struck out hard and quick, and both men went down. Before the man at the table could get upon their feet, or get where they could make any effort to stop him, the detective was at the outer door, confronting the Negro who had admitted him. The darky sprang to the door as though to bar his exit. The next moment he felt the cold muzzle of a revolver pressed against his temple, and sank trembling to the floor. As Nick stepped out and bounded down the stairs, a bullet struck the wall just above his head. "I shall have to fine myself for that error," he thought, as he hastened away from the stairway into the crowd. "If I had kept on my countryman's uniform, they would have regarded that break I made as the result of curiosity on the part of a country chump out to see the town, and I might have learned something more about that $20,000 daylight haul on Wall Street." 4. A howling swell. Promptly at 8 o'clock next morning, Chick made his appearance at Nick Carter's private office. He had the appearance of a man who had had a hard night of it, but was still full of pluck. "Did everything go all right?" Nick asked. "Yes, I was reasonably successful." "Well, for my part, I don't think I scored any very brilliant success after we separated. After a good deal of hard work, I struck just the place I wanted, and then a table broke down with me and I got out of the joint just ahead of a bullet." After receiving his assistant's report, Nick dressed himself in the costume in which he had first met the Wall Street man and took his way to that gentleman's office. "Tell Mr. Wheeler," he said to the clerk in the outer office, "that I want to see him in regard to that Lackawanna deal." "You are to be shown in at once," said the clerk, opening the door to the inner room. The broker appeared to be awaiting the arrival of the detective and was in anything but a calm frame of mind. "You were right," the detective said, "in supposing that undue means would be employed to prevent the horse winning the race. I've been hoping almost against hope that my suspicions were unfounded. I wish I had pocketed my former loss and let this matter alone. There is still a chance to save yourself without taking any risk." "What do you mean?" "The horse can be kept out of the race." Nick eyed the broker keenly as he made the suggestion. "I've been thinking about that. It's easy enough done, and in that case, you will recover your stakes. And still that leaves me just where I started in. Why didn't you think of that before taking the steps you did last night?" "You are mistaken. I've done nothing at all in the matter since seeing you." "You have not been at the stables since leaving my house yesterday afternoon." "I have not. You have authorized someone to go there?" "I have not." Nick reflected a moment before speaking. "You could have no motive in deceiving me," he said at length. "But it's very singular for all that. I don't understand you. It isn't necessary at the present time that you should. But I am deeply interested in the matter, and, never mind that now. I am not here to be cross-questioned, but I infer from your remark that something unusual took place at the stables last night. Not that I am aware of. You talk in riddles. One of my men simply learned the true condition of affairs there, that's all. Does it affect me? Slightly. Then I ought to know. Not if you adhere to the resolution expressed yesterday afternoon to let the horse go in the race. It isn't any use to try to pump you, I see," said the broker with a smile. "You will have your own way. I usually do." "You are lucky. Now to business," said Nick, taking a slip of paper from his pocket. "If you still desire the case to go on as originally mapped out, You must go to this address at 10 o'clock with $900 in currency and stake it on Denver Bay. But my dear sir, I have too much money on Denver Bay now. Count this as part of the expenses of the case, then. I put up 100 as a forfeit last night against 1,000. In other words, $10,000 will be staked against 1,000. That's it. You have a great deal of confidence in the horse and also in your ability to make the race a square one. I never copper my own bets. The broker took the required amount of money from the safe and put it into his pocket. What sort of a place is it? It's a gambling house, but you will be used respectfully, and any money staked there in the regular way is safe. Shall I find you here when I return? No. I'm going a part of the way with you. Why not all the way? I have reasons of my own for not doing so. The two men passed out of the office together and were soon in the vicinity of the gambling house. The broker passed up the stairs, and Nick stood in a neighboring doorway carelessly smoking a cigar. In a few moments the broker reappeared and was about to approach the spot where Nick stood when a quick motion informed him that he was to pass on without recognition. Did he make the bet? Nick asked, seeming to address no one in particular. The broker nodded and went on. Before long the man with whom Nick had conversed the previous evening passed down the stairs and took his way to a neighboring pool room. The detective followed until there was no doubt as to where the man was going, and then walked about the street for some moments in deep thought. When he finally entered the pool room, the man stood at the desk talking with the proprietor. "There is no doubt in my mind," Nick heard the latter say, regarding the horse's ability to win. "The only question is whether the boys will do their work well." "You can't gamble on anybody's honesty when it comes to dollars and cents," was the reply. "The other side has the age now and can afford to put up a lot of money to have things go their way. Well, you'll have to take your own chances. I suppose so. You are too old a sport to get bluffed into a bet of that size." "Yes, I ought not to have done it. There may be some way out of it yet." "I'll try and find some way," said the other, with a scowl as he turned away. After leaving the place, the sport, whom the proprietor addressed as Brower, took his way to a messenger office, sent a boy out with a note, and then hastened to a fashionable saloon in the neighborhood. "Now then," thought Nick as he took a seat not far from him out of the range of his sight, "I'll soon find out how many different games they are playing over at the stables." The sport settled himself down behind a paper as though he had some time to wait. So Nick left him there and passed out into the street, and 10 minutes later, disguised as a howling swell, sauntered into the place, stared about through his one eyeglass, and finally took a seat near the waiting man. At the end of half an hour, the sport became restless and began walking nervously up and down the room. Just then, a rough-looking fellow entered, and, in response to a signal, seated himself at a table in the rear end of the place. "Hello, Steve," said the sport, advancing to the table and taking a seat. "Are the races going your way this season?" "About the same old thing," was the careless response. Both men glanced keenly about, and the next moment were engaged in earnest conversation. Nick strolled around toward the back part of the room, stupidly gazing at the handsome paintings hung upon the walls. But the men, evidently very suspicious, dropped their voices to whispers whenever he came near them. "This won't do," thought Nick. "I must find out what those fellows are talking about." Every effort to overhear them, however, failed, and he finally gave it up after a long talk, during which Nick saw some money pass from the sport to his companion. The former left the place. "Well, Steve," said one of the helpers about the saloon, "have you got any pointers about the race tomorrow?" "I can tell you about that tomorrow," said the dude, advancing toward the two men. "Were you talking about the races, you know?" "That's what," said Steve, winking at his companion. "Do you want to make your everlasting fortune?" "I might put up a couple of hundred, that's the cheese," said Steve, with another wink. "I'll bet you are a dead-game sport. It isn't good form to be a sport, don't you know?" "You bet it ain't, but it's good form to win money, eh?" Steve poked the dude slyly in the ribs as he spoke. All the boys bet, don't you know? Well, you follow my steer, and you'll have a wad as big as your head, day after tomorrow. But my dear sir, I don't see any stee. How can I follow a stee if there is no steer? You are a good un, you come with me and I'll show you the steer, is it far? I can't walk in these gators, don't you know, just a little ways part. Then we must have a coeage. Waiter, will you call a coeage? Steve almost choked over the glass of whiskey he was drinking as the carriage drove up and the dude started for the door. Before entering the carriage, he gave his instructions to the driver in a low tone of voice. The carriage was driven around several blocks and finally drew up at a low pool room which was only a short distance from the starting place. Take a chair, Charlie, said Steve as they entered, and I'll find out what the boss has got to say about the race. I've got a sucker, he said to the clerk in a low tone. What do I get if he bets a couple of $100? What'll he bet on? Oh? Anything, 20%. Is that enough? 'Tain't enough, but I suppose it's all I'll get. Suppose I put him on Denver Bay even. Don't do that, said the other hastily, because if the horse shouldn't. The fellow hesitated with some confusion in his manner. What's that? Demanded the pool room man sharply. Are there any new tricks over that horse? I don't know anything about any tricks. Well, if you don't, no man in New York does. That's all right. But I didn't come here to talk about that. Let's get down to business. Nick's sharp ear had taken in every word of the conversation, and he at once resolved to test the fellow's knowledge of Denver Bay's standing. "Aw," he said, advancing toward the desk. "I see Denver Bay is on the board. I'll bet on him." "I wouldn't do that," said Steve. "Why not, me dear boy? You came down here to take my steer, didn't you?" "Ah, get away from the desk with your dude." A couple of bullies shoved themselves between Nick and the desk, and one of them took occasion to drop a quid of tobacco on one of his nicely polished shoes as he passed him. "Look here, fella. No gentleman would do that, don't yer know?" "Who ain't a gentleman?" demanded the bully, doubling up his fists. "These people are wheel coarse," said Nick, turning to Steve. "I shall leave the place." By this time the clerk was endeavoring by shaking his head and other motions to induce the roughs to let his customer alone until the bet had been made. But the fellows were half intoxicated and were bent on having a crack at the dude. "Take dat, would ya?" said one of them, aiming a blow at Nick's face. Nick's guard was up in a moment, and a second later 2 astonished loafers were rolling over each other on the floor. "I like that," said Steve with a hearty laugh. "You were a brick if you were a dude. If you'll drive me over to the track, I'll show you the hosses. I've got a date over there about this time." The toughs did not appear anxious to renew the contest, so Nick and his new friend left the place and were driven away. 5. A jockey in trouble. The carriage containing the dude and the man Morris, whom he had picked up at the saloon, stopped at a roadhouse a short distance from the stables. Nick was not yet posted regarding the conference at the saloon between Morris and the man Brower who had summoned him there. He was satisfied that some scheme was on foot which had nothing to do with the plot engineered by Johnson, who had staked $40,000 against $20,000 of James Wheeler's money, that Denver Bay would not win the race. Johnson wanted the horse to run and be beaten. The detective did not know exactly what the Brower crowd did want. He went over to the stables in company with Morris to find out the dude, and the roughly dressed horsemen attracted some attention as they walked into the quiet little bar room. The men outside seemed to regard it as a good joke that Morris had picked up such a companion. "He'll skin the dude all right enough," said one of them from a lazy position at the watering trough. "You bet he will," added another. "If the dude has any money left after Morris gets through betting with him, he's in luck." "If he has any money left," said another, "Morris will probably take him down and take it away from him." "I don't know about that. Did you notice the dude's neck and shoulders?" While the men outside were talking, Nick and his companion seated themselves in a small room opening from the barroom. Nick ordered drinks and cigars liberally, and Morris was soon on the road to a high old time. "Say, young feller," he said, lighting a cigar and turning away just long enough to permit Nick to empty his fourth glass of whiskey into his spittoon. "You knocked them fellows around pretty lively over there. I was deuced scared, don't you know? Well, you acted to me just like a man who enjoyed it. I really didn't know when I hit them. Deuced lucky, wasn't I?" "'Twasn't all luck, I guess," said Morris, eyeing the dude suspiciously. "Oh, come now, you mustn't talk that way to a fella." "Hello there!" shouted one of the loafers from the outside, pushing the door open with his foot. "Be you fellers goin' on to retired list?" "We're busy just now," said Morris angrily. "All right," said the other, with a loud guffaw. "Work the dude for all there is in it." Morris started excitedly to his feet. "What do you want here, anyhow?" he demanded. "No offense," said the other with a smile. "I just thought I'd look in and ask about the news over town. It's too early for news over town." "There ain't much going on there till afternoon." "You mean about the races, of course. I'd like to know how to win a couple of hundred. You won't find out from me if you stand there all day." "Well, so long," said the other, closing the door with a bang. "I didn't know but what the dude might stand treat," he added, sneaking back to his companion. "Ah," said Nick, as the fellow disappeared. "Just touch the bell and we'll have something more to drink." By this time Morris was considerably under the influence of liquor. He swallowed his whiskey sullenly and looked at his companion after the wise manner of half-drunken men. "You didn't get a bet yet," he said with a hiccup. "That's what I am waiting for. You promised, you know. Tell you, partner, I took you into that pool room to do you out of a couple of hundred, and I'd a got 40 for doing it." "That's quite awful," exclaimed Nick, throwing up his hands in astonishment. "But I like the way you bumped those toughies up there, and you have acted square in bringing me here, so that I am going to give you a tip." "Really? Now, yes, you are a man of your word, ain't you?" "Pon hona? Well, then, I want you to promise me that you will give me half a century after you get your money. Wheely, now, isn't that too much?" "You can make any amount you like, pard." "I might lose, you know." "Will you give me 50 if you win?" "Why, yes." "Well, then you bet on Daisy for de handicap tomorrow." "But, my dear sir, what's the matter with Denver Bay?" "De hoss ain't in it, but his name is on the card, dear boy, I tell you," said the other, pounding his fist on the table in drunken impatience. "De hoss ain't in it, but my dear boy, I've got money bet on Denver Bay now. You'll get dat back. I don't see how. If the host don't start all, the bets will be declared off, won't they?" Nick sat for some moments in silence. "Here are the two schemes," he thought. "Johnson wants the horse to run and be beaten, and Brower does not want the beast to start. What do you say?" Nick was thinking fast, and did not answer for some time. "I am responsible for the Brower end of the scheme," he thought. "The fellow doesn't dare to risk his $10,000. The detective smiled as he thought how little confidence crooked sporting men have in each other's word. In this case, he thought, it may be that Brower doubts Johnson's ability to fix the horse. He's afraid of some failure in the plan at the last moment. The detective now had two plans to select from. He could defeat the Johnson and Brower plots and see that the race would be a square one. Or he could allow Brower to have his way, and thus cause all bets to be declared off. The first plan, if the horse should win, would place his client in an excellent position. On the other hand, if the horse should lose after all, it would only increase his difficulty. The second plan would release Wheeler's $20,000 stake money and leave him just as he stood before engaging in the enterprise. This plan of preventing the horse from entering the race had been more than hinted at when Chick had appeared at the stables as a jockey on the previous night. His report on the matter that morning had caused Nick to talk as he had at the broker's office, while in that conversation with Wheeler, every word of which was still fresh in his mind. Nick had satisfied himself that the broker was anxious to let the stake remain if there was any prospect of securing a fair race. This was one point in favor of the project of balking the rascals in their efforts to keep the horse out. Another strong point in the mind of the detective was to teach Johnson and his gang of criminal pool sellers a salutary lesson. What they aimed at in their dealings with Wheeler, he mused, was robbery, pure and simple. They thought to take his $20,000 without even as much as giving him a show for it. "Well," said Morris at length, "how much are you going to put up on Daisy?" "Wheelie now, I'd be betting against myself, don't you see? Didn't I tell you you'd get the money staked on Denver Bay back again? Why don't Denver Bay run? Now look here, if you are going round telling that Denver Bay isn't going to start, you won't be doing yourself any good and will get me into trouble. You don't want to do that, I suppose?" "My dear boy, of course I wouldn't cause you any trouble if you do," began Morris, pounding his fist upon the table. Just then the scene in the pool room came to his mind, and glancing at the muscular form of the pretended dude, he finished the sentence in a different way from that at first intended. "I'll lose my place, D'Ange boy," said the dude, who appeared to be struggling with a very deep thought. "Couldn't you make Denver Bay win the race?" "Denver Bay," said Morris solemnly, "is by long odds the best horse entered for the race. He could win the purse with half a show wheelie now. It's the surest thing in the world then," said the dude, rising to his feet. "I'll go and book some more money on him. You are a chump if you do. But I wheelie must, you know." Morris had as yet given no intimation as to what means would be resorted to keep the horse off the track. This was a point upon which the detective desired further information. For this reason he continued the talk about the horse still being a possibility. "But, dear boy, the owner tells me that the horse will be run and will do his best. Damn the owner, he's the biggest sucker in the whole deal, but chappie, he's a friend of mine. Well, it's a purty pair you are then, that's all I've got to say." Nick rose to his feet as if about to leave the room. "Hold on. Are you going out to bet more money on Denver Bay?" "Oh, I thought I would." "Well, it won't do you no good. The money will only lay in the pool room till after the race, and then you'll get it back." "Has the horse got hurt?" "Dear boy, he's liable to get hurt before tomorrow morning. Quite shocking," said the dude innocently. "The owner ought to know it. Damn the owner, if he wants to set around here and let his horse be used up right before his eyes, let him do it. It's no affair of mine or yours." The secret is out, thought Nick. The brutes intend to steal into the stable tonight and cripple the beast in some way. "Come, young fellow," said Morris, "I've talked myself dry again. Fill up the glasses once more and we'll get out." Nick gave the required order, and the fellow took down his whiskey without seeing that Nick threw the contents of his glass upon the floor. "Now, mind what I've told you," said Morris as they stood in the doorway, "and don't give me away. I shouldn't have said anything about it if it hadn't been for the whiskey you throwed into me. 'Pon me, Hona, I'll not mention it to a living soul." As the two passed into the bar-room, the sound of excited voices came from the street in front of the house. Nick was now anxious to get away, but he paused for a moment and listened as the sounds became louder. In a moment a small boy clad in the costume of a jockey dashed in at the front door and dodged behind tables and chairs in his efforts to keep out of the reach of a red-faced fellow who, riding whip in hand, was pursuing him. The boy succeeded in eluding his pursuer for some moments, much to the delight of the bystanders. At length, the little fellow, in leaping backward, stumbled over a chair and fell to the floor. Before he could rise to his feet, the man had hold of his collar and was brandishing his whip high in air. "I'll teach you to play your pranks on me," he shouted, bringing the whip down upon the boy's shrinking form. The crowd seemed to enjoy the scene hugely, but it was not in the nature of Nick Carter to stand by and see the boy cruelly beaten. He was about to interfere when the boy succeeded in releasing himself from the man's hold and sprang, sobbing, behind the detective for protection. The brute made another dash at him, but the detective's sturdy frame barred the way. "My dear fella," he said, "don't hurt the boy. What has he done?" "He's done enough, you confounded dude. Stand out of the way." "If you touch the boy again," drawled Nick, "I shall strike you." The man raised the whip as though about to give the detective a lash in the face. The crowd laughed and cheered and made the most of the rather humorous situation. The next moment their smiles changed to looks of astonishment. With a quick movement, the seeming dude secured possession of the whip. He then passed one arm half around the fellow's head and neck and gave him a sudden whirl that sent him spinning about the room like a top. As he spun, around the detective applied the whip with no gentle hand and fairly whirled and lashed the fellow out of the room. "Hurrah for the dude!" yelled a chorus of voices as the defeated man stood outside swearing and shaking his fists. "I thought there'd be some fun." "Windy Dollar raised his whip onto dude," said Morris. "You oughter seen him clean out a couple of plug uglies into pool room today." Nick paid no attention to the remarks that were being made about him, but devoted his whole attention to the boy. "Where do you work?" he asked hurriedly. "Over there in the stables." "What horses are there in the stables?" "Oh, Daisy, and Denver Bay, and a whole lot of 'em." "Can you get away about dark?" "Yes, sir." "Well, show yourself in the road there just below the house about dusk, and I'll pick you up in a carriage. Will you come?" "You bet I'll come. That man would have killed me if it hadn't been for you." "I am making up now for last night's bad luck," thought Nick, as he turned around with an insipid stare and in a drawl asked the bystanders to join him in a drink. As he turned away from the bar a moment later, he noticed a well-dressed man entering the front door and hastening directly upstairs, as though desirous of remaining unnoticed. The man was Brower, with whom Nick had, in the disguise of a businessman, made the $10,000 bet the night before. Six wanted a deputy sheriff about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Of the same day, the sheriff was somewhat surprised at seeing a dudish-looking fellow walking into his private office unannounced. He glanced up impatiently from his writing, but immediately resumed his work. "Transact your business in the outer office, please," he said. "Aw," said the dude, gazing stupidly through his one eyeglass. "Are you the person in Poa?" "Transact your business in the outer office," repeated the sheriff peremptorily. "Can't do it, Medea boy." The sheriff threw himself angrily around in his revolving chair and faced the intruder. "What do you want?" he demanded. The dude closed the office door carefully and threw himself into a chair in front of the irate official. "I have an idea," he said in his natural tone of voice, "that there may be a racket at the racing stables tonight, and I want an understanding with your men." "Who are you?" "Nick Carter, at your service." "Well, well," exclaimed the sheriff, extending his hand. "You would deceive your own mother in that rid." "All in the way of business," said Nick with a smile. "I begin to recognize you now, although it has been a long time since I have had the pleasure of putting eyes on you. I've been rather busy, and the fact of the matter is that I am rather crowded for time now." "You have men at the track, I suppose?" "Certainly. The police are supposed to keep order there, but we always have men on hand to look out for pickpockets and notorious criminals who are wanted here and in other places." "Shall you have men at the stables tonight?" "There are half a dozen there, I believe, who have been engaged to look after the safety of the horses. Will you be kind enough to give me a note to one of them?" "Certainly. I'll drive over with you if you think it necessary." "I think it would be better not. I am handling a peculiar case in which I have constituted myself judge, jury, and executioner, and I think it will be better for me to go alone." As you choose, you know, Mr. Carter, that you can command me in any way. Well, it may be necessary for me to make an arrest there tonight. If so, I want to have one of your men within reach so that I can place the prisoner into his hands at once. That's easily accomplished. I will write you a note which will place all the deputies in that vicinity directly under your charge. After the arrest, if one is made, I want the prisoner hustled away and lodged in jail without any fuss being made over it. In other words, you don't want the people around there to know that an arrest has been made. That's it exactly. The sheriff wrote busily for some moments, and then handed the detective a slip of paper which he had placed into an unsealed envelope. There you are, he said. Show that to any man you see wearing my badge, and your orders will be promptly obeyed. Thanking the sheriff for his assistance, Nick hastened away. At dusk that night, a carriage drove slowly along in front of the roadhouse. A few yards from the front of the house, a young boy in a jockey uniform was standing. "Here you are, boy," called a voice from the carriage. "Jump in, quick!" The boy sprang nimbly into the vehicle. As he took his seat, he glanced hastily at the only other occupant and started back in alarm. "You are looking for the dude who saved you a thrashing this morning?" "Yes, sir." "Did he send you?" "Yes," said Nick, nodding to the driver to proceed. "Are you employed at the stable where Denver Bay is kept?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I want to sleep there tonight." The boy glanced keenly at the coarse and ill-fitting garments of the pretended countryman who sat on the seat beside him, and asked, "Ain't you got no other place to stay?" "Never mind that. I've taken a notion to sleep in the stable tonight. You don't mean no harm?" "Not a bit, my boy." "Well, I guess I can slide you in, but there'd be an awful racket if they should find out." "I'll take all the chances on the racket. Be you the duffer what give the man a whippin' this morning? Do I look like him?" "Not a bit." "Well, I am the same man. And if I did you a favor today, you must do me one tonight. Ain't I going to let you into the stables? You must do more than that." "What is it?" "You must never say a word about my being in there. Never speak or hint of it to a living soul." "You bet I won't if you don't want me to." "Does anyone watch the stables at night?" "Oh, there's folks around there, but they don't watch very close. Is anyone supposed to sleep anywhere near Denver Bay?" "No, sir, not very near." "What time can you let me in?" "You come to the big doors about 10 o'clock then. If anyone sees you, they'll think you are one of the men working around there." "That's just the thing. When I get in, point out Denver Bay's stall and go away as if nothing had happened. Is the Bay going to win the race tomorrow?" "I hope so. I hope so, too. He's a dandy horse." After some further conversation, the detective let the boy out of the carriage, and a few moments later left it himself. The night was quite dark, and the lights still burning about the stables had very little effect at 10 o'clock, when the detective made his appearance at the place indicated by the boy. The jockey was in waiting for him and soon had him snugly stowed away under Denver Bay's manger. The horse did not seem to relish this invasion of his private domain to any great extent, but save a few snorts and an emphatic stamp or two, he paid little attention to his unbidden guest. There were sounds of voices about the place for some time after the detective had secured his position, but just before midnight all grew still. Now and then a steady footstep sounded in the distance, but in the immediate vicinity all was quiet. "Now I wonder," thought Nick, "if that sheriff's officer is attending strictly to business. He seems to be an intelligent and nervy sort of chap, and I guess I can trust him." After what seemed hours to the waiting detective, he heard an inner door open cautiously, and the footfalls of 2 persons were heard stealthily advancing toward the place where he lay concealed. "That's the horse over there," said a voice which he had no difficulty in recognizing as that of Morris. "You take the iron and do the work," said Brower in a whisper. Not much. I'm not laming racehorses for a living just now. You've done worse than that before now. Well, everything I ever tackled had some sort of a shoal. Will you obey my orders? I will not. Then I'll do it myself. You stand here and what? Now then, thought Nick, I wonder if that deputy sheriff is near the door. Just then the low yelp of a dog sounded from the outside. That's he thought. Hark, whispered Brower. What was that noise? Some dog hunting for a bone or a place to sleep, I suppose? Hunting us, probably. You are a coward. The fact is, I don't like this sort of thing. Then leave it, and leave my $10,000 stake against 1,000, not much. You are a fool to make that bet. I know that as well as you do, but I was crowded into it. You are better at lifting money from a Wall Street office than at anything else, I guess. Hush. You had your share of the money, didn't you? Yes, I had it until you got me into a poker game. Well, I presume the broker has made 20,000 since that time. So it don't matter. This is no place to talk over such things. Do your work, and let's get out of here. I hope the bay will kick his head off, thought Nick, as the man approached the head of the stall. Now, gentlemen, spoke a voice from out the darkness, I have the drop on you, and if you make a move until I say the word, I'll blow your brains out. Nick spoke the last word in a loud tone of voice, and in response to the signal, the door swung open and a bright light flashed into the place. Behind the light was an officer's badge, and at the right of the badge was a steady arm carrying a cocked revolver. Before the two culprits could recover from their astonishment or lift a hand, the cool voice in the darkness continued. You see how it is, gentlemen. 2 men have the drop on you, so you may as well give in. Hold steady there, Mr. Officer, while I slip on the bracelets. Almost before the men could realize their true position, they were handcuffed and helpless. It's just this way, said Nick, still keeping in the shadow. Nothing is to be said about your attempt to lame Denver Bay. What are we arrested for, then? Gasped Brower. For the larceny of $20,000 from James Wheeler's office in Wall Street not long ago. Where is your proof? Never mind the proof now. There is a carriage waiting outside. If you make any noise here, or in the future give any intimation of the place of your arrest, it will only damage your case with the court. They offered no further remonstrance, and were soon in a carriage on their way to the county jail in charge of 2 deputy sheriffs. A few men lounging about the place saw the men enter the carriage, but no one suspected that the elegantly attired gentleman and the rough-looking hostler were handcuffed together. As Nick stood watching the carriage when it was driven off, he felt a soft pull at his coat. My, said the voice of a jockey, wasn't that a slick job, you little scamp? Said Nick with a smile. Did you see that? You bet I did. Don't you suppose I wanted to know what you was stayin' in there for? Suppose I had stayed there all night, then I wouldn't have got no sleep. Suppose I had hurt the horse. Then I'd have clawed your eyes out. You think a good deal of that horse, don't you? Course I dud. Then you stick close to him tomorrow. You bet I will. I am goin' to ride him. Well, if you see a new hostler hanging around him on the track, you ask him if he doesn't think he's a dude. If he says he was a dude yesterday, you go on about your business and let him alone. Understand? All right. Guess I know who the new man'll be. Well, don't you open your mouth about what has taken place here tonight, and keep equally still about tomorrow's work. The boy nodded and turned away. And now, thought Nick, as he walked toward the hotel, I've got the biggest scheme of all to face in the morning. 7, a foot race. There's something mysterious going on. Martin was the speaker, and Amos was listening, all attention. Anything new? Why, there is rumors around the stables of strange happenings last night, but no one seems to know anything definite. In what way? That's what I can't find out. People were seen to pass out late in the night and drive hurriedly away in a carriage. Nobody knows who they were. The jockey who was to ride Denver Bay was seen talking to one of the strangers, but you can't get a word out of him. That's strange. It's more than strange, it's suspicious. But after all, we have our own scheme to work, and I have every confidence in that. You have the medicine? Yes. Well, you'd better give it to me now. There is no knowing when we will be together again. Martin took a small box from his pocket, opened it, and exhibited a white, sugar-coated pill about the size of a marble. You can't be too careful with this, he said. I had work enough getting it. Is it poisonous? Number. It's a compound known only to 1 or 2 people, and they charge mighty high for it. That little pill cost me $100 round. It'll make the horse stop, bolt, and kick, will it? It certainly will. I didn't go into this thing without seeing it tried, and the horse'll be all right in 5 minutes, eh? Yes, the pain will subside in less time than that. The beast will be a trifle weak for a while, but no one will notice that. Isn't there some danger of killing the jockey? Let the jockey take care of himself. As the 2 men arose from the table at which they had been sitting, in a room at the hotel which the detective had visited on the previous day, Martin stopped a moment with his hand on the door and listened. "What's that noise?" he asked, in a startled tone. "What noise? What is that bumping sound? I've heard it several times lately." "I heard it too," said Amos with a laugh, and listened. "It's someone bumping against the wall in the next room. Well, here we part for the present," said Martin. "You do your work, and I'll do mine. You are sure you can get the pill in the horse's mouth unobserved? It must be done on the track at the last moment." "That's easy enough. The last thing I do is to sponge his mouth. Well, don't make any mistake. There has been an impression that Denver Bay is sure to win, and the pool boxes are just loaded down with bets." Thus talking, the men passed out of the room, closing and locking the door behind them. No sooner had they disappeared than there was a sudden upheaval of a long couch in one corner of the room, and Nick Carter crept from underneath it. "Who?" he said, drawing a long breath and wiping the perspiration from his face. "I think I should have died in there in 5 minutes more." The celebrated detective had, as a matter of fact, been concealed in the narrow space between the sofa bottom and the floor for 4 long hours. Early in the day he had heard Martin engage the room and give explicit orders that no one should be allowed to occupy it during the day. Not long after, he had heard him make an appointment with Amos at that place. By the use of his picklock, Nick had entered the room and concealed himself. He was already aware of Martin's plans, as they had stood 2 days before, but he thought that a change might have been made since the details were arranged in the pool-room stall, and wanted to make sure of his ground. They stick to their original plan, he thought, and I've had this long watch for nothing. But after all, I was not in a position to take chances. He wore the dress and had the appearance of the ordinary employee of the racing stable. He had procured badges admitting him to all parts of the grounds, the track, and the judges' stand as well, and the little jockey had provided him with a ribbon bearing the name of Denver Bay. This would enable him to work around the horse after he appeared upon the track. "I imagine," thought the detective, as he listened with his ear at the door, "that there'll be a performance on the track today not down on their bills. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Johnson will go home tonight, $60,000 poorer than he thinks he will." The hall outside the door appeared to be deserted, and the detective pressed back the bolt and passed out, closing the door softly after him. The coast was clear, and he lost no time in getting outside and mingling with the crowd. And he stepped along the walk, he felt a touch upon his arm, and turned to find Chick standing before him, still in the disguise of a jockey. The two walked along together until they reached a secluded place, and then Nick asked, "Did you see the sheriff?" "Yes." "Everything is all right at the jail. Brower and Morris are locked up in separate cells, and no one is the wiser for their being there. Have they done any talking or sent out for friends?" They talk most of the time, threatening all sorts of things, and Brower has been trying all the morning to send a messenger over town to call that $10,000 bet off. The sheriff didn't allow him to send out any word, did he? Of course he didn't. He understands as well as we do that that is Wheeler's money. You gave the sheriff my note, of course? Yes, and he had a great laugh over it. He couldn't imagine yesterday what I wanted his men for. I suppose he knows now. Then you didn't tell him? No, I didn't tell him. I got what I wanted without doing that. Now, said Nick, I want you on the track this afternoon when the handicap starts, and as close to Denver Bay as you can get without attracting attention. Is there liable to be a scrap? It strikes me that I have been in about enough scraps in this case. After some further conversation, the detective and his assistant parted, and the former walked slowly back to the hotel. Amos was nowhere in sight when he reached the crowd lounging about the place. 5 minutes later, Nick stood in front of the counter of a small drugstore, a short distance from the track. The clerk in charge came out from behind the prescription screen to wait upon him. I want a sugar pill, said Nick, with a smile. The clerk reached out his hand and took down a jar of homeopathic pellets. Hold on, said Nick. Those are too small. Besides, they are medicated, are they not? Nothing but pure sugar, said the clerk, putting a few into his mouth and chewing them with evident relish. That ain't what I want, said Nick, stepping around to the showcase where a line of marbles and toys were displayed. I want just one about the size of one of those marbles. It must be perfectly round and smooth and hard. Can you make one? I certainly can. Well, do so at once. The clerk retired behind the screen, and in a few minutes came out and stood behind the counter facing the detective. I've got it made just as you ordered, but it will take a few moments to dry. It will be hard, will it? As hard as a rock. Nick purchased some cigars and sat down by the window to smoke. As he did so, Amos passed along on the opposite side of the street and entered a small livery stable. What sort of place is that over there? Nick asked. Rather a tough joint, I should say. They have very little business when there are no races on. Nick removed the badge indicating that he was a follower of Denver Bay and pinned the steel badge of a deputy sheriff upon his vest. Here is your pill. It's big enough to sweeten a cup of coffee with ent. I'll sweeten more than that with it, said Nick as he took it, paid the bill, and hastened off to the livery stable. Amos sat on a bench near the driveway, conversing with several attachés of the place. Here comes a new deputy, said one of the loungers as Nick stepped up. You haven't been on the force long, have you, partner? Just got on this morning. I thought I hadn't seen you around before. As I was saying, broke in Amos, evidently continuing a conversation, the fellow is the best jumper I ever saw. I don't know how far his jump was, but it must have been a clean 12 feet. Speaking about jumping, said Nick, I can do a little of that myself. Nick in his present disguise was rather a green-looking specimen, and the loafers scented some fun at once. How far can you jump? Asked one. I don't know. Let's go back in the barn and try, suggested another. Nick walked back into the barn without saying another word, and took off his coat and vest. That's pretty good, said Amos, as Nick sprang lightly out, making only a fair jump. But I can beat it. I'll bet you $5 you can't. As Amos started to take off his coat and vest, Nick picked up his own. When Amos threw his garments down, Nick threw his own on top of them. The money was staked, and Amos won easily. That's hard luck, said Nick. Can you run as well as you can jump? I can do some running, said one of the men. I want to get my money back on this jumper, said Nick, throwing himself down on the pile of clothes. I'll bet $5 that he can beat any man in the party for a block. I can't do it, said Amos, but I'll try it if you make the bet. He winked at the others as he spoke. They had found a sucker, and they would divide the money. Amos, of course, losing. The loafers all rushed to the door as the two rushed down the street, and Nick followed with a coat and a vest in his hand. He remained behind the rest, however, and seemed to have some particular business with the pocket of the vest he held in his hand. "You are beat," said one, as the runners reached the corner. "I guess I ain't no good," said Nick as Amos came back. "Hello there," said Amos, all out of breath. "You are trying to put on my vest." "That's so," said Nick with a wink. "It looks a little newer than mine." Amos put on the garment, threw on his coat, and hastened to the rear end of the barn, where Nick plainly saw him fumbling with a box which he had taken from the vest pocket. "You'll find a pill there all right enough," thought Nick as he walked away, "but not one calculated to make a horse lose a race. In the meantime," he added, rolling a hard round substance in his pocket, "I'll keep this and have it analyzed." 8. A surprise. The racetrack is all excitement. People fight their way through the crowd to the bookmakers and deposit their money, many of them placing it on Denver Bay. Finally, the rakes and brooms are called from the track. The crowd rushes up the stairways, and the next moment a splendid bay horse comes around the head of the stretch. "Denver Bay! Denver Bay!" is the cry can loud behind him. Come other favorites. They go down the paddock, followed in a straggling way by the rest of the field. The jockeys and helpers crowd about their mounts, and excitement is everywhere. "Hello!" shouts Denver Bay's jockey, as a man wearing the horse's colors moves up to him. "Don't you think you are a dude?" "I was a dude yesterday," is the sullen reply. "No monkeying there," shouts Amos, walking up to the horse with a sponge in his hand. They're about ready. The detective watches the man closely and smiles as he sees something white glistening in his palm. There is a flash of colors and a gleam of steel down in the paddock as the jockeys mount their horses and the entire field moves out to the track. Denver Bay leads. He minces along with a knowing air, as though thoroughly realizing his importance. The rest of the field follows in single file, their glossy hides shining in the sun like satin. The horses take their places in a long, irregular line. Planes of dust follow several false breaks and hang over the starting point. The signal comes, and down the stretch of track come the bright shirts of the jockeys. Denver Bay gives a sudden plunge or two, jumps off something like 2 lengths, and goes sailing away in the lead. There is a grand shout of voices and a shuffling of nervous feet and shrill cries of "Denver Bay! Denver Bay!" They sweep past the stand, past the long rows of excited faces, around the turn, and away. Then there is silence for a moment, but only for a moment. "Daisy falls back!" shouts one, swinging his field glass aloft. "Denver Bay leads!" shouts another, amid the wildest cheers. Nick Carter stands close by the side of Amos as the horses turn into the home stretch. The detective sees that the man's face is as pale as death and that his hands are trembling. "You beat me on the jumping match," said Nick, turning to the excited man. "But I'll bet you an even 10 that Denver Bay wins the race." Amos makes no reply. He pushes his way hither and yon in the crowd, muttering incoherently to himself. "It must be time," Nick hears him say, as the thunder of hoofs grows louder. "If it don't happen, they'll all blame me." With straining muscles and glaring eyes, the horses pound up the track, Denver Bay still in the lead. "This is ruin," gasps Amos, now utterly regardless of the people about him. The horses are only a few rods away. Then Nick sees the excited man grasped by the throat, and realizes that Martin, desperate and unable to control his passion, is fighting with his tool, as dogs fight in the gutter. The horses thunder past, and Denver Bay wins by a good length. The great handicap race is over, and Denver Bay is officially declared the winner. As the crowd surges around the winning horse, and the jockey is being weighed, there is a cry from the grandstand that someone has fainted. Nick sees that the excitement is about the spot the Wall Street broker selected as his seat, and hastens in that direction. As he reaches the place, Wheeler slowly opens his eyes and reaches out his hand. "Not a word here," whispers the detective as he bends over him. "Are you able to walk?" "I think so." "You see, it rather knocked me out." "Well, get a carriage here and drive away." Nick places the broker in a carriage and then turns back toward the track. "You did nobly," he says to the jockey a moment later. "Keep what took place last night to yourself and come to this address tomorrow forenoon." The detective hands the boy the broker's card and hastens away. "Now then," he says to the broker as they drive slowly along, "I want to tell you, now that it is all over, that I don't like these kind of cases, but you have saved my reputation and have saved the property of 2 innocent children. Besides this, you have defeated one of the wickedest conspiracies ever put on the turf. Yes, but I don't like it for all that. I don't like the idea of mixing up in these affairs of the turf. My business is to assist the officers of the law in bringing criminals to justice. If the note you sent me this morning is correct, you have also done this? How is that? In defeating the racetrack gamblers, you have captured the men who robbed me of $20,000. That is all that makes me feel in any way easy about my part in the transaction. You have even recovered $10,000 of the stolen money. Yes. But that part of it was all involuntary. I did not set out to catch the thieves or to recover the stolen money." "You did both, though," said Wheeler heartily. "And I am $70,000 ahead, by reason of your good work, for without your assistance I should have lost the $20,000 stake money, and would never have recovered the $10,000. You should have faced the loss of the $20,000 like a man, and not resorted to the racetrack to get even. Don't come to me if you ever get into another scrape of the same sort. You remember the promise you made me when I entered upon the case? What was it?" "You promised that if I would assist you in saving your money, that you would invest the money belonging to these heirs in some safe and secure manner where it would be beyond your reach. And you may rest assured that I will do all that and more. They shall have all the money I have won by the use of their money. There is one thing more. I want you to give the little jockey $1,000 when he comes to your office tomorrow. I leave my compensation entirely to yourself. It shall be $10,000, if it is a cent. Come around in the morning and get the check. You'd better collect in all your bets this afternoon," said Nick, as the two men parted, "for the pool rooms have been hit hard. I just won a few hundred myself, not because I wanted to win the money, but because I found myself in places where I had to bet. I have a private charity fund, however, which will care for that." Wheeler collected his money without any difficulty, and Nick Carter received his very liberal fee next day. The little jockey nearly went wild when he was presented with $1,000. Brower and Morris were convicted of grand larceny and sentenced to long terms. And now, when the celebrated detective feels particularly pleasant, he explains to his companions how, for once in his life, he became a dead game sport, saved the patrimony of 2 innocent children, and won the famous handicap. End of Nick Carter at the Track, or How He Became a Dead Game Sport by Nicholas Carter.
Splashes of Red by J. Frank Davis, The Popular Magazine, September 20, 1925. That star rodeo performer, but as bad an egg as ever, moonlit a bronc. The Oklahoma Kid wrestled his steer to a quick fall, and the voice of Foghorn McNamara, holding his horse quiet to face the crowded grandstand at Speedway Park, came booming across the field to where Millie Wayne in her cowgirl clothes stood waiting to participate in the next event on the program. That bulldogger was Jack Marling, the Oklahoma Kid. Time, 17 seconds flat. Next and last contestant in today's bulldogging is Curly Bratton, Preston Campbell. The rodeo judge, gray-mustached Texan of the old school, raised a hand toward the chute where the next steer waited, and the red beast plunged wildly across the arena, desperate to leave behind him the lithe youngster with the blazing neckerchief who galloped on his flank. Opposite the middle of the grandstand, the horse overtook. The steer swerved in, and Curly leaped and got the horns with not one lost motion. Feet braced, he slid backward for 2 seconds. Then man and steer came to a struggling stop. For one more second, they might have been a statue. The animal's head then twisted slowly, grotesquely, as though it cocked its startled eyes to squint sidewise at the sky. Its feet went out from under it. Down together to the ground crashed Bulldogger and Bulldogged, and the youth's right hand shot upward in signal to the judge. The Oklahoma kid, who, meantime, had been returning across the field out of the public picture, stopped beside Millie Wayne. "Can you beat it?" he demanded. "Drop that hombre into a dipping vat, and he'd come up with a pocket full of oil wells, if I could ever get luck to break for me that-a-way." Millie was not listening. A bit breathlessly, she was looking toward where Curly and the steer were rising out of the dust. It had been a wonderful throw. After exhibitions like that, it had been Curly's habit to wave his hand at her until the previous day. A messenger cantering over from where old Pres Campbell sat on his horse in the center of the field handed a slip of paper to Foghorn McNamara, who glanced at it and made due announcement. That Bulldogger was Curly Bratton. Time, 11 2/5 seconds. The world's record is 7 2/5 seconds. Curly Bratton wins today's bulldogging. Jack Marling, second. Billy Toms, third. The next event is the Cowgirls Trick Riding Contest, the ladies taking part. Millie's teeth shut tightly over her lower lip. Curly had not looked at her at all. He had waved his hand toward the stand, toward one spot in the stand, the same spot he had waved to yesterday afternoon, the spot where a brilliant toque hat made a splash of violent red. And under the crimson splash, a feminine hand waved back. It was a soft, pinkly manicured hand, quite different from Millie's, not unbeautiful, but hard, competent ones. Millie had not failed to note the contrast when its owner, her name was Florine, had been introduced to a lot of the performers by one of the resident managers of the show after the first afternoon's contests. Millie had closely observed the face, too. An oval, olive face, artistically tinted, with languishing dark eyes, and the clothes. Miss Florine wore modish clothes. Millie, even at the moment when Curly, shaking hands with the city girl, had awkwardly murmured his delight at meeting her, had realized how they looked in comparison with her own picturesque but simple working garb. At the same moment, she had sensed that the girl was attracted by Curly, as who wouldn't be, and that Curly was tremendously flattered and impressed. Then, not much later, Curly and Miss Florine had spoken together at the edge of the group, and Curly that evening, carefully attired in his most striking raiment, had left the hotel immediately after dinner and was still absent when Millie went to bed. The previous day, he had waved toward the red hat instead of at Millie. And now again on this day, Millie would be the second on the cowgirl program, and the first contestant rode out to do her stuff. Millie cinched her horse, which did not need it, and only half heard the Oklahoma kid as he came closer, having observed Curly's gesture toward the stand as well as she, and suggested, "Let's you and me do a show or something in town tonight." "Huh, what say, Miss Wayne, let's." Nothing in the world was farther from Millie's mind than going to a show or anywhere else with Jack Marling, but she was angry and her pride was hurt. She and Curly Bratton were not engaged, but everybody expected them to be. His attention had been solely for her in half a dozen Western rodeos, and chance had again brought them together at this. One of the first real rodeos, and not a Wild West show ever given on the Atlantic seaboard outside New York. For the first day, Curly had been as attentive to her as ever, and then he had met that handsome, sophisticated girl of the red hat. "Huh?" urged the Oklahoma kid. "What ya say, Miss Wayne? A show and some good eats somewheres." That was precisely what she had promised to do that night with Curly. Promised it on the opening day of the show, before he had seen the Florian girl. Millie was conscious, as she straightened, that Curly was approaching now, on his way to the dressing tents. Just as he arrived within hearing, Red Peaks, the clown, came riding on his donkey and stopped to pass Curly a .45 caliber pistol. "Thank you kindly," the clown said. "No more shooting for today, and I won't need it tomorrow. My own'll be fixed." Dressed for bulldogging, and hence with no holster, Curly held the weapon in his hand as he stopped beside Millie and the Oklahoma Kid. Curly did not like the kid, but more, he did not like to see him talking to Millie, that he himself was thinking less of her these days than of the girl whose bright headdress set off her olive skin did not alter this feeling. Man in such matters is not consistent. He hesitated a second, looked from one to the other and said, "We got a date tonight, Millie. Will you be ready? About 7. This casual, taking it for granted. That he could do what he had done and not suffer her resentment stirred Millie into cold anger. But she came of a stock trained not to exhibit emotion and merely smiled as she replied, "You must have got your nights mixed, Curly. Because tonight, I've got an engagement with Mr. Marling." Curly's face fell almost comically. He stared from her to the grinning Oklahoma Kid and opened his mouth as though to protest. Then he swallowed, turned away and walked toward the chutes. "What time tonight, little one?" Marling asked. He was staggered by her answer and the flash of her eyes that accompanied it. "Not any time," she said. "I've changed my mind." "Next contestant," bellowed Foghorn McNamara, "is Miss Millie Wayne." She sprang into her saddle and was off toward the stand, while Marling, who understood some kinds of women very well, but her kind not at all, gazed open-mouthed after her. Turning, he also tramped toward the chutes and found Curly Bratton, his face harshly set, standing a little apart from the other cowboys, waiting. Curly's voice was very low, and his normal drawl was exaggerated. "If you'll excuse me, sir," he said to Marling, "I'd admire to have you not meddle with that lady." "Well, what the—" "I don't want to have no quarrel with you, sir, but there ain't no reason why we shouldn't understand each other. She don't happen to know you very well." "I reckon, and of course I ain't the one to tell her, and I don't go round shooting off any back-capping talk to ladies or anyone else. But she ain't the kind." The Oklahoma Kid recovered from his astonishment. "You got some nerve, telling me who I'll take out and who I won't take out. If it wasn't for the rules, oh." "H, if you please, sir. There ain't no reason for anybody else to know." Marling raised his voice even louder. "Anybody in the wide world can know as far as I'm concerned. Hombre. I pick my own girls, and my own girls pick me. Millie Wayne or anybody else." The group at the chutes had fallen silent, ears pricked. Bratton spoke through his teeth, hardly more than a whisper. "I'd rather you didn't mention no ladies' names. Who the blazes are you to be telling me?" A shadow fell upon them, and Prez Campbell, ex-Texas Ranger, quietly wheeled his horse. His voice was level but authoritative. "If you boys got any quarreling to do, wait till after the show. You know the rule about rowdyism. Well, I'll enforce it against both of you if I have to. What's it all about if you are kicking about your bulldogging time, Marlin? You are plumb wrong. I fined your 5 seconds because there won't no daylight showing between you and the steer at the deadline, but that didn't change the result. Even if you hadn't lost that 5 seconds, Bratton still beat you." "Oh, that's all right, Judge," Marling said. "And you, Bratton, what you got that gun in your hand for?" "You know there's a rule against carrying a gun except where they're called for in the show." "I lent it to Red Peaks. His was busted. He just give it back to me." "All right, go put it up, and don't let me hear any more ruckuses startin' on this field." Fully master of the rodeo and its contestants, Old Press turned and cantered back to the center of the field. The Oklahoma Kid had disappeared into a tent, and Curly, with not much time before the calf roping event, hastened to his own. Millie Wayne, unable to sleep, although the cowgirl in bed with her was piling up strength for the morrow like a child, heard the knock, not far from midnight on the door, on the next room, heard Prez Campbell's quick call of, "Who is it?" and the voice of one of the local rodeo committee men in the hotel corridor, saying, "Sorry to wake you up, Mr. Campbell, but one of your men's been killed downtown, and the police have just come and got another one for doing it." "What's that?" Millie heard Campbell's feet hit the floor, his room door open. "Who's killed?" "How Marling?" "Curly Bratton did it seems. Shot him. The cops came out and found the pistol in his room recently fired. They had a quarrel this afternoon. Come in while I get dressed." "I know about that quarrel. It was over the bulldogging win. At least I thought it was. Come to think of it, I didn't hear a word of it. Where did they get to fighting? Which one went after his gun first?" "It don't seem to have been a fight," the local man said. "Marling was shot in the back of the head." Wide-eyed Millie swung around to sit on the edge of her bed. She heard Prez Campbell exclaim. The thunder he was. "I'd a swore Bratton want that kind of a boy. Does he admit it? Number, he says he hasn't seen Marling since this afternoon's show. But he can't prove where he was this evening. Says he was downtown till 10 o'clock and didn't see anybody he knew that can alibi him. Come in," Prez invited, and she heard the door close. A murmur of indistinguishable words followed, while the Texan dressed his close to 60 years had not lost him his habit of taking command of a situation or his ability to get into his clothes quickly, and barely 5 minutes had elapsed before Millie heard his decisive, "All right, Mr. Taylor, let's go." She had thrown on a kimono and stood in her doorway as committeeman and one-time ranger came out. "Uncle Prez," she cried. "I couldn't help hearing. He didn't do it." "How do you know?" the local man demanded before Campbell could speak. "I know him. He'd never shoot anybody from behind." "Just what I said," agreed the ex-ranger. "But what he seems to need is an alibi. Maybe, if you and he were together any. I haven't seen him since he went out right after supper. And then I don't think he saw me. I just noticed him going through the lobby," the girl said. "But it's nonsense to charge him. He and Marling quarreled this afternoon," put in Taylor, over one of Mr. Campbell's decisions. Millie knew nothing of the quarrel, of course. She could only say again stubbornly, "But he didn't do it." "You are going to try to get him out, aren't you, Uncle Prez?" "Going to do everything I can," the old man replied. "I don't guess we'll be able to get him turned loose tonight. But first thing in the morning, if we have luck. You go back to bed, Millie, and get your sleep. I'll let you know how things stand, first thing in the morning." He and Taylor passed down the corridor and were standing at the elevator when Millie called him back and spoke too low for the local man to hear. Curly never would bring any lady's name into a thing where it might get into the newspapers unless he was sure it wouldn't hurt her, she said. He went, "I don't know it, but there is a girl. I've sort of suspected there might be noticing you two the last day or so," Campbell remarked dryly. "Wantin' out of my business, of course, but I couldn't help noticin'. Some city lady, is it? She sat in the same place in the grandstand every day, wearing a red hat. Wed me. I don't notice ladies' hats much," Prez said. "Maybe, if you could give me a better description. I was introduced to her at the same time Curly was. Miss Florine, her name is. She's very pretty and well-dressed in city acting, miles per hour," grunted the ex-ranger. "And boys don't have sense enough to know when they're well off." "Any more," he conceded, "than they did when I was one." Who is she? I don't know, nothing except her name. But if his alibi had to include her, and for any reason he thought she ought to be protected, he'd never tell. Florine, said Prez. That isn't a common name or hard to remember. When I get to see him, I'll know what to ask about. In the detective room at police headquarters. While Taylor remained discreetly silent, Prez Campbell met a character new in his experience. The plainclothes man promoted from pounding a beat, who had never been outside a big city, never wanted to be, and oozed contempt for everyone and everything that was not metropolitan. You bozos with big hats, he remarked heavily. Think you can get away with murder. Nothing to it, mister, nothing to it. This Braden guy did it, and we've got him. You and your gang of cowboys can't come into this town and pull your rough stuff. Campbell, whose competency in crime detection could be attested by thousands of Texans, was here unfamiliar with the laws, unacquainted with police procedure, and at sea as to his rights. One more familiar with Southwestern characteristics than was Detective Moore, would have noted the glint in his eye and set of his jaw at the sneer, after the slightest hesitation, to be certain that he had his temper quite under command. The ex-ranger said, if you would be willing to tell me a little. Perhaps about how you know Bratton done it. That is, if it ain't defating the ends of justice anyway to tell. You see, sir, I am in a sort of way the head of this outfit of ours, being the contest judge and so forth. If there isn't any reason why you should be afraid to tell me, say, what would make you think I might be afraid of anybody in your gang? The detective demanded truculently. Not any, cowboy, not any. I don't know how your constables out west go clean up a murder, but me, first thing when a guy gets bumped off like this man of yours, I look for the frail. Frail? Queried Press. The skirt, the Jane, the woman. And this time it was easy. This Bratton quarrels with Marling only this afternoon over her. And you know that cussed well because you stopped him. Me. I thought they were having words over one of my decisions. Yes, you did, scoffed the detective. Well, they wasn't. Half a dozen men heard the girl's name when Marling spoke it. I didn't. What was the name? Say, are you trying to kid me? You know blame well it was Wayne, Millie Wayne. One of them roughneck women with your show. Mr. Moore, said Prez very mildly. Miss Wayne's a right nice young lady, sir. I'd admire not to have you speak like that about her. You'd admire for me not to speak like that about a right nice young lady, mimicked Moore. Listen, fella. You ain't out in the brush now. You are in a town with bright lights in it, and I talk about women that get mixed up in murders like they're supposed to be talked about. Get me? The briefest second Prez Campbell fought for self-control and achieved it. Yes, sir, he said. Well, if there ain't anything I can do to help. When we need any help from Yap deputy sheriffs, we'll broadcast for it, Moore answered. Yes, sir, said Prez, and turned toward the door, observing that of the 3 or 4 other detectives in the room, at least 2 were grinning broadly. I'll bid you good night, sir. Out on the street, the local committeeman said, Well, that's that. I told you my being with you would probably do you more harm than good, my not being tied up with this city administration. But I don't know as you'd have done any better if you'd gone alone. It's never a bad idea to have a witness along when you're talking to a man like that Moore. I wanted to see Curly and I'd have liked to see Marling's body too, the ex-ranger replied, but there warn't any use asking after it got so plumb insulting. They were walking slowly, and now became conscious that footsteps behind them were quickening. As they turned a corner and passed out of sight of the police headquarters entrance, a husky voice called, cautiously, Tal. Go on, past that street light, and stop. Campbell, over his shoulder, recognized a thick-set elderly man as having been one of the audience during his interview with Detective Moore. Taylor whispered, "Detective Graney, one of the old-timers on the force." They stopped in the shadow halfway down the block, and Graney came ponderously heavy-footed to stand beside them. "Kind of a raw deal Moore give you back there," he remarked. "He don't know nothing about folks from Texas, Moore don't, do you, sir?" Campbell asked courteously. "Well, a little," replied the detective. "And here all I pounded after you guys for was because I got kinda used to Texas fellas in the Spanish War, and most of 'em that I run into was good sports," he added ingeniously. "And because this Moore, you don't need to go repeating it either of you, though it ain't any secret to him I think so, is a bonehead, right? He didn't seem to consult the rest of you much," Prez remarked tactfully. "He never does. He knows it all himself," said Graney. "It ain't like he was the chief, you know. It just happens, the chief being out of town and the captain off duty tonight, that he's sitting in at the top." Graney concluded bitterly, sire. "He's a wise guy, I don't think." The ex-ranger wasted no time seeking to learn what ancient departmental feud between Graney and Moore might be at the bottom of this bitterness, but asked practically, "What can we do, friend?" "What?" inquired the detective. "Do you want to do? Short of getting your man out?" "I want to talk with him, and I want to see the man that was killed." "Fair enough," Graney commented. "We'll do the second thing first, over at the morgue. After that we'll come back and you can see Braden in his cell." He explained this order of procedure by saying, "Moore goes off duty at 2 o'clock. The fella that takes charge then. Don't like him much more'n I do." Taylor at this point intimated that morgues had never entered into his life, and he hoped they never would. Campbell was entirely willing to excuse him from further participation in the night's wanderings. The ex-ranger and Detective Graney, presently, were viewing the body of the reckless and once handsome Oklahoma kid, awaiting the official autopsy that would take place in the morning. At his first glance, the Texan spoke with relief. "Yes," he said. "There ain't any doubt about his being shot from behind. I was afraid some mistake had been made about that, and if it had been done from in front, it might have been a fight. By you, here's the bullet." "We never found it," Graney said. "The killing, you see, was out of doors in that alley that leads up to the side door of the Monaco Cabaret. I hope it gets found, because I am sure Curly Bratton hain't got any gun except .45. All the pistols in our outfit are that caliber, and there ain't any way of proving it without that piece of lead, because bullets don't always act just the same in all cases. But I'd gamble the best hawse I've got that this hole wasn't made by any Colt. Looks to me as if it was too small going in and too big coming out. When you find that bullet, if it isn't busted, so its weight don't prove anything, I am saying it'll be a .38 at the biggest, and perhaps a .32. His eyes fell upon the pile of clothing that had been stripped from the body. "Say, Mr. Graney," he demanded, "are you sure all these clothes were Marling's?" "Bound to be," the detective said. "The system they've got here. There is no chance of a mix-up. I took 'em off him myself," put in the morgue attendant who accompanied them. "Don't touch 'em. The coroner ain't looked 'em over yet. I wasn't aiming to," Prez assured him. "I've been a peace officer myself. What's the matter with him?" Graney asked. "Nothing. Only he didn't usually wear a red handkerchief around his neck." "Let's go." Through steel bars, Prez talked with Curly Bratton. Detective Graney was kind enough to stand back out of earshot. "Right off, first hand," Campbell said. "I'll tell you, son, I don't believe you did it. And Millie, she was right positive. Wouldn't make any difference how much evidence these police thought they had. She'd know better. They haven't told me all the details of what they think," Curly remarked. but they've got hold of that quarrel the kid and me had this afternoon. I don't know how much the boys heard. I don't think they heard anything I said, but I was declaring myself to him after I found out him and her were going out to supper together. They were? Exclaimed Prez. They didn't. It was Curly's turn to exhibit astonishment. She told me they were going to, he said. If she hadn't tell you the truth. Judge, she and me had a date for supper tonight. And when you come up on the kid and me, that-a-way. She had just a few minutes before turned me down and said she was going with him. Told me with him present. And while I didn't so much care right at that minute about her going with me, thinking of her going out with him got me mad. Why didn't you want her to go with you? If she didn't, were you going to meet the Florian lady? Oh, Judge, her name isn't going to get into it too, is it? How are you going to stop these police digging up all sorts of things? Priest countered. And if Miss Florine can alibi you, but she can't, Curly protested. I haven't seen her since this afternoon at the rodeo, and then I didn't see her to speak to. He hesitated a second, then said, We don't want to drag any nice lady's name into this, Judge, but between you and me, I was looking for her, Millie having turned me down and all that. But she wasn't where she and I met last night, so I looked round a while, and then went home and went to bed. He explained further. Being kind of upset one way and another, I forgot to clean my pistol like I'd intended to. Red Peaks had used it for the show, you know, and the police, finding it had been fired, telling him about Peaks firing it made no difference, because it wouldn't be no dirtier if I had fired it afterward. I know, interrupted Campbell. You didn't call on Miss Florine at her home, I take it. She thought her folks might object. Me being a cowboy and all, Curly confided. So we met at one of these cabaret dance places. The Monaco is the name of it. The Monaco, eh? Who did you see there? You knew not last night when you were with Miss Florine, but tonight when you couldn't find her. Nobody, declared Curly with obvious sincerity. Not a soul. I went in and looked around, and she wasn't there. So I bought me a drink for manners, and pretty soon I went out and looked in a couple other places, and then I beat it home to the hotel. Was there anybody in the alley when you came out of the Monaco alley? Curly queried. What alley? Where the side door is. I never noticed any side door on any alley. Me, I went in at the front, tonight, and the other 2 times I've been there. I went there the first time with Miss Florine. Got real well acquainted for 3 days, didn't you, son? Quite a few folks must have noticed it, one place and another. And it never occurred to you, I suppose, that when Millie said she wa'n't going to supper with you, it might be because she thought probably you'd rather be out again with the new girl. I don't know that, but I don't guess it's a bad shot in the dark. Girls are fussy that-a-way about dividing their time with new ladies, he went on. Millie didn't tell me either that or anything else about it all, but I gathered from something she said that you had trampled on her feelings. That didn't stop her saying she knew you didn't kill him, though. Who do you suppose did, Judge? No more idea than the man in the moon, Prez had to admit. But we aim to do some investigating between now and sunup. Me and this friend of mine, that's a detective. I see you are wearing the usual red handkerchief. Curly's fingers went to it. What's that got to do with things? I don't know, the ex-ranger replied. I don't know as it's got anything to do with them at all. I only happened to notice it. Have you happened escorting her round to one place and another to meet any of Miss Florine's friends? I don't remember any names. Just folks we met there in the Monaco, and another dance place we went into. All seemed to be well-dressed, up-to-date folks. Yes. Look here, Judge, there ain't no reason to go ringing her or her friends in on a mess of trouble like this. Her folks are kind of old-fashioned and don't like her to go round to dance halls where it's lively. Lots of old folks are that-a-way. Did you say they were father and mother both? I didn't say. I don't know as I ever heard her mention. What difference does it make? I didn't find her tonight. That's so. So you didn't. Well, I am sorry to leave you here, son, but I've got to. We'll be doing all we can. A habeas corpus and reasonable bail and Curly began, but Campbell shook his head. This ain't Texas. Up in this country they don't fix reasonable bail for homicide. But keep smiling. Your friends are all on the job, especially Millie. Say, Judge, said the cowboy with some embarrassment. I've been kind of foolish, maybe. These new folks I met are right nice folks, but I don't suppose anything can be done to square it. But sitting here, I've been thinking that our own kind of folks is our own kind of folks. If Millie could sort of forget Curly, said the older man. Millie's daddy and me were friends as long as he lived. Such good friends that she's been calling me uncle ever since she was old enough to talk. I aim, when she gets married, to do anything an old-timer like me can do to see she gets a fairish sort of husband. Personally, he continued, I'd rather she took a kid that had made a few kinds of fool of himself and got over it, than one that City Glitter was going to get some time after he married. Maybe. Millie's got a heap o' sense. She might see it the same way, and then again she mightn't. Dependin' upon whether the fool kid acted like he'd got over it or not. Listen, Judge, said Curly. From the minute she lowed she was going to eat with Jack Marling, I've been looking at things different. I don't suppose she could understand that starting right out to try to find another lady was a sort of getting square, as you might say. I don't suppose she could, not right away, Prez replied. But time and good fruits of repentance has given her confidence in many a hawse that was a right bad bronc when she first forked him. So long, son. Don't go to frettin' too much about anything. Out on the street again, Campbell said to Graney, What sort of place is that Monaco cabaret? Bum, the detective answered, but prosperous. The gang that hangs out there has plenty money, these days. Bootleggers among 'em, maybe, and hijackers and a few other things. And sports that like to travel with 'em just between ourselves. Did you ever hear of a young lady named Pearl Florine? The Red Pearl, Graney replied promptly. Some stepper red, bits her 2 or 3 ways. For one thing, she always wears it. Another, she trains with Reds, anarchists, or communists or sump. I don't pretend to know just which kind they belong to. Her regular married name is Ricotti, although Angelo don't go by it. Angelo, her husband. He calls his last name Rich. Quick. Rich is how the gang knows him. Got it, though, we've never been able to convict him by his speed in pulling a gat. A gunman, sure. What's all this gone? Where is he? He's been out o' town the last week or so. But I seen a report from one of our railroad station men that he got back, unexpected, about 6 o'clock tonight. Last night, I mean. It's morning now. Mr. Graney, promised Campbell with confidence, you take me to Angelo Ricotti and think up a good way to get him mad and talkative, and I'll give you a laugh on Mr. Detective Moore that he won't get over till Texas is annexed back to Mexico. Briefly, he went into details, unhesitatingly, enthusiastically. Detective Graney agreed with him. It was a little past 3 o'clock when they found Quick Rich in the back room of a hang, out whose sentry they and the policeman on the beat had succeeded in suppressing without any alarm being given. One other man was present, and Campbell seized and disarmed him while Graney jammed a pistol into Rich's midriff and took from his coat a peg. .38, automatic with its barrel powder stained. It's no good, quick, the detective said, when the handcuffs were on. We know all about the killing. The Pearl turned you in. So she was there, was she? Raved Angelo. If I'd seen her, I'd have made a double job of it. Well, I got him anyway, the whelp. waving his hand at her every day in the grandstand in front of 5,000 people, and her waving back, and the nerve to take her out and make a fool of me to the whole gang. And Pearl, just because we had some words kidding him along with his big hat and cowboy clothes and red handkerchief. You identified him by his red handkerchief, of course. Just as he was heading into the side door of the Monaco, Press suggested mildly. Sure I did. They told me he was the only one of that Wild West crowd that ever wore one. Who are you? Mr. Campbell, said Detective Graney, unctuously, is a guy from Texas that used to be a rough rider. And him and me is going to do some more rough riding, with a certain know-it-all gent to be rode along about court time in the morning. Moore was right at that in a way, murmured the ex-ranger as the patrolman left to ring for the patrol. Look for the woman. That's as good a rule in some killings in Texas as it is here in the East. And I followed his hunch and did the same thing. But down in my part of the country, we use words some different. When we say women, we usually don't mean ladies. End of Splashes of Red by J. Frank Davis.
The Bronze Hand by Anna Katharine Green. Her room was on the ground floor of the house we mutually inhabited, and mine directly above it, so that my opportunities for seeing her were limited to short glimpses of her auburn head as she leaned out of the window to close her shutters at night or open them in the morning. Yet our chance encounter in the hall or on the walk in front had made so deep an impression upon my sensibilities that I was never without the vision of her pale face set off by the aureole of reddish-brown hair, which, since my first meeting with her, had become for me the symbol of everything beautiful, incomprehensible, and strange. For my fellow lodger was a mystery. I am a busy man now, but just at the time of which I speak, I had leisure in abundance. I was sharing with many others the unrest of the perilous days subsequent to the raid of John Brown at Harper's Ferry. Abraham Lincoln had been elected president. Baltimore, where the incidents I am relating transpired, had become the headquarters of men who secretly leagued themselves in antagonism to the North. Men and women who felt that their Northern brethren had grievously wronged them, planned to undermine the stability of the government. The schemes at this time were gigantic in their conception and far-reaching in their scope and endless ramifications. Naturally, under these conditions, a consciousness of ever-present danger haunted every thinking mind. The candor of the outspoken was regarded with doubt, and the reticence of the more cautious with distrust. It was a trying time for sensitive, impressionable natures with nothing to do. Perhaps all this may account for the persistency with which I sat in my open window. I was thus sitting one night, a memorable one to me, when I heard a sharp exclamation from below in a voice I had long listened for. Any utterance from those lips would have attracted my attention. But filled as this was with marked, if not extraordinary emotion, I could not fail to be roused to a corresponding degree of curiosity and interest. Thrusting out my head, I cast a rapid glance downward. A shutter swinging in the wind and the escaping figure of a man hurrying round the corner of the street were all that rewarded my scrutiny. Though from the stream of light issuing from the casement beneath, I perceived that her window, like my own, was wide open. As I continued to watch this light, I saw her thrust out her head with an eagerness indicative of great excitement. Peering to right and left, she murmured some suppressed words, mixed with gasps of such strong feeling that I involuntarily called out, "Excuse me, madam, have you been frightened in any way by the man I saw running away from here a moment ago?" She gave a great start and glanced up. I see her face yet. Beautiful, wonderful. So beautiful and so wonderful. I have never been able to forget it. Meeting my eye, she faltered out, "Did you see a man running away from here?" "Oh, sir, if I might have a word with you." I came near leaping directly to the pavement in my ardor and anxiety to oblige her. But, remembering before it was too late that she was neither a Juliet nor I a Romeo, I merely answered that I would be with her in a moment, and betook myself below by the less direct but safer means of the staircase. It was a short one, and I was but a moment in descending, but that moment was long enough for my heart to acquire a most uncomfortable throb, and it was with anything but an air of quiet self-possession that I approached the threshold I had never before dared to cross, even in fancy. The door was open, and I caught one glimpse of her figure before she was aware of my presence. She was contemplating her right hand with a look of terror, which, added to her striking personality, made her seem at the instant a creature of alarming characteristics, fully as capable of awakening awe as devotion. I may have given some token of the agitation her appearance awakened, for she turned towards me with sudden vehemence. "Oh," she cried with a welcoming gesture, "you are the gentleman from upstairs who saw a man running away from here a moment ago." "Would you know that man if you saw him again?" "I am afraid not," I replied. "He was only a flying figure in my eyes." "Oh," she moaned, wringing her hands together in dismay. But, immediately straightening herself, she met my regard with one as direct as my own. "I need a friend," she said, "and I am surrounded by strangers." I made a move towards her. I did not feel myself a stranger. But how was I to make her realize the fact? "If there is anything I can do," I suggested. Her steady regard became searching. "I have noticed you before tonight," she declared, with a directness devoid of every vestige of coquetry. "You seem to have qualities that may be trusted, but the man capable of helping me needs the strongest motives that influence humanity: courage, devotion, discretion, and a total forgetfulness of self. Such qualifications cannot be looked for in a stranger." As if with these words she dismissed me from her thoughts, she turned her back upon me. Then, as if recollecting the courtesy due even to strangers, she cast me an apologetic glance over her shoulder and hurriedly added, "I am bewildered by my loss. Leave me to the torment of my thoughts. You can do nothing for me." Had there been the least evidence of falsity in her tone, or the slightest striving after effect in her look or bearing, I would have taken her at her word, and left her then and there. But the candor of the woman and the reality of her emotion were not to be questioned, and moved by an impulse as irresistible as it was foolhardy, I cried, with the impetuosity of my 21 years, "I am ready to risk my life for you. I do not know and do not care to ask. I only know you could have found no other man so willing to do your bidding." A smile, in which surprise was tempered by a feeling almost tender, crossed her lips and immediately vanished. She shook her head, as if in deprecation of the passion my words evinced, and was about to dismiss me, when she suddenly changed her mind and seized upon the aid I had offered. With a fervor that roused my sense of chivalry and deepened what might have been but a passing fancy into an active and all-engrossing passion. "I can read faces," said she, "and I have read yours. You will do for me what I cannot do for myself. But have you a mother living?" I answered no, that I was very nearly without relatives or ties. "I am glad," she said, half to herself. Then, with a last searching look, "Have you not even a sweetheart?" I must have reddened painfully, for she drew back with a hesitating and troubled air. That the vigorous protest I hastened to make seemed to reassure her, for the next word she uttered was one of confidence. "I have lost a ring." She spoke in a low but hurried tone. It was snatched from my finger as I reached out my hand to close my shutters. Someone must have been lying in wait, someone who knows my habits and the hour at which I close my window for the night. The loss I have sustained is greater than you can conceive. It means more, much more than appears. To the man who will bring me back that ring direct from the hand that stole it, I would devote the gratitude of a lifetime. Are you willing to make the endeavor? It is a task I cannot give to the police." This request, so different from any I had expected, checked my enthusiasm in proportion as it awoke a senseless jealousy. "Yet it seems directly in their line," I suggested, seeing nothing but humiliation before me if I attempted the recovery of a simple love token. "I know that it must seem so to you," she admitted, reading my thoughts and answering them with skillful indirectness. "But what policeman would undertake a difficult and minute search for an article whose intrinsic value would not reach $5? "Then it is only a memento," I stammered, with very evident feeling. "Only a memento," she repeated, "but not of love. Worthless as it is in itself, it would buy everything I possess, and almost my soul tonight. I can explain no further. Will you attempt its recovery?" Restored to myself by her frank admission that it was no lover's keepsake, I was urged to recapture and return. I allowed the powerful individuality of this woman to have its full effect upon me. Taking in with one glance her beauty, the impassioned fervor of her nature, and the subtle charm of a spirit she now allowed to work its full spell upon me, I threw every practical consideration to the winds and impetuously replied, "I will endeavor to regain this ring for you. Tell me where to go, and whom to attack, and if human wit and strength can compass it, you shall have the jewel back before morning." "Oh," she protested, "I see that you anticipate a task of small difficulty. You cannot recover this particular ring so easily as that. In the first place, I do not in the least know who took it. I only know its destination. Alas, if it is allowed to reach that destination, I am bereft of hope." "No love token," I murmured. "And yet your whole peace depends on its recovery." "More than my peace," she answered, and with a quick movement she closed the door which I had left open behind me. As its sharp bang rang through the room, I realized into what a pitfall I had stumbled. Only a political intrigue of the most desperate character could account for the words I had heard and the actions to which I had been a witness. But I was in no mood to recoil even from such dangers as these, and so my look showed her as she leaned toward me with the words, "Listen. I am burdened with a secret. I am in this house, in this city, for a purpose. The secret is not my own, and I cannot part with it. Neither is my purpose communicable. You therefore will be obliged to deal with the greatest dangers blindfold. One encouragement only I can give you. You will work for good ends. You are pitted against wrong, not right. And if you succumb, it will be in a cause you yourself would call noble." "Do I make myself understood, Mr. Abbott?" I put in with a bow. She took the bow for an affirmative, as indeed I meant she should. "You do not recoil?" she murmured. "Not even when I say that you must take no third party into your confidence, no matter to what extremity you are brought?" "I would not be the man I think I am if I recoiled," I said, smiling. She waved her hand with almost a stern air. "Swear," she commanded. "Swear that, from the moment you leave this door till you return to it, you will breathe no word concerning me, your errand, or even the oath I am now exacting from you." Ah, thought I to myself, this is serious. But I took the oath under the spell of the most forceful personality I had ever met, and did not regret it then. "Now let us waste no more time," said she. "In the large building on street there is an office with the name of Dr. Merriam on the door. See, I have written it on this card so that there may be no mistake about it. That office is open to patients from 10 in the morning until 12 at noon. During these hours anyone can enter there. But to awaken no distrust, you should have some ailment. Have you not some slight disorder concerning which you might consult a physician?" "I doubt it," said I, "but I might manufacture one that would not do with Dr. Merriam. He is a skillful man. He would see through any imposture." "I have a sick friend," I ruminated. "And, by the way, his case is obscure and curious. I could interest any doctor in it in 5 minutes. That is good. Consult him in regard to your friend. Meantime, while you are waiting for the interview, take notice of a large box you will find placed on a side table. Do not seem to fix your attention on it, but never let it be really out of your sight from the moment the door is unlocked at 10 till you are forced by the doctor's importunity to leave the room at 12. If you are alone there for 1 minute, and you will be allowed to remain there alone if you show no haste to consult the doctor, unlock that box. Here is the key, and look carefully inside. No one will interfere, and no one will criticize you. There is more than one person who has access to that box. But, I put in, you will discover there, she whispered, a hand of bronze lying on an enameled cushion. On the fingers of this hand there should be, and doubtless are, rings of forged steel of peculiar workmanship. If there is one on the middle finger, my cause is lost, and I can only await the end. Her cheek paled. But if there is not, you may be sure that an attempt will be made by someone tomorrow, I do not know whom, to put one there before the office closes at noon. The ring will be mine, the one stolen from my hand just now, and it will be your business to prevent the box being opened for this purpose, by any means short of public interference involving arrest and investigation. For this, too, would be fatal. The delay of a day may be of incalculable service to me. It would give me time to think, if not to act. Does the undertaking seem a hopeless one? Am I asking too much of your inexperience? It does not seem a hopeful one, I admitted, but I am willing to undertake the adventure. What are its dangers? And why, if I see the ring on the finger you speak of, cannot I take it off and bring it back to you? Because, said she, answering the last question first, the ring becomes a part of the mechanism the moment it is thrust over the last joint. You could not draw it off. As for the dangers I allude to, they are of a hidden character and part of the secret I mentioned. If, however, you exercise your wit, your courage, and a proper amount of strategy, you may escape. Interference must be proved against you. That rule, at least, has been held inviolate. Aghast at the mysterious perils she thus indicated in the path toward which she was urging me, I for one instant felt an impulse to retreat. But adventure of any kind has its allurements for an unoccupied youth of 21, and when seasoned, as this was, by romantic, if unreasonable passion, proved altogether too irresistible for me to give it up. Laughing outright in my endeavor to throw off the surplus of my excitement, I drew myself up and uttered some fiery phrase of courage, which I doubt if she even heard. Then I said some word about the doctor, which she at once caught up. The doctor, said she, may know and may not know the mysteries of that box. I would advise you to treat him solely as a doctor. He who uses the key you now hold in your hand cannot be too wary, by which I mean too careful or too silent. Oh, that I dared to go there myself! But my agitation would betray me. Besides, my person is known, or this ring would never have been taken from me. I will be your deputy, I assured her. Have you any further instructions? No, said she. Instructions are useless in an affair of this kind. Your actions must be determined by the exigencies of the moment. Meantime, my every thought will be yours. Good night, sir. Pray God it may not be goodbye. One moment, I said, as I rose to go. Have you any objection to telling me your name? I am Miss Calhoun, she said, with a graceful bow. This was the beginning of my formidable adventure with the bronze hand. The building mentioned by my newfound friend was well known to me. It was one of the kind in which every other office is unoccupied the year round. Such tenants as gave it the little air of usefulness it possessed were of the bad pay kind. They gave little concern to their own affairs and less to those of their neighbors. The public avoided the building, and the tenants did nothing to encourage a change. In a populous city, On the corner made by frequented streets, it stood as much alone and neglected as if it were a ruin. Old or young eyes may have looked through its begrimed windows into the busy thoroughfare beneath, but none in the street ever honored the old place with a glance or thought. No one even wasted contempt upon its smoky walls, and few disturbed the accumulated dust upon the stairs or in the dimly lighted hallways. Had a place been sought for wherein the utmost secrecy might be observed, surely this was that place. As I neared the door upon which I read the doctor's name, I found myself treading on tiptoe, so impressed had I become by a sense of caution, if not of dread. I had made every effort to be on hand at precisely 10 o'clock, and felt so sure that I had been the first to arrive that I reached out to the doorknob with every expectation of entering, unseen by anyone and possibly unheard. To my dismay, the first twist I gave it resulted in a rusty shriek that set my teeth on edge and echoed down the gloomy hall. With my flesh creeping, I opened the door and passed into the doctor's outer room. It was far from being empty. Seated in chairs ranged along two sides of the room, I saw a dozen or more persons, male and female. All wore the preoccupied air that patients are apt to assume while awaiting their turn to be called by the doctor. One amongst the number made an effort at indifference by drawing out and pushing back a nail in the flooring with the sole of her pretty shoe. It may have been intended for coquetry, and at another time might have bewitched me. Now it seemed strangely out of place. The man who was to all appearance counting the flies in the web of an industrious spider was more in keeping with the place. My feelings and the atmosphere of despondency that the room gave out. As I had no doubt that the ring I was seeking was in the possession of some one of these persons, I gave each as minute an examination as was possible under the circumstances. Only two amongst them appeared open to suspicion. Of these, one was a young man whose naturally fine features would have prepossessed him in my favor had it not been for the peculiar alertness of his bright blue eye, which flashed incessantly in every direction, till each and all of us seemed to partake of his restlessness and anxiety. Why was he not depressed? The other was the girl, or rather the young lady, to whose pretty foot I have referred. If she was at all conspicuous, it was owing to the contrast between her beautiful face and the Quaker-like simplicity of her dress. She was restless also. Her foot had ceased its action, but her hand moved constantly. Now it clutched its fellow in her lap, and now it ran in an oft-repeated action seemingly beyond her control, up and down and round a plain but expensive leather bag she wore at her side. She carries the ring, thought I, sitting down in the chair next her Mayentime. I had not been oblivious of the box. It stood upon a plain oak table directly opposite the door by which I had come in. It was about a foot square, and was the only object in the room at all ornamental. Indeed, there was but little else for the eye to rest on. Consequently, most of us looked that way, though I noticed that but few seemed to take any real interest in that or anything else within sight. This was encouraging, and I was on the point of transferring my entire attention to the two persons I have named, when one of them, the nearest, rose hurriedly and went out. This was an unexpected move on her part, and I did not know what to make of it. Had I annoyed her by my scrutiny, or had she divined my errand? In my doubt, I consulted the face of the man I secretly thought to be her accomplice. It was non-committal, and, in my doubt as to the meaning of all this, I allowed myself to become interested in a pale young woman who had been sitting on the other side of the lady who had just left. She was evidently a patient who stood in great need of assistance. Her head hung feebly forward, and her whole figure looked ready to drop. Yet when, a minute later, the door of the inner office opened, and the doctor appeared on the sill, in an expectant attitude, she made no attempt to rise, but pushed forward another woman, who seemed less indisposed than herself. I had to compel myself to think of all I saw as being real and within my experience. Surprised by this action on the part of one so ill, I watched the pale girl for an instant, and almost forgot my mission in the compassion aroused by her sickly appearance. But soon that mission and my motive for being in this place were somewhat vividly recalled to me by an unexpected action on this very young woman's part. With the sudden movement of an acutely suffering person, she bounded from her seat and crossed the floor to where the box stood, gasping for breath, and almost falling against the table when she reached it. A grunt from the good-looking young man followed, but neither he nor the middle-aged female with a pitiful skin disease, who had been sitting near her, offered to go to her assistance, though the latter looked as if she would like to. I was the only one to rise. The truth is, I could see no one touch the box without having something more than my curiosity awakened. Approaching her respectfully, and with as complete a dissimulation of my real feelings as possible, I ventured to say, "You are very ill, Miss. Shall I summon the doctor?" She was clutching the side of the table for support, and her head, drooping helplessly over the box, was swaying from side to side as she rocked to and fro in her pain. "Thank you," she gasped without turning. "I will wait. I would rather wait." At that moment the doctor's door opened again. "There he is now," said I. "I will wait," she insisted. Let the others take their turn. Satisfied now that something besides pain caused her interest in the box, I drew back, asking myself whether she had been in possession of the ring from the beginning, or whether it had been passed to her by her restless neighbor. Meanwhile, another patient had disappeared into the adjoining room. A few minutes passed. The man with the restless eye began to fidget. Could it be that she was simply guarding the box, and that he was the one who wished to open it? As the doubt struck me, I surveyed her more attentively. She was certainly doing something besides supporting herself with that sly right hand of hers. Yes, that was a click I heard. She was fitting a key into the lock. Startled but determined not to betray myself, I assumed an air of great patience, and, taking a memorandum book from my pocket, began to write in it. Meantime, the doctor had disposed of his second patient, and had beckoned to a third. To my astonishment, my friend with the nervous manner responded, thus acquitting himself in my eyes from any interest in the box. The interview he had with the doctor lasted some time. Meantime, the young woman in the window remained more or less motionless. When the fourth person left the room, she turned and cast a quick glance at myself and the other person present. I knew what it meant. She was anxious to be left alone in order to lift that mysterious lid. She was no more ill than I was. There was even a dash of color in her cheeks, and the trembling she indulged in was caused by great excitement and suspense, and not by pain. Compassion at once gave way to anger, and I inwardly resolved not to spare her if we came into conflict over the box. My companion was an old and non-observant man, who had come in after the rest of us. When the doctor again appeared, I motioned to this old man to follow him, which he very gladly did, leaving me alone with the pale girl. At once I got up, showing my fatigue and slightly yawning. "This is very tedious," I muttered aloud, and stepped idly towards the door leading into the hall. The girl at the box could not restrain her impatience. She cast me another short glance. I affected not to see it, took out my watch, consulted it, put it back quickly, and slipped out into the hall. As I closed the door behind me, I heard a slight creak. Instantly I was back again, and with so sudden a movement that I surprised her, with her face bent over the open box. "Oh, my poor young lady," I exclaimed, springing towards her with every appearance of great concern. "You do not look able to stand. Lean on me if you feel faint, and I will help you to a seat." She turned upon me in a fury, but meeting my eye, assumed an air of composure, which did not impose upon me in the least, or prevent me from pressing close to her side and taking one look into the box, which she had evidently not had sufficient self-possession to close. The sight which met my eye was not unexpected, yet was no less interesting on that account. The hand curiously made of bronze and of exquisite proportions, lay on its enameled cushion with rings on all of its fingers save one. That one, I was delighted to see, was the middle one, proof positive that the mischief contemplated by Miss Calhoun had not yet been accomplished. Restored to complete self-possession by this discovery, I examined the box and its contents with an air of polite curiosity. I surprised myself by my self-possession and bonhomie. "What an odd thing to find in a physician's office," I exclaimed. "Beautiful, is it not? An unusual work of art. But there is nothing in it to alarm you. You shouldn't allow yourself to be frightened at such a thing as that." And, with a quick action she was wholly powerless to prevent, I shut down the lid, which closed with a snap. Startled and greatly discomposed, she drew back, hastily thrusting her hand behind her. "You are very officious," she began, but seeing nothing but good nature in the smile with which I regarded her, she faltered irresolutely, and finally took refuge again in her former trick of invalidism. Breaking out into low moanings, she fell back upon the nearest chair, from which she immediately started again with the quick cry, "Oh, how I suffer! I am not well enough to be out alone." And turning with a celerity that belied her words, she fled into the hall, shutting the door violently behind her. Astonished at the completeness of my victory, I spent the first moments of triumph in trying to lift the lid of the box. But it was securely locked. I was just debating whether I could now venture to return to my seat, when the hall door reopened and a gentleman entered. He was short, sturdy, and had a bristling black moustache. I needed to look at him but once to be certain he was interested both in the box and me, and while I gave no evidence of my discovery, I prepared myself for an adventure of a much more serious nature than that which had just occupied me. Modeling my behavior upon that of the young girl whose place I had usurped, I placed my elbow on the box and looked out of the window. As I did so, I heard a shuffling in the adjoining room, and knew that in another moment the doctor would again appear at the door to announce that he was ready for another patient. How could I evade the summons? The man behind me was a determined one. He was there for the purpose of opening the box, and would not be likely to leave the room while I remained in it. How, then, could I comply with the requirements of the situation and yet prevent this newcomer from lifting the lid in my absence? I knew of but one way, a way which had suggested itself to me during the long watches of the previous night, and which I had come prepared to carry out. Taking advantage of my proximity to the box, I inserted in the keyhole a small morsel of wax, which, for some minutes past, I had been warming in my hand. This done, I laid my hat down on the lid, noting with great exactness as I did so just where its rim lay in reference to the various squares and scrolls with which the top was ornamented. By this means I felt that I might know if the hat were moved in my absence. The doctor having showed himself by this time, I followed him into his office with a calmness born of the most complete confidence in the strategy I had employed. Dr. Merriam, whom I have purposely refrained from describing until now, was a tall, well-made man with a bald head and a pleasant eye, but careless in his attire and bearing. As I met that eye and responded to his good-natured greeting, I inwardly decided that his interest in the box was much less than his guardianship of it would seem to betoken. And when I addressed him and entered upon the subject of my friend's complaint, I soon saw by the depth of his professional interest that, whatever connection he might have with the box, neither that nor any other topic whatever could for a moment vie with his delight in a new and strange case like that of my poor friend. I consequently entered into the medical details demanded of me with a free mind, and succeeded in getting some very valuable advice, for which I was, of course, truly grateful. As soon as this was accomplished, I took my leave, but not by the usual door of egress. Saying that I had left my hat in the anteroom, I bowed my acknowledgments to the doctor and returned the way I came. But not without meeting with a surprise. There was still but one person in the room with the box, but that person was not the man with the bristling moustache and determined eye whom I had expected to find there. It was the pretty, Quaker-like girl who had formerly aroused my suspicions, and though she sat far from the box, a moment's glance at her flushed face and trembling hands assured me she had but that moment left it. Going at once to the box, I saw that my hat had been moved, but more significant still was the hairpin lying on the floor at my feet, with a morsel of wax sticking to one of its points. This was conclusive. The man had discovered why his key would not work, and had called to his aid the young lady who had evidently been waiting in the hall outside. She had tried to pick out the wax, a task in which I had happily interrupted her, proud of the success of my device, and satisfied that the danger was over for that day, it being well on to 12 o'clock. I said a few words more to the doctor, who had followed me into the room, and then prepared to take my departure. But the young lady was more agile than I, saying something about a very pressing engagement which would not allow her to consult the doctor that day. She hurried ahead of me and ran quickly down the long hall. The doctor looked astonished, but dismissed the matter with a shrug, while, with the greatest desire to follow her, I stood hesitating on the threshold, when my eye fell on a small object lying under the chair on which she had been sitting. It was the little leathern bag I had seen hanging at her side. Catching it up, I explained that I would run after the young lady and restore it, and glad of an excuse which would enable me to follow her through the streets without risking the suspicion of impropriety, I hastened down the stairs and happily succeeded in reaching the pavement before her skirts whisked round the corner. I was therefore but a few paces behind her, which distance I took good care to preserve. My motive in following this young girl was not so much to restore her property as to see where her engagement was taking her. I felt confident that none of the three persons who had shown interest in the box was the prime mover in an affair so important, and it was necessary above all things to find out who the prime mover was. So I followed the girl. She led me into a doubtful quarter of the town. As the crowd between us diminished and we reached a point where we were the only pedestrians on the block we were then traversing, I grew anxious lest she should turn and see me before arriving at her destination. But she evidently was without suspicion, for she passed without any hesitation up a certain stoop in the middle of this long block, and entered an open door on which a brass plate was to be seen, inscribed with this one word in large black letters. Madam, this was odd, and as I had no inclination to encounter any madam without some hint as to her character and business, I looked about me for someone able and willing to give me the necessary information. An upholsterer's shop in an opposite basement seemed to offer me the opportunity I wanted. Crossing the street, I saluted the honest-looking man I met in the doorway, and pointing out Madame's house, asked what was done over there. He answered with a smile. "Go and see," he said. "The door's open." "Oh, they don't charge anything," he made haste to protest, misunderstanding, no doubt, my air of hesitation. "I was in there once myself. They all sit round and she talks, that is, if she feels like it. It is all nonsense, you know, sir. No good in it." "But is there any harm?" I asked. "Is the place reputable and safe?" "Oh, safe enough. I never heard of anything going wrong there. Why, ladies go there. Real ladies, veiled, of course. I have seen 2 carriages at a time standing in front of that door. Fools, to be sure, sir, but honest enough, I suppose." I needed no further encouragement. Recrossing the street, I entered the house which stood so invitingly open, and found myself almost immediately in a large hall from which I was ushered, by a silent negress, into a long room, with so dim and mysterious an interior that I felt like a man suddenly transported from the bustle of the outdoor world into the mystic recesses of some Eastern temple. The causes of this effect were simple: a dim light suggesting worship, the faint scent of slowly burning incense, women and men sitting on low benches about the walls. In the center, on a kind of raised dais, backed by a drapery of black velvet, a woman was seated, in the semblance of a Hindu god, so nearly did her heavy, compactly crouched figure wound about with Eastern stuffs and glistening with gold, recall the images we are accustomed to associate with the worship of Vishnu. Her face, too, so far as it was visible in the subdued light, had the unresponsiveness of carven wood, and, if not exactly hideous of feature, had in it a strange and haunting quality, calculated to impress a sensitive mind with a sense of implacable fate. Cruel, hard, passionless, and yet threatening to a degree, must this countenance have seemed to those who willingly subjected themselves to its baneful influence. I was determined not to be one of these, and yet I had not regarded her for 2 minutes before I found myself forgetting the real purpose of my visit, and taking a seat with the rest, in anticipation of something for which, as yet, I had no name, even in my own mind. How long I sat there motionless, I do not know. A spell was on me, a spell from which I suddenly roused with a start. Why or through what means, I do not know. Nobody else had moved. Fearing a relapse into this trance-like state, I made a persistent effort to be freed from its dangers. Happily, the full signification of my errand there burst upon me. Finding myself really awake, I ventured to peer about, expecting to see the more willing devotees affected as I had been. I encountered a flash from the eyes of the young lady whose bag I held in my hand. She was under no spell. She had not only seen but recognized me. I held the bag towards her. She gave a furtive glance in the direction of Madame, a glance not free from fear, then clutched the bag. Before releasing my hold upon it, I ventured upon a word of explanation. I got no further, for at this moment a voice was heard. By the effect it had upon the expectant ones, I knew it could have emanated only from the idol-like being who had filled the place with her awesome personality. At first, the voice sounded like a distant call, musically sweet and low, the kind of note that we can imagine the Indian snake charmers to use when the cobra raises its winged head in obedience to the pipe's resistless charm. Every ear was strained to hear, mine with the rest. So much preparation, so much faith must result in something. What was it to be? The incoherent sounds became more and more distinct and, finally, took on the articulate form of words. The quiet was deathly. Every one was prepared to interpret her utterances into personal significance. The dread and trouble of the times filling all minds. Men wished to be forehanded with the decrees of Providence. Into this brooding silence, the low, vibrating tones of this mysterious voice entered. And this is what we heard. Doom. Doom for him, the one, the betrayer, the passing bell is tolling. Hear it, ye weak ones, and grow strong. Hear it, you mighty, and tremble not. Alone for him will it ring, for ye, for ye. If the decree of the linked rings goes forth, here there was a perceptible quiver of the drapery back of the dais. Others may not have noted it. I did. When, therefore, a very white hand came slowly from between its folds and placed its fingers upon the right temple of Madame, I was not much startled. What did startle me was the fact, let out before that admonishing hand touched her, that this being, I can hardly call her, woman seemingly so far removed from the political agitations of the day, was, in very deed, either consciously or unconsciously, I could not decide which, intimately connected with the conspiracy I was at that very moment striving to defeat. How intimately? Was she the prime mover I was seeking, or simply an instrument under the control of another, and yet stronger, personality imaged in the owner of that white hand? There was no means of determining at that moment. Meanwhile, the fingers had left the temple of Madame B. The hand was slowly withdrawn. Sleep apparently fell again upon the dreamer, but only long enough for her to bring forth the words I have said. The silence that followed gave me time to think. It was necessary. She had bidden the mighty tremble and had pronounced death to one. The betrayer was this senseless drivel, prophetic sight, or threatened murder? I inclined to consider it the last, and this was why. For some weeks now, murder, or at least sudden death, had been rampant in the country. My flesh crept as I remembered the many mysterious deaths reported within the month from St. Louis, Boston, New Orleans, New York, and even here in Baltimore. Like a flash, it came across me that every name was identified more or less closely with the political affairs of the time. Coupling my knowledge with what I conjectured, was it strange I saw confirmation of the worst fears expressed by Miss Calhoun in the half-completed sentences of this seeming clairvoyant? So occupied had I been with my own thoughts that I feared I might have done something to call an undesirable attention to myself. Glancing furtively to one side, I heard in the opposite direction these words, "She has never failed. What she has said will come to pass. Some one of note will die." These gloomy words were the first to break the ominous silence. Turning to face the speaker, I encountered the cold eye of a man with a retreating chin, a receding forehead, and a mouth large and cruel enough to stamp him as one of those perverted natures who, to the unscrupulous, are usefully insane. Here, then, was a being who not only knew the meaning of the fateful words we had heard, but, to my mind, could be relied upon to make them a verity. It was a relief to me to turn my gaze from his repellent features to the fixed countenance of Madame Guocow. She had not stirred, but either the room had grown lighter, or my eyes had become more accustomed to the darkness, for I certainly saw a change in her look. Her eyelids were now raised, and her eyes were bent directly upon me. This was uncomfortable, especially as there was malevolence in her glance, or so I thought, and far from being pleased with my position, I began to wish that I had never allowed myself to enter the place. Under the influence of this feeling, I let my eyes drop from the woman's countenance to her hands, which were folded, as I have said, in a fixed position across her breast. The result was an increase of my mental disturbance. They were brown, shining hands laden with rings, and in the added light under which I saw them bore a strange resemblance to the bronze hand I had just left in Dr. Merriam's office. I had never considered myself a weak man, but from that instant I began to have a crawling fear of this woman, a fear that was in no wise lessened by the very evident agitation visible in the girl who had been for me the connecting link between that object of mystery. Unendurable quiet was upon us all again. It was aggravated by awe, an awe to which I was determined not to succumb, notwithstanding the secret uneasiness under which I was laboring. So I let my eyes continue to roam till they fell upon the one thing moving in the room. This was a man's foot, which I now saw projecting from behind a drapery through which I had seen the white hand glide. It was swinging up and down in an impatient way, so out of keeping with the emotions perceptible on this side of the drapery that I felt forced to ask myself what sort of person this could be who thus kept watch and ward with such very commonplace impatience over a creature who was able to hold every other person in her presence under a spell. The drapery did not give up its secrets, and again I yielded to the fascinations of Madame's face. There was a change in it. The eyes no longer looked my way, but into space, which seemed to hold for them some terrible and heart-rending vision. The lips which had been closed were now parted, and from them issued a breath which soon formed itself into words. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." What passionate utterance was this? The voice that had been musical now rang with jangling discord. The swinging of the foot behind the drapery ceased. Madame spoke on. "Through pain, sorrow, blood, and death shall victory come. Life for life, pang for pang, scorn for scorn." The swinging foot disappeared, and the small white hand passed quickly through the curtain and rested again upon the forehead of Madame. But without a calming effect this time. On the contrary, it seemed to urge and incite her, for she broke into a new strain, speaking rapidly, wildly, as if she lived in what she saw, or what was doubtless truer, had lived in it, and was but recalling her own past in one of those terrible hours of memory, that recur on the borderland of dreams. I see a child, a girl. She is young, she is beautiful. Men love her, many men, but she loves only one. He is of the north, she is of the south. He is icy like his clime, she is fiery like her skies. The fire cannot warm the ice. It is the ice puts out the fire. Woe, woe. The left hand came from the drapery, found its way to the left temple of the woman. But it, too, was ineffectual. Hurriedly, madly the words went on, tripping each other up in their haste and passion. The voice now became hoarse with rage. The girl is now a woman, a child is given her. The man demands the child. She will not give it up. He curses it, he curses her, but she is firm and holds it to her breast till her arms are blackened by the blows he deals her. Then he curses her country, the land that gave her a heart. And hearing this, she rises up and curses him and his. With an oath the Lord will hear and answer from his judgment throne. For the child was slain between them, and its pitiful small body blocks the passage of mercy between his and hers forever. Woe, woe! As suddenly as the vehement change had come upon her, she had become calm again. The eyes retained their stony stare, but a cold and cruel smile formed about her lips, as if, with the utterance of that last word, she saw a futurity of blood and carnage satisfying her ferocious soul. It was revolting, horrible, but no one else seemed to feel it as I did. To most, it was a short glimpse into a suffering soul. To me it was the revelation of causes which had led, and would lead yet, to miseries for which she had no pity, and which I felt myself too weak to avert. That it was not intended that the devotees of Madame should have heard these ravings was evident, for at this juncture the owner of the two white hands that had failed to control the spirit of Madame came out from behind the drapery of the dais. He proved to be none other than the man with the bristling moustache, whose plans I had disarranged at the doctor's office by plugging the keyhole of the box with wax. This was enough chicanery, was my inmost thought as I noted his cool and calculating eye. But very dangerous chicanery, I added, was the ring upon whose immediate capture I now saw that a life, if not lives, depended in his possession or in that of Madame, or in that of the Quaker-like girl sitting a few seats from me. How impossible to tell, and yet how imperative to know. As I was debating how this could be brought about, I watched the man. Self-control was a habit with him, but I saw the nervous clutch of his delicate hand. This did not indicate complete mastery of himself at that moment. He spoke with care, but as if he were in haste to deliver himself of the few necessary words of dismissal without betraying his lack of composure. Madame will awake presently. She will be heard no more today. Those who wish to kiss her robes may pass in front of her, but she is still too far away from earth to hear your voices or to answer any questions. You will therefore preserve silence. So, more chicanery. Or was it strategy? Pure and simple, was there at the bottom of his words the wish to see me nearer, or was he just playing with the credulity of such believers as the man next me, for instance? I did not stop to determine. My anxiety to see Madame, without the illusion of even a short distance between us, induced me to join the file of the faithful who was slowly approaching the seated woman. I would not kiss her robes, but I would look into her eyes and make sure that she was as far away from us all as she was said to be. But as I drew nearer to her, I forgot all about her eyes in the interest awakened by her hands, and when it came my turn to pause before her, it was upon the middle finger of her right hand my eyes were fixed. For there I saw the ring, the veritable ring of my fair neighbor, if the description given by her was correct. To see it there was to have it, or so I vowed in my surprise and self-confidence. Putting on an air of great dignity, I bowed to the woman and passed on, resolving upon the course I would pursue, which must necessarily be daring in order to succeed. At the door I paused, till all who followed me had passed out. Then I turned back, and once again faced Madame. She was alone. Her watchful guardian had left her side, and, to all appearances, the room. The opportunity surpassed my expectations, and, with a step full of nerve, I pushed forward and took my stand again directly in front of her. She gave no token of seeing me, but I did not hesitate on that account. Exerting all my willpower, I first subjected her to a long and masterful look, and then I spoke, directly and to the point, like one who felt himself her superior. "Madame," said I, "the man you wish for is here. Give me the ring, and trust no more to weak or false emissaries." The start with which she came to life, or to the evidence of life, was surprising. Lifting her great lids, she returned my gaze with one equally searching and powerful, and seeing with what disdain I sustained it, allowed an almost imperceptible tremor to pass across her face, which up to now had not displayed the shadow even of an emotion. "You," she murmured, in a dove-like tone of voice. "Who are you, that I should trust you more than the others?" "I am he you expect," said I, venturing more as I felt her impassibility giving way before me. "Have you had no premonition of my coming? Did you not know that he who controls would be in your presence today?" She trembled, and her fingers almost unclasped from her arms. "I have had dreams," she murmured, "but I have been bidden to beware of dreams. If you are the person you claim to be, you will have some token which will absolve me from the charge of credulity." "What is your token?" Though doubtful, I dared not hesitate. "This," I said, taking from my pocket the key which had been given me by my fair neighbor. She moved. She touched it with a finger. Then she eyed me again. "Others have keys," said she, "but they fail in the opening." "How are you better than they? You know," I declared, "you know that I can do what others have failed in. Give me the ring." The force, the assurance with which I uttered this command moved her in spite of herself. She trembled, gave me one final searching look, and slowly began to pull the ring from off her finger. It was in her hand, and halfway to mine, when a third voice came to break the spell. "Madame, madame," it said, "be careful. This is the man who clogged the lock and hindered my endeavors in your behalf in the doctor's office." Her hand, which was so near mine, drew back, but I was too quick and too determined for her. I snatched the ring before she could replace it on her own hand, and holding it firmly, faced the intruder with an air of very well-assumed disdain. "Attempt no argument with me. It was because I saw your weakness and vulgar self-confidence that I interfered in a matter only to be undertaken by one upon whom all can rely. Now that I have the ring, the end is near. Madame, be wiser in the choice of your confidants. Tomorrow this ring will be in its proper place." Bowing, as I had done before, I advanced to the door. They had made no effort to regain the ring, and I felt that my rashness had stood me in good stead. But as, with a secret elation, I was just capable of keeping within bounds, I put my foot across the threshold. I heard behind me a laugh so triumphant and mocking that I felt struck with consternation, and glancing down into my hand, I saw that I held, not the peculiar steel circlet destined for the piece of mechanism in the doctor's office, but an ordinary ring of gold. She had offered me the wrong ring, and I had taken it, thus proving the falsity of my pretensions. There was nothing left for me but to acknowledge defeat by an ignominious departure. I hastened at once home and knocked at Miss Calhoun's door, while waiting for a response. The mockery of my return without the token I had undertaken to restore to her impressed itself upon me in full force. It seemed to me that, in that instant, my face must have taken on a haggard look. I could not summon up the necessary will to make it otherwise. Any effort in that direction would have made my failure at cheerfulness pitiable. The door opened. There she stood. Whatever expectancy of success she may have had fled at once, our eyes met and her countenance changed. My face must have told the whole story, for she exclaimed, "You have failed." I was obliged to acknowledge it in a whisper, but hastened to assure her that the ring had not yet been placed upon the bronze hand, and was not likely to be till the lock had been cleaned out. This interested her, and called out a hurried but complete recital of my adventure. She hung upon it breathlessly, and, when I reached the point where Madame and her prophetic voice entered the tale, she showed so much excitement that any doubts I may have cherished as to the importance of the communication Madame had made us vanished in a cold horror I with difficulty hid from my companion. But the end agitated her more than the beginning, and when she heard that I had taken upon myself a direct connection with this mysterious matter, she grew so pale that I felt forced to inquire if the folly I had committed was likely to result badly, at which she shuddered and replied, "You have brought death upon yourself. I see nothing but destruction before us both. This woman, this horrible woman, has seen your face, and, if she is what you describe, she will never forget it. The man who is her guardian or agent no doubt must have tracked you, and, finding you here with me, from whose hand he himself may have torn the ring last night, will record it as treason against a cause which punishes all treason with death." "Sure," I ejaculated, with a jocular effort at indifference which I acknowledge I did not feel. "You seem to forget the law. We live in the city of Baltimore. Charlatans such as I have just left behind me do not make away with good citizens with impunity. We have only to seek the protection of the police." She met my looks with a slowly increasing intentness which stilled this protest on my lips. "I am under no oath," she ruminated. "I can tell this man what I will, Mr. Abbott. There has been formed in this city an organization against which the police are powerless. I am an involuntary member of it, and I know its power. It has constrained me, and it has constrained others, and no one who has opposed it once has lived to do so twice. Yet it has no recognized head, though there is a chief to whom we may address ourselves, and it has no oaths of secrecy. All is left to the discretion of its members, and, to their fears, the object of this society is the breaking of the power of the North, and the means by which it works is death. I joined it under a stress of feeling I called patriotism, and I believed myself right till the sword was directed against my own breast. Then I quailed. Then I began to ask, by what right we poor mortals constitute ourselves into instruments of destruction to our kind. And having once stopped to question, I saw the whole matter in such a different light that I knowingly put a stumbling block in the path of so-called avenging justice, and thus courted the doom that at any moment may fall upon my head. And she actually looked up as if expecting to see it fall then and there. "This, madame," she went on in breathless haste, "is doubtless one of the members. How so grotesque and yet redoubtable an individuality should have become identified with a cause demanding the coolest judgment as well as the most acute political acumen, I cannot stop to conjecture. But that she is a member of our organization, and an important one, too. Her prophecies, which have so strangely become facts, are sufficient proof. Even had you not seen my ring on her finger. Perhaps, incredible as it may appear, she is the chief. If so, but I do not make myself intelligible," she continued, meeting my eyes. "I will be more explicit. One peculiar feature of this organization is the complete ignorance which we all have concerning our fellow members. We can reveal nothing, for we know nothing. I know that I am allied to a cause which has for its end the destruction of all who oppose the supremacy of the South, but I cannot give you the name of another person attached to this organization, though I feel the pressure of their combined power upon every act of my life. You may be a member without my knowing it. A secret and fearful thought, which forms one of the greatest safeguards to the institution, though it has failed in this instance, owing," here her voice fell, "to my devotion to the man I love." "What?" I had not spoken. My heart was dying within me, but I had given no evidence of a wish to interrupt her. She, however, feared a check, and rushed vehemently on. I shall have to tell you more, when through pamphlets and unsigned letters, dangerous communications which have long since become ashes, I was drawn. Into this society, and only those of the most radical and impressionable natures are approached, a ring and a key were sent me with this injunction. When the man or woman whose name will be forwarded to you in an otherwise empty envelope shall have, in your honest judgment, proved himself or herself sufficiently dangerous to the cause we love, to merit removal, you are to place this ring on the middle finger of the bronze hand, locked up in the box openly displayed in the office of a Dr. Merriam on street. With the pressure of the whole 5 rings on the fingers of this piece of mechanism, the guardian of our rights will be notified by a bell that a victim awaits justice, and the end to be accomplished will be begun. As there are 5 fingers, and each one of these must feel the pressure of its own ring before connection can be made between this hand and the bell mentioned, no injustice can be done, and no really innocent person destroyed. 4. When 5 totally disconnected persons devoted to the cause agree that a certain individual is worthy of death, mistake is impossible. You are now one of the 5. Use the key and the ring according to your conscience. This was well, if I had been allowed to follow my conscience. But when, 6 weeks ago, they sent me the name of a man of lofty character and unquestioned loyalty, I recoiled, scarcely believing my eyes. Yet, fearing that my own judgment was warped, or that some hidden hypocrisy was latent in a man thus given over to our attention, I made it my business to learn this man's inner life. I found it so beautiful. She choked, turned away for a moment, controlled herself, and went on rapidly and with increased earnestness. I learned to love this man, and as I learned to love him, I grew more and more satisfied of the dangerous character of the organization I was pledged to. But I had one comfort. He could not be doomed without my ring, and that was safe on my finger. Safe? You know how safe it was. The monster whom you have just seen, and who may have been the person to subject this noble man to suspicion, must have discovered my love and the safeguard it offered to this man. The ring, as you know, was stolen, and as you have failed to recover it, and I to get any reply from the chief to whom I forwarded my protest, tomorrow will without doubt see it placed upon the finger of the bronze hand. The result, you know, fantastic as this may strike you, it is the dreadful truth. Love, had I ever felt this holy passion for her, had no longer a place in my breast. But awe, terror, and commiseration for her, for him, and also perhaps for myself, were still active passions within me. And at this decided statement of the case, I laughed in the excitement of the moment, and the relief I felt at knowing just what there was to dread in the adventure. Absurd, I cried. With Madame's address in my mind, and the Baltimore police at my command, this man is as safe from assault as you or I are. Give me 5 minutes' talk with Chief. Her hand on my arm stopped me. The look in her eye made me dumb. What could you do without me, she said, and my evidence you cannot have. For what would give it weight can never pass my lips. The lives that have fallen with my connivance stand between me and confession. I do not wish to subject myself to the law. This placed her in another light before me, and I started back. You have, I stammered, placed that ring 3 times on the hand in Dr. Merriam's office, and each time a man somewhere in this nation has died suddenly. I do not know by what means or by whose hand, but he died. This beautiful creature guilty of, I tried not to show my horror. It is then a question of choice between you and him, said I. Either you or he must perish. Both cannot be saved. She recoiled, turning very pale, and for several minutes stood surveying me with a fixed gaze, as if overcome by an idea which threw so immense a responsibility upon her. As she stood thus, I seemed not only to look into her nature, but her life. I saw the fanaticism that had once held every good impulse in check, the mistaken devotion, the unreasoning hatred, and underneath all a spirit of truth and rectitude which brightened and brightened as I watched her, till it dominated every evil passion, and made her next words come easily and with a natural burst of conviction which showed the innate generosity of her soul. "You have shown me my duty, sir. There can be no question as to where the choice should fall. I am not worth one hair of his noble head. Save him, sir. I will help you by every means in my power." Seizing the opportunity she thus gave me, I asked her the name of the man who was threatened. In a low voice, she told me. I was astonished, dumbfounded. "Shameful!" I cried. "What motive, what reason can they have for denouncing him? He is under suspicion, that is enough." "Great heaven!" I exclaimed. "Have we reached such a pass as that?" "Don't," she uttered hoarsely. "Don't reason, don't talk, act." "I will," I cried and rushed from the room. She fell back in a chair, almost fainting. I saw her lying quiet, inert, and helpless, as I rushed by her door on my way to the street, but I did not stop to aid her. I knew she would not suffer it. The police are practical, and my tale was an odd one. I found it hard, therefore, to impress them with its importance, especially as, in trying to save Miss Calhoun, I was necessarily more or less incoherent. I did succeed, however, in awakening interest at last, and, a man being assigned me, I led the way to Madame's door. But here a surprise awaited me. The door plate which had so attracted my attention was gone, and in a few minutes we found that she had departed also, leaving no trace behind her. This looked ominous, and with little delay we hastened to the office of Dr. Merriam. Knocking at the usual door brought no response, but when we tried the further one, by which his patients usually passed out, we found ourselves confronted by the gentleman we sought. His face was calm and smiling, and though he made haste to tell us that we had come out of ours, he politely asked us in and inquired what he could do for us. Not understanding how he could have forgotten me so soon, I looked at him inquiringly, at which his face lighted up, and he apologetically said, "I remember you now. You were here this morning consulting me about a friend who is afflicted with a peculiar complaint. Have you anything further to state or ask in regard to it?" "I have just 5 minutes to spare." "Hear this gentleman first," said I, pointing to the officer who accompanied me. The doctor calmly bowed and waited with the greatest self-possession for him to state his case. The officer did so abruptly. "There is a box in your anteroom which I feel it my duty to examine. I am Detective Hopkins of the City Police." The doctor, with a gentleness which seemed native rather than assumed, quietly replied, "I am very sorry, but you are an hour too late." And, throwing open the door of communication between the two rooms, he pointed to the table. The box was gone. This second disappointment was more than I could endure. Turning upon the doctor with undisguised passion, I hotly asked, "Who has taken it? Describe the person at once. Tell what you know about the box." I did not finish the threat, but my looks must have been very fierce, for he edged off a bit and cast a curious glance at the officer before he answered. "You have, then, no ailing friend? Well, well. I expended some very good advice upon you, but you paid me, and so we are even. The box," I urged, "the box." "Don't waste words, for a man's life is at stake." His surprise was marvelously assumed or very real. "You are talking somewhat wildly, are you not?" he ventured with a bland air. "A man's life, I cannot believe that." "But you don't answer me," I urged. He smiled. He evidently thought me out of my mind. "That's true, but there is so little I can tell you. I do not know what was in the box about which you express so much concern, and I do not know the names of its owners. It was brought here some 6 months ago and placed in the spot where you saw it this morning, upon conditions that were satisfactory to me and not at all troublesome to my patients, whose convenience I was bound to consult. It has remained there till today, when— Here the officer interrupted him. What were these conditions? The matter calls for frankness. The conditions, repeated the doctor, in no wise abashed, were these: that it should occupy the large table in the window as long as they saw fit; that, though placed in my room, it should be regarded as the property of the society which owned it, and consequently free to the inspection of its members, but to no one else; that I should know these members by their ability to open the box, and that so long as these persons confined their visits to my usual hours for patients, they were to be subject to no one's curiosity, nor allowed to suffer from anyone's interference. In return for these slight concessions, I was to receive $5 for every day I allowed it to stay here, payment to be made by mail. Good business! And you cannot tell the names of the persons with whom you entered into this contract? No. The one who came to me first and saw to the placing of the box and all that was a short, sturdy fellow, with a common face, but very brilliant eye. He it was who made the conditions, but the man who came to get it, and who paid me $20 for opening my office door at an unusual hour, was a more gentlemanly man, with a thick brown moustache and resolute look. He was accompanied. Why do you stop? The doctor smiled. I was wondering, said he, if I should say he was accompanied, or that he accompanied a woman of such enormous size that the doorway hardly received her. I thought she was a patient at first, for, large as she is, she was brought into my room in a chair which it took 4 men to carry, but she only came about the box. Madame, I muttered. And being made still more eager by this discovery of her direct participation in its carrying off, I asked if she touched the box, or whether it was taken away unopened. The doctor's answer put an end to every remaining hope I may have cherished. She not only touched, but opened it. I saw the lid rise, and heard a whir. "What is the matter, sir?" "Nothing," I made haste to say. "That is, nothing I can communicate just now." "This woman must be followed," I signified to the officer, and was about to rush from the room when my eye fell on the table where the box stood. "See," said I, pointing to a fine wire protruding from a small hole in the center of its upper surface. This box had connection with some point outside of this room. The doctor's face flushed, and for the first time he looked a trifle foolish. "So I perceive now," said he. "The workman who put up this box evidently took liberties in my absence, for that I was not paid." "This wire leads where?" asked the officer. "Rip up the floor and see. I know no other way to find out, but that would take time, and we have not a minute to lose," said I, and was disappearing for the second time when I again stopped. "Doctor," said I, "when you consented to harbour this box under such peculiar conditions and allowed yourself to receive such good pay for a service involving so little inconvenience to yourself, you must have had some idea of the uses to which so mysterious an article would be put. What did you suppose them to be? To tell you the truth, I thought it was some new-fangled lottery scheme, and I have still to learn that I was mistaken." I gave him a look, but did not stop to undeceive him. But one resource was left, to warn Mr. S. of his peril. This was not so easy a task as might appear. To make my story believed, I should be obliged to compromise Miss Calhoun and Mr. S. Well-known chivalry, as far as women are concerned, would make the communication difficult on my part, if not absolutely impossible. I, however, determined to attempt it, though I could not but wish I were an older man, with public repute to back me, though there was but little in Mr. Rame's public life which I did not know. I had little or no knowledge of his domestic relations beyond the fact that he was a widower with 1 child. I did not even know where he lived, but inquiry at police headquarters soon settled that, and in half an hour after leaving the doctor's office, I was at his home. It was a large, old-fashioned dwelling of comfortable aspect. Too comfortable, I thought, for the shadow of doom which in my eyes overlay its cheerful front, wide-open doors and windows. How should I tell my story here? What credence could I expect for a tale so gruesome within walls warmed by so much sunshine and joy? None, possibly, but my story must be told for all that. Ringing the bell hurriedly, I asked for Mr. S. He was out of town. This was my first check. When would he be home? The answer gave me some hope, though it seemed to increase my difficulties. He would be in the city by 8, as he had invited a large number of guests to his house for the evening. Beyond this I could learn nothing. Returning immediately to Miss Calhoun, I told her what had occurred, and tried to impress upon her the necessity I felt of seeing Mr. S. that night. She surveyed me like a woman in a dream. Twice did I have to repeat my words before she seemed to take them in. Then she turned hurriedly, and, going to a little desk standing in one corner of the room, drew out a missive which she brought me. It was an invitation to this very reception which she had received a week before. "I will get you one," she whispered, "but don't speak to him. Don't tell him without giving me some warning. I will not be far from you. I think I will have strength for this final hour." "God grant that your sacrifice may bear fruit," I said, and left her. To enter on such an errand as mine, a brilliantly illuminated house, odoriferous with flowers and palpitating with life and music, would be hard for any man. It was hard for me, but in the excitement of the occasion, aggravated as it was by a presage of danger not only to myself, but to the woman I had come so near loving, I experienced a calmness such as is felt in the presence of all mortal conflicts. I made sure that this was reflected in my face before leaving the dressing-room, and satisfied that I would not draw the attention of others by too much or too little color, I descended to the drawing-room and into the presence of my admired host. I had expected to confront a handsome man, but not of the exact type that he presented. There was a melancholy in his expression I had not foreseen, mingled with an attraction from which I could not escape after my first hurried glimpse of his features across the wide room. No other man in the room had it to so great a degree, nor was there any other who made so determined an effort to throw off care and be simply the agreeable companion. Could it be that any other warning had forestalled mine, or was this his habitual manner and expression? Finding no answer to this question, I limited myself to the duty of the hour, and, advancing as rapidly as possible through the ever-increasing throng, waited for the chance to speak to him for 1 minute alone. Meantime, I satisfied myself that the 2 detectives sent from police headquarters were on hand. I recognized them among a group of people at the door. Whether intentionally or not, Mr. S. had taken up his stand before the conservatory, and as in my endeavors to reach him I approached within sight of this place, I perceived the face of Miss Calhoun shining from amid its greenery, and at once remembered the promise I had made her. She was looking for me, and, meeting my eyes, made me an imperceptible gesture, to which I felt bound to respond. Slipping from the group with which I was advancing, I stole around to a side door, towards which she had pointed, and, in another moment, found myself at her side. She was clothed in velvet, which gave to her cheek and brow the colorlessness of marble. "He is not as ignorant of his position as we thought," said she. "I have been watching him for an hour. He is in anticipation of something. This will make our task easier." You have said nothing," I suggested. No, how could I? Perhaps the detectives I saw there have told him. Perhaps, but they cannot know the whole. No, or our words would be unnecessary. Mr. Abbott, said she with feverish volubility, do not try to tell him yet. Wait for a few minutes till I have gained a little self-possession, a little command over myself. But no, that may be to risk his life. Do not wait a moment. Go now only. She started, stumbled and fell back into a low seat under a spreading palm. He is coming here. Do not leave me, Mr. Abbot. Step back there behind those plants. I cannot trust myself to face him all alone. I did as she bade me, Mr. S., with a smile on his face. The first I had seen there came in and walked with a quick step and a resolved air up to Miss Calhoun, who endeavored to rise to meet him. But she was unable, which involuntary sign of confusion seemed to please him. "Irene," said he, in a tone that made me start and wish I had not been so amenable to her wishes. "I thought I saw you glide in here, and my guests being now all arrived, I have ventured to steal away for a moment just to satisfy the craving which has been torturing me for the last hour. Irene, you are pale. You tremble like an aspen. Have I frightened you by my words? Too abrupt, perhaps, considering the reserve that has always been between us until now. Didn't you know that I loved you? That for the last month, ever since I have known you, indeed, I have had but the one wish, to make you my wife." Good God! I saw the words on her lips rather than heard them. She seemed to be illumined and overwhelmed at once. "Mr. S.," said she, trying to be brave, trying to address him with some sort of self-possession. "I did not expect, I had no right to expect, this honor from you. I am not worthy, I have no right to hear such words from your lips. Besides—" She could go no further. Perhaps he did not let her. "Not worthy? You!" There was infinite sadness in his tone. "What do you think I am? Then it is because you are so worthy, so much better than I am or can ever be, that I want you for my wife? I long for the companionship of a pure mind, a pure hand. Mr. S." She had risen, and the resolve in her face made her beauty shine out transcendently. "I have not the pure mind, the pure hand you ascribe to me. I have meddled with matters few women could even conceive of. I am a member, a repentant member to be sure, of an organization which slights the decrees of God and places the aims of a few selfish souls above the rights of man, and—" He had stooped and was kissing her hand. "You need not go on," he whispered. "I quite understand. But you will be my wife?" Aghast, white as the driven snow, she watched him with dilating eyes that slowly filled with a great horror. "Understand? You understand? Oh, what does that mean? Why should you understand?" "Because—" His voice sunk to a whisper, but I heard it, as I would have recognized his thought had he not spoken at that moment. "Because I am the chief of the organization you mention. Irene, now, you have my secret." I do not think she uttered a sound, but I heard the dying cry of her soul in her very silence. He may have heard it too, for his look showed sudden and unfathomable pity. "This is a blow to you," he said. "I do not wonder. There is something hateful in the fact. Latterly I have begun to realize it. That is why I have allowed myself to love. I wanted some relief from my thoughts. Alas, I did not know that a full knowledge of your noble soul would only emphasize them. But this is no talk for a ballroom. Cheer up, darling. And wait." She had found strength to lay her hand on his arm. "Did you know that a man was condemned today?" His face took on a shade of gloom. "Yes," he bowed, casting an anxious look towards the room from which came the mingled sounds of dance and merriment. "The bell which announces the fact rang during my absence. I did not know there was a name before the society." She crouched, covering her face with her hands. I think she was afraid her emotion would escape her in a cry. But in an instant they had dropped again, and she was panting in his ear. "You are the chief, and are not acquainted with these matters of life and death. Traitors are these men and women to you, traitors. Jealous of your influence and your power." He looked amazed. He measured the distance between himself and the door and turned to ask her what she meant, but she did not give him the opportunity. "Do you know," she asked, "the name of the person for whom the bell rang today?" He shook his head. I am expecting a messenger with it any moment, said he, looking towards the rear of the conservatory. Is it anyone who is here tonight? The gasp she gave might have been heard in the other room. Language and motion seemed both to fail her, and I thought I should have to go to her rescue. But before I could move, I heard the click of a latch at the rear of the conservatory, and saw, peering through the flowers and plants, the wicked face of the man with the receding forehead, whom I had seen at Madame's, and in his arms he held the boxes. It was a shock which sent me further into concealment. Mr. S., on the contrary, looked relieved, exclaiming, "Ah, he has come!" He went to the door leading into the drawing-room, locked it, took out the key, and returned to meet the stealthy advancing figure. The latter presented a picture of malignant joy, horrible to contemplate. The lips of his large mouth were compressed and bloodless. He came on with the quiet certainty and deadly ease of a slimy thing sure of its prey. As I noted him, I felt that not only Mr. life, but my own, was not worth a moment's purchase. But I uttered no cry, and scarcely breathed. Miss Calhoun, on the contrary, gave vent to a long, shivering sigh. The man bowed as he heard it, but with looks directed solely to Mr. S. "I was told," said he, "to deliver this box to you wherever and with whomsoever I should find you. In it you will find the name." Mr. S. gazed in haughty astonishment first at the box, and then at the man. "This is irregular," said he. "Why was I not made acquainted with the fact that a name was up for consideration? And why have you removed the box from its place and broken the connection which was made with so much difficulty?" As he said this, he looked up through the glass of the conservatory to a high building I could see towering at the end of the garden. It was the building in which I had first seen that box, and I now understood how this connection had been made. Mr.'s movement had been involuntary. Dropping his eyes, he finished by saying, with an almost imperceptible bow, "You may speak before this lady. She is the holder of a key. The connection was broken because suspicion was aroused. To your other question you will find an answer in the box. Shall I open it for you?" Mr. S., with a stern frown, shook his head and produced a key from his pocket. "Do you understand all this?" he suddenly asked Miss Calhoun. For reply she pointed to the box. "Open!" Her beseeching looks seemed to say. Mr. S. turned the key and threw up the lid. "Look under the hand," suggested the man. Mr. S. leaned over the box, which had been laid on a small table, discovered a paper somewhere in its depth, and drew it out. It was no whiter than his face when he did so. "How many have subscribed to this?" he asked. "You will observe that there are 5 rings on the hand," responded the man. Miss Calhoun started, opened her lips, but paused as she saw Mr. S. unfold the paper. "The name of the latest traitor," murmured the man, with a look of ferocity, the like of which I had never seen on any human face before. It was not observed by either of the actors in the tragedy before me. Mr. S. was gazing with a wild incredulity at the note he had unfolded. She was gazing at him. From the room beyond rose and swelled the sweet strains of the waltz. Suddenly a low, crackling sound was heard. It came from the paper which Mr. S. had crumpled in his hand. "So the society has decreed my death," he said, meeting the man's steel-cold eye for the first time. "Now I know how the men whose doom preceded mine have felt, in a presence that leaves no hope to mortal man. But you shall not be my executioner. I will meet my fate at less noxious hands than yours." And, leaning forward, he whispered a few seemingly significant words into the messenger's ear. The man, grievously disappointed, hung his head, and, with a sidelong look, the venom of which made us all shudder, he hesitated to go. "Tonight?" he said. "Tonight," Mr. S. repeated, and pointed towards the door by which he had entered. Then, as the man still hesitated, he took him by the arm and resolutely led him through the conservatory, crying in his ear, go! I am still the chief." The man bowed and slipped slowly out into the night. A burst of music, laughter, voices, joy, rose in the drawing room. Mr. S. and Irene Calhoun stood looking at each other. "You must go home," were the first words he uttered. Then, in a half-reproachful, half-pitiful tone, as if on the verge of tears, he added, "Was I so bad a chief that even you thought me a hindrance to the advancement of the society and the cause to which we are pledged?" It was the one thing he could say capable of rousing her. "Oh!" she cried. "It is all a mistake, all a cheat. Did you not get the letter I sent to my chief this morning, written in the usual style and directed in the usual way?" "No," he answered. "Then there is worse treason than yours among the 5. I wrote to say that my ring had been stolen, that I did not subscribe to the condemnation of the man under suspicion, and that, if it was made, it would be through fraud. That was before I knew that the suspected one and the man I addressed were one and the same. Now? Well now, you have but to accuse the woman called Madame. The man you have just sent away would forgive you his disappointment if you gave him the supreme satisfaction of carrying doom to the still more formidable being who prophesies death to those for whom she has already prepared a violent end. Irene. But her passion had found vent, and she was not to be stilled. Telling him the whole story of the last 24 hours, she waited for the look of comfort she evidently expected. But it did not come. His first words showed why. "Madame is inexorable," said he, "but Madame is but one of 5. There are 3 others, true men, sound men, thinking men. If they deem me unworthy, and I have shown signs of faltering of late, Madame's animosity, or your loving weakness, must not stand in the way of their decree. It shall never be said, I sanctioned the doom of other men, and shrank from my own. I would be unworthy of your love if I did, and your love is everything to me now." She had not expected this. She had not at all reckoned upon the stern quality in this man, forgetting that without it he could never have held his pitiless position. "But it is not regular. It is not according to precedent. 5 rings are required, and only 4 were fairly placed. As an honest man, you ought to hesitate at injustice, and injustice you will show if you allow them to triumph through their own deceit." But even this failed to move him. "I see 5 rings," said he, "and I see another thing. Never will I be permitted to live, even if I am coward enough to take advantage of the loophole of escape you offer me. A man who is once seen to tremble loses the confidence of such men as call me chief. I would die suddenly, horribly, and perhaps when less prepared for it than now. And you, my darling, my imperial one, you would not escape. Besides, you have forgotten the young man who, with such unselfishness, has lent himself to your schemes in my favor. What could save him if I disappointed the malignancy of Madame Pey? No, I have destroyed others and must submit to the penalty incurred by murder. Kiss me, Irene, and go. I command it as your chief." With a low moan, she gave up the struggle. Lifting her forehead to his embrace, she bestowed upon him a look of indescribable despair, then tottered to the door leading into the garden. As it closed upon her departing figure, he uttered a deep sigh, in which he seemed to give up life and the world. Then he raised his head, and in an instant was in the midst of a throng of beautiful women and dashing men, with a smile on his lips and a jest on his tongue. I made my escape, unnoticed. The next morning I was in Philadelphia. There I read the following lines in the leading daily: Baltimore, Maryland. An unexpected tragedy occurred here last evening. Mr. S., the well-known financier and politician, died at his supper table while drinking the health of 100 assembled guests. He is considered to be a great loss to the Southern cause. The city is filled with mourning. And further down, in an obscure corner, this short line. Baltimore, Maryland. A beautiful young woman known by the name of Irene Calhoun was found dead in her bed this morning from the effects of poison administered by herself. No cause is ascribed for the act. End of The Bronze Hand by Anna Katharine Green.
The Radio Cop by Vic Whitman, Top Notch Magazine, August 15, 1929. Patrolman Tom Jennings, who claimed he had a flair for poetry, described him thus, which, after all, wasn't so far out of the way, for certainly young Dave Cates, official announcer for the police division of radio station Cake, was far from being an Adonis. He had a measure of pugnacity, and he had a splendid voice. Cates was talking now before the microphone in the police room over the studio of Cake. Smoothly, his voice went out to the world. The rush order on the new uniforms for the men of the Dolliver Street detail has been filled and the uniforms have been sent out. Orders are that they be put on as soon as received. Not particularly interesting to thousands of the idly curious who chance to be tuned in, but decidedly interesting to listening police details all over the great city. To them, the code dispatch meant this. As the announcer was about to go on talking, his alert ears caught the buzzing of the muffled telephone bell in the adjoining room. "Please stand by for one moment," he said, and stepped into the phone room. "What is it, Henry?" he inquired. "More dope from headquarters." The telephone operator grinned. "Headquarters. My neck," he grunted. "Just another dame calling up to rave about that voice of yours. Wants to know if you'll send her an autographed picture of yourself." Dave Cates shrugged. It almost seemed that nature atoned for her lavishness in giving him a golden voice by crediting him with a bulldog jaw, a wide mouth, and a pug nose that sported 5 freckles. His eyes, level and blue, were his only redeeming feature. It had been his eyes as well as his voice that had induced Captain Hinsey to recommend that he be put on the payroll as the first radio officer the department ever had. But there it ended. Cates longed for the life of the cop on the beat, but his physical qualifications were below standard. In his heart he kept locked away an ideal of romance. But it hardly seemed likely that the ideal would ever materialize. They all liked his voice, but they turned away from his face. "Tell him to go jump a fence," said Officer Cates. "This is no picture gallery we're running here, nor is it a Lonely Hearts department. If those babies think they're kidding me, they're tuning in on the wrong station." He turned on his heel to go back to the broadcasting room, but paused as the phone rang again. Henry plugged in and took the message, then spun around in his chair and jerked off his earmuffs. "Some guy just called in to say if you didn't lay off broadcasting you'd get bumped," he said excitedly. "You're kidding." "The hell I am." He meant business too by the way he sounded. Young Officer Cates wasn't particularly surprised. The code warnings had proved very successful in producing quick action on the part of the police and checking activities on the part of the criminals. It was only natural to suppose that sooner or later the warning would come. "The son of a gun," he said slowly. But he was not afraid. The sudden tenseness of his stocky body was merely the tenseness of a fighter before the gong. Some excitement might even develop out of this warning. An anticipatory glint appeared in the blue eyes. "The son of a gun," Cates repeated. "Tell him to go jump 2 fences, Henry." Casually, Cates sauntered back to the microphone. "Police Division of Station. Coik still going strong," he said lightly. "It gives me great pleasure at this moment to acknowledge a phone call. This call just came in from an unknown gentleman who suggested that we stop broadcasting while the stopping was good. I don't like to disappoint the gentleman, but this division will continue to be on the air at the same time every night." And so was the challenge of organized gangdom caught up and hurled back by a stocky, freckle-faced officer who was more than willing to prove himself. Calmly, he continued with the various messages. That he was no longer broadcasting in code, the police knew by his utterance of the word classified. These items were numerous. A lady had lost a tan and white collie dog somewhere between 13th Street and Southland Road and would pay a substantial reward to anyone returning the dog. A young man in a gray suit was now at headquarters awaiting identification. The young man was a victim of amnesia. Didn't know his own name or anything about himself. Finally, some heartless crook had stolen the pocketbook of an old man who was on his way from Maine to California to see his dying daughter. Any small contributions that would help to put the old man on his journey would be welcomed. Then Dave Cates glanced at the electric clock on the wall above the green light. "And so this brings to an end our broadcast for this evening," he concluded. "This is the police division of Station Cake, signing off at exactly 8:30. Good night." Cates stuffed the sheets of paper into his pocket, lighted a cigarette, and went out to the elevator. The elevator boy grinned admiringly. "Evening, Mr. Cates," he said. "I heard you broadcast 3 nights ago. Gee, it must be swell to be an announcer and have nothing to do but talk." Officer Cates grinned. "It might be worse, Billy," he admitted. "Yes, it might be a whole lot worse." To himself, he added, "and it might be a heck of a lot better." Cates emerged from the elevator at the ground floor and went into the street, moving with the brisk step that characterized him. At once, a nattily dressed young man detached himself from the passing throng and stepped up to Cates. The young man's right hand was casually thrust into his topcoat pocket. "Don't make any funny moves, or you'll get drilled," he cautioned low-voiced. "See that car at the curb? Well, hop into it." The little announcer stiffened with the chill that went over him. Evidently, they were losing no time in making good their threats. Cates knew it would do no good to make a break, for the young man would shoot instantly and melt away in the crowd. His eyes, dark and menacing, gave that warning. Cates eyed him steadily. "What car?" he asked, trying to gain time. "You know what car," snarled the gunman. "This green limousine here, get going," Officer Cates shrugged. He stepped toward the car. Then a miraculous thing happened. A girl who had been anxiously studying the face of every man coming out of the building hurried to Dave Cates. All in a second he saw the radiant smile on her face, caught a glimpse of her lovely hazel eyes and the infinite grace of her step. She hesitated not a second, but came directly to him, a charming little figure, a bit shorter than himself. To his utter stupefaction, she threw both arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Then quickly she took his arm and led him into the crowd. So astounded was Cates that he didn't notice the way she kept between him and the gunman, who had recognized the girl and was scowling baffled. Cates didn't even stop to wonder why the gunman didn't shoot. "Well, for the love of Mother Machree," he stammered, completely at sea. "Are you an angel, or have you got the wrong guy?" She glanced up at him, but made no answer. White of face from the strain of the ordeal through which she had just passed, she piloted him toward headquarters 4 blocks distant. Gradually, the radio cop recovered his wits. "Sister, I don't mean to be too curious," he apologized, "but there is a little too much static in the old dome for me to get this thing right. How'd you happen to step in there when you did? Were you wise to them? And why didn't that guy shoot?" Still no answer, only a pleading look from the hazel eyes. Then swiftly she turned and hurried away. "Hold on," called Cates, concerned. "I haven't learned the thing yet. Here, wait a minute, sister." But she did not heed. For a moment he was tempted to overtake her and demand an explanation, then decided against it. Whoever she was, she had known there would be an attempt on his life. But why should she run a risk in saving him? The question fairly shouted for an answer, but gratitude would not allow him to ask, what she very evidently did not want to answer. There were other things, too. Officer Cates became aware that his heart was beating at twice its usual tempo. Faint perfume still trailed about him, and there was a cool fragrance on his lips that had never been there before. "Right on the old pan. She kissed me," Cates murmured in awed tones. "Right on the old pan. Now I let her get away without even finding out her name. Well, what do you know? for such was the makeup of the stocky announcer that the kiss of an unknown girl could concern him more than the threat of a gunman. Sighing profoundly, his alert eyes dreamy, he proceeded on to headquarters. Captain Hennessy, granite-jawed, shrewd-eyed veteran, looked up interestedly. "Hello, Dave," he said, and leaned back in his chair. "What's all this you broadcast about being pegged?" Cates nodded. "That's right, Captain," he confirmed. "They almost got me, too. They would have if it hadn't been for the cutest little Jane I ever saw in my life. Honest, she was about so high, and she was all dolled up like a million with a fur around her neck and sort of a satin dress and little high-heel shoes. And say, Captain, you'd ought to see her eyes the way—" "That's enough," interrupted Captain Hennessy, recognizing the symptoms. "You are giving no public address now, lad. Confine yourself to the facts." So, as briefly as he could, the radio cop told his superior of the incident. Captain Hennessy rubbed at his ear and pondered. He said. "I'd like to talk with that girl, Dave. Maybe she knows something about this gang situation. How does it stand now?" The captain's mouth was grim. Bad enough. Here we go and drag Margolo into court on a murder charge, and a lily-livered jury throw the case out because they say the evidence isn't conclusive enough. His big fist banged down on the desk. Evidence, hell! They would have had enough evidence if they hadn't been scared of the gang's power. Now Big Ed'll be giving us the horse laugh, and he'll pull more stuff than ever. The first thing he'll probably do is to go after McGurk, and we'll have a gang war on our hands. But I don't mind McGurk so much. He could be worse. It's Margolo I want to get, and I'd give a lot for a man who would see him in a shooting and then have the nerve to go into court and testify. Dave Cates gazed ruefully at the bulletin board. Now more than ever he wished he could qualify for active service. "Margolo is sore because McGurk's cutting into his business, isn't he?" he asked Captain. Hennessy nodded. "Yes, and that means there'll be more shooting." "Where does Margolo usually hang out?" "Well, he spends a lot of his time at the Salon, Quintus, that roadhouse out by Syndicate Park. He's got an apartment in the new Donahue block, too, but I don't think either of those places is his official headquarters. Margolo's a cagey cuss, and he keeps moving from place to place. No telling where he's located now." The captain looked suddenly at the small figure of his radio announcer. "What does this chap look like who pegged you?" he asked. Cates described the man at some length. "Sounds like Slim Fisk of Margolo's crew," commented the captain. "By the way, Dave, what are you going to do about this threat? Take a little lay off." The radio cop drew himself to his full height of 5'7". "Cut it out, Captain," he said. Captain Hennessy hid a grin. It was Cates' first test, and the lad had met it as the captain expected. "Just as you say," he answered. "But for a while I'll assign a man to cover you when you come out after each night's broadcast. Now run along, I am busy." As Dave Cates walked up the stairs to the top-floor barracks where he slept, he considered things. Not a doubt that he was in for trouble if he continued to announce, even with an officer covering his exits, they'd get him sooner or later. This was not a pleasant prospect, particularly since he had looked into a pair of hazel eyes and had received the soft touch of red lips. Not at all a pleasant prospect to contemplate. No, he intended both to live and to stay on his job, and the only way to combine the two things was to get the gangsters before they got him. Dave Cates stopped short, rubbing at his bulldog jaw. He'd considered this idea before, of course, for what young man connected in any way with a police department hasn't dreamed of putting a stop to the most flagrant lawlessness in his vicinity? But hitherto he had never considered it seriously. Now, under the menace to his life, the thought was no longer audacious. Turning the matter over in his mind, Cates went to his locker and took from it his shoulder holster and the big police gun. He adjusted the holster under his left arm, cast a casual glance at the sleeping forms of men who were to go on duty with the midnight shift, and went into the shower room. A long mirror was there. Dave Cates stood before it. From a lounging position, he yanked out the gun and leveled it. A dozen times he did this, and then practiced drawing from all sorts of positions, reclining, walking, bending almost double. Getting faster at it anyway, he told himself. This was his nightly habit, and had been since he became radio officer. He was still young enough to thrill to this secret practice, and yet old enough to realize that someday the acquired deftness and speed might stand him in good stead. Every afternoon he practiced assiduously at the short-range targets down in the basement of the building. Officer Cates of the Wavelength Squad was not only very quick on the draw but very adept at knocking the neck off a bottle 50 paces distant. 20 minutes later he put on an old topcoat, drew a cap well down over his eyes, and went out into the street to catch a southbound car. Everybody seemed to think that Big Ed Margolo would go after McGurk at once. Dave Cates thought differently. Margolo's no dumbbell, he mused, glancing at a youth of about his own size and general appearance who sat across the car. He'll figure they're watching him close and lay off for a time. In that case, I'll watch him closer than ever. Cates observed that the other occupant of the car was regarding him with more than passing interest. Humph. Wonder who that guy is. He's given me the once-over like he wanted to know my family history. At Syndicate Park, the end of the line, Cates swung off the car. The park glittered with hundreds of colored lights. People sauntered about, laughing and talking, and through the trees sounded a male voice singing nasally to the tempo of a dance band. It was coming from the Salon Quintesse. Perhaps tonight Big Ed would be here celebrating his release from stir. Cates walked to a spot near some chauffeurs who were watching the gay crowd inside the hall. He had no especial plan of action, save to trail Big Ed. Constantly, sooner or later. Cates reflected the gangster would pull a fast one. Cates wanted to be at hand when that happened now, and then hard-faced men strolled through the grounds, but they gave not a second glance to the small, inoffensive young man who stood looking through the big windows. Young men like that were common outside the Salon Quintesse, drawn there by a wistful desire to listen to the smashing jazz and enviously to watch the dancers. The music stopped. Cates could see the dancers going to their tables. A hum of conversation sounded. A woman's silvery laugh rose above the tuning of a soprano saxophone. No one seemed to know that the life of a radio cop had been threatened. Had they known, they would not have cared. Things are that way in places like the Salon Quintesse. The music started up again with a preliminary tinkle of a piano. Now, someone had appeared from the entertainer's room and was dancing. It was a girl, small and exquisite. Dave Cates edged nearer the window and started violently as he saw her face smiling radiantly, dipping, whirling, gliding. The dancer was none other than the girl who had kissed him. "Well, I'll be a seagoing brook trout," murmured Cates. His first thought was that she was connected with Big Ed Margolo's gang. Paid entertainers and gangsters frequently run together. Then he dismissed the thought as unworthy. Had she been connected in any way with Margolo, she would not have risked her life to save someone she didn't know. On the other hand, how had she known about the ride, and why hadn't Fisk shot? Doubts beset the radio cop, doubts that increased when he realized it was not a certainty that Margolo had ordered his death. Frowning, Cates watched the girl float about the room as effortlessly as a bit of down caught up by a vagrant breeze. Lovely, fascinating, Dave Cates sighed, and his mouth twisted into a sad little grin. No sense in letting the ideal blossom over her. It would only fade and die if he did. She was a little princess of Terpsichore, and he was just a police radio announcer with a face that only a mother could love. Someone was standing by his side. He glanced indifferently around and beheld the youth of the streetcar. "Say, do you know Mr. Margolo when you see him?" the boy inquired. Dave Cates was on his guard instantly. "Suppose I do?" he demanded. "Well, it's this way." Plainly the boy was flustered. I say, you work for him, don't you?" Cates took a moment before replying. Maybe. I thought so. Knew I'd seen you with Slim Fisk? The boy sighed, relieved. I am to start driving for Mr. Margolo next week, he announced importantly. Yeah, that's right. One of his men hired me. Me, I ain't never seen him. And I thought if you'd point him out, I'd see if he'd come through with a little advance pay. I am broke flatter'n a flounder. The nimble brain of Officer Cates digested this. So Margolo had made the mistake of hiring a driver who liked to give information about himself. This information was valuable. Cates smiled. I see, kid, he said. Now, if I were you, I'd let Ed alone tonight. He's in there all right, but I wouldn't bother Hein. But I gotta eat, said the boy desperately. I used my last nickel for car fare out here, the radio cop chewed at his lower lip. That's tough, kid, he sympathized. I've been that way myself. Tell you what I'll do. I got $10. I can spare till you get your first pay from Ed, but don't say anything to Ed about it because he don't like to be bothered with such things. You get me, don't you? Cates drew a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it over. Say there ain't nothing wrong with you, declared the youth warmly. Don't worry, I won't say nothing to Ed. Alone, Cates grinned, confident that no one of the men from the Bureau of Criminal Investigation could have handled the matter any better. At least he had provided an entering wedge to the Margolo gang, even if he didn't know just how he could use it. His alert eyes sparkled. There was a real kick in this kind of business, entirely different from standing before a microphone and relaying messages, till there was pity mingled with his satisfaction. That boy had no business driving for Big Ed Margolo, but perhaps he had been compelled to take the first job offered. Dave Cates determined to keep an eye on him. The kid looked hungry, was his thought, and hunger has made many a crook. Maybe if I can nab Margolo in time, the kid won't have any record against him. He cast a glance at the Salon Quintesse, turned and walked to the car line. Those who expected to see Margolo make immediate war upon Red McGurk were disappointed. Never had the gangster been so quiet. With his inactivity, the percentage of crime in the city dropped until a pedestrian could stroll the streets with comparative safety. The general public reached the conclusion that Margolo's recent trial had shaken his nerve. Not so the police. It's only the calm before the storm, observed Captain Hensey. When Margolo gets underway, he'll raise more hell than ever. I've seen these birds before, and I know. Nightly, Dave Cates stood before the microphone, talking to the world. No more attempts were made upon his life, but he wasn't fooled by that. Eventually, the gunmen would seek him out again. He'd have to get them before they got him. Each night after the broadcast, he went in search of Big Ed Margolo. Everywhere the gangster went, he was followed by a little man with pulled-down cap and turned-up coat collar, Cates' size, alone probably saved him. The torpedoes who covered Margolo never paid any attention to him. It is doubtful if they noticed him. One evening, Margolo came out of his apartment and summoned a taxi. Dave Cates, lurking in the shadows half a block away, took the next taxi along. Margolo drove to an old house out on River Street, far from the business district. When he came out of the house, he tried a key in the door. Apparently satisfied, he rejoined his companions, and the taxi drove off. Dave Cates had a sudden hunch. He took the number of the house and ordered his driver back to the city. 2 blocks from police headquarters he alighted. Not even a taxi driver should know that he was in any way connected with the police. With all the enthusiasm of a terrier puppy, he burst in upon Captain Hensey. Margolo has just rented a house out on River Street, Cates said rapidly. Don't know what he's going to do, but it's a cinch he didn't rent the place to live in. Now listen, Captain. There is an old vacant garage out back of the place. Can I have a microphone put up in there? Captain Hennessy studied the eager face. What do you want to do? Commit suicide? he asked finally. Nobody'll get wise, the radio cop declared. Honest, they won't. There's a back entrance to the garage where I can go in and out, and I can have the lights dimmed so nobody'll notice. It's the chance of a lifetime to keep an eye on this guy, and maybe something good will break. Kate's eyes gleamed as he warmed to his theme. Suppose Margolo should pull something funny while I happen to be at the mic. It wouldn't be so tough, would it? Sure. And I can broadcast there just as well as anywhere. Furthermore, Captain Hennessy raised both hands. Shut up, he roared. Do you think I've nothing to do but listen to you talk? Get out of here, and I'll see what can be done about it with the commissioners. The following night, the gangsters gave proof they had not forgotten the radio announcer of the police division. Dave Cates, his work finished, came through the street door and stopped to light a cigarette. His lighter slipped through his fingers and dropped. As he bent to retrieve it, a fusillade of shots came rattling from a passing car. The bullets chipped the stone masonry above his head. Had he been standing, he would have been riddled. Baby boy, he gasped, drawing to shelter. That was too darn close. People crowded around, staring at him with curious eyes, but he didn't wait to be questioned. As quickly as possible, he got to headquarters. Such news travels like lightning. Captain Hennessy was raging. Damn their hides, he roared. I'll teach 'em to take pot shots at the men of this station. So help me, I'll put out a dragnet and bring in every crook in town. They'll find out before I am through with them just how healthy it is to get cocky. No doubt but that the sturdy captain would keep his word. The opening gun of the crime war had been fired and heard around the town. Use of the dragnet would result in the apprehension of a certain number of criminals, but would it be drawn tight enough to hold that super criminal, Big Ed Margolo? Dave Cates shook his head doubtfully. Go to it, Captain, he said, and may good luck go with you. At that moment, a small boy came into the room. I got a note here for Mr. Cates, he said hesitantly. Right here, Sonny, said the radio cop. He took the note and glanced through it. The note consisted of just 3 words. Please be careful. Mash note, Dave? Inquired Patrolman Tom Jennings, who was brushing the lint from his blue trousers. Be yourself, retorted the radio cop. He looked intently at the boy. Who gave you this? He demanded. Miss Talbot, on North Street, said the youngster promptly. Cates wrinkled his pug nose in the endeavor to spur his memory. Talbot, can't seem to place the name. Annabelle Talbot, put in Patrolman Jennings. Sure, North Street is on my beat and I see her brother about every night. He tells me she always listens in to your broadcasts. Pretty soft for you having all these classy dames. I'll slam you one in the nose. What does she look like? Well now, reflected Officer Jennings, it seems to me she's cross-eyed, knock-kneed, and, go jump a fence. Dave Cates turned disgustedly away, handed the boy a quarter, and watched him scurry away. I guess she's all right, Dave, said Jennings. Honest, I've never seen her. I've only been on the beat for 2 weeks. They were talking as though Kate's narrow escape was a thing far in the past. So it must be in the big stations, where an officer's life is a thing of uncertainty. Once past, a thing is forgotten, or, at most, but lightly spoken of. Casually, the small radio cop fingered his tie and ran a hand over his sandy hair. Better go easy, lad, warned Captain Hennessy. This may be just a come-on note. I know, nodded Cates. Beneath his armpit, he could feel the bulge of the big police gun. I'll watch my step, Captain. Standing before the old brick apartment house on North Street, Dave Cates debated with himself. Should he go in, or shouldn't he? It wasn't the thought of a possible frame-up that deterred him. It was the possibility that the girl of the Salon Quintesse might not care to see him. But what the deuce, might as well see it through. He drew a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and went into the hallway. His heart leaped as a girl came to the door and stood framed there, the light from within making a silken, wavy web of her hair. Pardon me, miss, stammered the radio cop, removing his cap. I just thought I'd drop around and thank you for what you did for me." Then she recognized him, gave him once more that flashing smile. Gee, she was a knockout. With a gracious little nod, the girl motioned for him to come in. Highly embarrassed, he entered. "You are Miss Talbot, aren't you?" Again she nodded. Officer Cates wondered as he saw her pick up a small tablet of paper and write upon it. Then he read the words, "I am sorry, but this is the only way I can talk to you. When I was 6 years old, an attack of scarlet fever paralyzed my vocal cords." So that was it. Shades of Patrick Henry. What a situation! Miss Annabel Talbot was unable to utter a word. Yet she was as dainty as a breath of spring, as lovely as a rose that opens its petals to the early morning sunlight. Dave Cates had a voice of gold, but it hid behind a face that only a mother could love. Each of them was conscious of their own drawbacks and wistfully aware of the other's best assets. Quick compassion flooded Dave Cates, but he was far too tactful to show it. He merely nodded and said very cheerfully, "I understand you are interested in radio broadcasting, Miss Talbot. I wonder if you'd care to go up to the studio with me, say Friday night, and watch how it's done." Promptly she wrote, "I'd love to fine," said the radio cop. "That's settled then." What a smile that girl had. What delectable curving of red lips and provocative little crinkles at the corners of dancing eyes. It was an effort for Cates to force his mind to other matters. "Mind telling me how you knew these gangsters were planning to take me for a ride that night?" A look of concern replaced the smile as Miss Annabel lowered her eyes to the tablet. "Every night at 11 I dance out at the Salon Quinte," she wrote. "Out there I frequently hear snatches of gangster talk, not intended for my ears. When you broadcast the threat you received, I just seemed to know they would attempt something that night. So I hurried to the broadcasting building. I thought if I went up to you, as if I were your sister, they might not shoot for fear of killing me. Fortunately, it was Slim Fisk. Others might have shot regardless, but I think he is an admirer of mine, for he has frequently danced with me at the Salon Quintus. I hope you don't think I was forward." "Forward!" exclaimed the radio cop. "Forward! I'll tell the world I don't. I think you were an angel. So that explains why Fisk didn't shoot. But how did you know me?" Blushing prettily, Miss Annabel went and got a picture clip from a newspaper. When Cates had first got the job, the picture had appeared under the caption, "Police radio announcer Guy," he said, reddening. As if to break the spell of embarrassment that hovered over them, the girl wrote swiftly, "Won't you tell me something of yourself and your work?" It is said that opposites attract. Surely this must be the true explanation of the brightness in Annabel Talbot's hazel eyes as she sat listening to the radio cop, and of his willingness to talk. Talking was the thing he did best, and he set himself to break all records. For an hour his voice flowed on, as he told her of the police department, of the woman who had called out the homicide squad when she mistook the scratchings of a stray cat in her cellar for the supernatural activities of her long-deceased husband, of the trials and tribulations of a radio announcer, of the joys and fears and hopes of a little officer who never made an arrest. It almost seemed that the ideal was trying to blossom into being. At any rate, friendship came swiftly, so swiftly that when Dave Cates rose to leave, he asked hesitantly, "Is there any chance of us having another talk before Friday night?" Her answer was, "I'll be here every evening until it's time to go out to the hall." Cates wanted to accompany her out to the Salon Quintes, but she wouldn't permit it. Margolot's men might become curious, and that would be bad. Naturally, the word spread, started by the grinning Tom Jennings, who had learned things. Busy as they were at headquarters with the operation of the dragnet, all had time for a glance at the affair of the radio cop and Annabel Talbot. "If that don't beat the devil," observed Captain Hennessy. "A talking fool and a girl who can't say a word. Still, that may have its advantages. If the girl could talk, Neither one of them would be able to get a word in edgeways. Of course, Dave Cates came in for a share of kidding. No class of men enjoys their jokes more than that which preserves the peace. Skates took their kidding in good part. "Have a good time, you guys," he retorted. "My chance will come next, and when it does, Zowie." Cates was looking forward with considerable eagerness to Friday night. Any man likes to have the girls see him at his best work, and certainly the radio cop excelled as an announcer. Carefully he planned his broadcast so that there would not be the least hesitation on his part. Everything must go like clockwork. There is a saying about the best laid plans Friday afternoon. Cates complained bitterly to Miss Annabelle. "Can you beat those commissioners? Never for a moment did I think they'd get around so quickly to switching the microphone to the new location. I am not going to take you out there because the place is too dangerous, so we'll have to call off the exhibition." Apprehension showed in the hazel eyes at the mention of danger. She wrote, "Where is the place?" Informed, she wrote again, "I understand. There will be other times, so don't feel bad about it." When Cates had gone, Miss Annabelle gazed very thoughtfully down at her tablet, then made a memorandum of the address. All things seemed to break that evening. The radio cop went out to the old garage early to get things ready for the first evening's broadcast. Glancing out the window, he saw a big man come out of the house Margolo had rented and go across the street to a drugstore. A second glance told Cates that it was none other than Big Ed himself. Immediately, the cop announcer left things as they were and hurried after the gangster. At the store, Cates bought a package of cigarettes while Big Ed was telephoning. Distinctly, he heard the gangster say, "Bring my car out and make it snappy." The nimble brain of Officer Cates began to click. Something was up, or Margolo wouldn't call for his car in such a hurry. Cates moved to the magazine stand as Margolo emerged from the booth and hurried out of the store. Suddenly, a plan occurred to Cates. It was daring in conception, but the more he thought of it, the more plausible it seemed. Anyway, he'd take a chance. Quickly, he went into the street and strode along in the direction from which Margolo's car must come. There was a sharp corner there by the fruit store. Necessarily, the car must come around that corner. Cates cautiously drew back into a doorway and waited. Presently, headlights gleamed. The big car slowed for the corner. Cates caught a glimpse of the driver. Yes, the chauffeur was the youth to whom Cates had lent $10. The car was the green limousine that had nearly taken Cates on his death ride. This evidence made it pretty definite to Cates that Margolo was the man who had ordered his death. Dave Cates slid out of the shadow. In a bound, he was on the running board, had yanked open the door, and was pressing his gun into the side of the startled driver. "Drive to the Warren Avenue station," he ordered. "What the hell?" exclaimed the youth. "Say, ain't you—" "I am." Cates nodded. "But we won't talk about that now. Drive to the station, kid, and make it fast." At the Warren Avenue station, Cates turned the youth over to the desk sergeant. "I am Dave Cates, radio announcer," he explained. "No charges against this kid, but hold him till I notify you." To the open-mouthed youth, Cates said, "Don't get worried, kid. We'll talk this over later. Now, peel off that livery because I'm going to need it." As he dressed rapidly in the chauffeur's uniform, Cates thanked the gods of luck that Margolo always made his drivers wear livery. In this rig, that was a very fair fit. The chances were good that he could escape detection. Cates had a suspicion that Margolo didn't talk much with his drivers. Out to the car, Cates ran, and started back to Margolo's house. The gangster was waiting impatiently with 3 of his men. "Long enough getting here," he snapped. "What the hell was the matter? Traffic," muttered Cates, hoping that he imitated the voice of the former driver. Margolo didn't appear to notice. With 2 of his men, he got in the back seat. The third man got in front and leaned over the seat to join the low-toned conversation. "Out by Jimmy's," ordered Margolo. Cates nodded and started the car. For a moment he wondered where Jimmy's was. then remembered it was a cafe out in the west end of the town, a meeting place for underworld leaders. The radio cop suppressed a sigh. It wasn't pleasant to contemplate what would happen if Margolo discovered his identity. As the car neared Jimmy's, the men became silent. Cates could watch Margolo in the rear vision mirror. The gangster's swarthy face was grim. His thin lips were twisted in an ugly snarl. "Slow," he commanded. Cates throttled the car to about 10 miles an hour. Thoughtfully, he stared at the lights in front of the cafe. Something was going to happen. But Cates soon found out. A man strolled from the cafe and called laughingly to another man inside. A second figure appeared in the doorway. "Now," gritted Margolo. 4 guns barked. The man in the doorway pitched forward, rolled to the sidewalk, and lay still. Horror and rage stirred Dave Cates. All in a second he realized that he must carry this thing through until Margolo dismissed him. That if he made the slightest suspicious move, the 4 guns would bark again. Cates stepped upon the accelerator, and the big car leaped away. "Back to the house," ordered Margolo, his voice as calm as if he had not killed a man. Then, with a hard laugh, "McGurk won't do no more bragging now." Cates' face was very grim as he bent over the wheel. The low-lived murderer, strike with deadly precision and then run from the law. Well, he wouldn't strike much more, not if Dave Cates had anything to say about it. At the house, Margolo got out and fastened his glittering gaze upon his driver. Cates was thankful for the shadow cast by the visor of his chauffeur's cap. "Take this car back to the garage," ordered the gangster. "And remember, it wasn't out tonight. If the cops ask you, you didn't see nothing nor hear nothing." "See?" Again, Cates nodded, not daring to trust his voice. As he drew away from the curb, he glanced at his watch. Almost 8. Time to be getting up to the microphone. That thought came to him mechanically. It is the unforgivable sin for a radio announcer to be late. What should he do? The capture of the gunman was of first importance. Should he go directly to the Warren Avenue station and notify the police there? No, because that was a small detail, with only 1 or 2 reserve men. It would take too long for the desk sergeant to summon the men on the street. 2. It would take too long to telephone the other details. It was 3 minutes to 8. Deciding, Dave Cates pulled to the curb, leaped out, and raced back toward the old garage, careful to go by a back way so that Margolo's men would not see him. At the doorway, a small figure rose out of the gloom. Dave Cates' hand flashed to his armpit, then, "How'd you get here?" he gasped. Already she had anticipated his surprise and had written her message. Barely Cates made it out. "I wanted to see you broadcast, no matter how dangerous the locality might be. Please don't be angry." Angry? How could he be angry with her for anything? Even now a warm glow suffused him at the thought that she was willing to share danger with him. Still, because the ideal in his heart was a precious and fragile thing, he dared not hope too much. "All right," he cautioned, "but be sure not to make any noise." He just made the room as the faint green light flashed, telling him that Station Cake had switched its power to him. He placed a chair for Miss Annabelle to one side where she could watch, then quickly stepped to the microphone. "Good evening, folks," he said, somewhat breathlessly. "This is the police division of Station KK, to which you are now listening." He paused, and the department listeners understood that he was going into code. Slowly, distinctly, the radio cop continued. "Bed isn't the worst place in the world after a man has worked hard all day. A sale of springs and mattresses is now taking place at 47 River Street. Wonderful bargains if bought now." All over the great city, desk sergeants and captains took their feet from their desks as they interpreted that message. Big Ed, Margolo, at 47 River Street with his assistants. Definite proof that they had shot and killed someone, presumably McGurk. Act at once. Orders went ringing through big rooms, and reserve men rushed to obey. In 5 seconds, police cars were racing to River Street. Having thrown this verbal bomb, Officer Cates went on talking, calmly outlining the substation reports that had come in to headquarters that day. Before he had finished, blue uniforms began creeping up on the house at 47 River Street to surround it before closing in. As he talked, the radio cop stared out of the little window that gave him a view of proceedings. Cates became tense as he saw a squad of men go to a side door and pound for admittance. There was no response, so Officer Jake Schmaltz kicked in the panels. At the rear of the house, another squad smashed 2 windows. A gun cracked sharply, another, and the battle was on. All in a second, the quiet of River Street was broken by yells, shots, and the smashing of furniture. Then Dave Cates attained greatness. After a quick word of reassurance to the frightened girl, he rolled up his mental shirt sleeves and cut loose. Now he was not only a police announcer, but a news reporter, and the biggest story of the year was breaking right under his nose. As he described the scene, there was a ring in his voice that brought his listeners up wide-eyed. There is a little squabble going on out here, folks, that you might be interested in. The police are making a raid on a River Street house occupied by Big Ed Margolo, the gangster, and a number of his gunmen. Definite proof has been established that Margolo and 3 of his men just shot and killed Red McGurk, chief of the opposing gang. Now they are shooting down there, and there is plenty of noise. Plenty. Those gun flashes in the dark are like lightning flashes. They're pretty, but they're bad. Oh, there comes a gunman running out of the house. He breaks through 3 officers who are covering the door and starts on the run for cover. Now the officers are chasing him, shooting as they go. He turns and fires back at them. There he goes down. One of the bullets got him in the leg, I think. The officers had every right to shoot to kill, but they didn't. Now they're putting the cuffs on him. People are around here, but about all you can see of him is an occasional head showing from behind a tree or from around the corner of a building. They're still shooting in the house, but not quite so much. Ah, there is a siren. It must be the wagon coming up. Yes, and it's coming fast, too, by the sound of it. Oh boy, there is plenty of action in this row, all right. He paused for breath. Please stand by, folks. I'll be with you in a minute. He grinned at Annabelle Talbot, then went to the window to seek more details. Gee, if he could only be out in that scrap himself. Absorbed as he was in the arrival of the patrol wagon, he failed to notice the man who crept around the corner of the house, and paused, noting instantly the figure in the garage window. Big Ed knew he had been framed by somebody, but he wasn't sure by whom. That dim green glow that shaded the figure gave him suspicion. Big Ed knew something about radio. His teeth bared, and he moved toward the garage. The radio cop was still standing at the window when Big Ed Margolo, automatic in hand, pushed the door noiselessly open. But Annabelle Talbot saw the set, deadly expression on Margolo's swarthy face, saw the glint of blue steel in his hand. Horror made her motionless. Sudden danger sometimes will reveal many things. In the fractional part of a second, Annabelle saw into her own heart and read correctly what was written there. Must she sit and see Dave killed because there was no way of warning him? She swallowed hard and lifted her white face to the heavens in agonized appeal. Her lips, moving paralyzed vocal cords, fought with the chains that bound them. Quick tears marked the terrific effort. Then the miracle happened, perhaps brought about by the working of the vast, beautiful force in a girl's heart. In the silence, Miss Annabelle's voice broke hysterically. Dave! Oh, Dave! The radio cop whirled instantly and saw Margolo. Long practice before the mirror at headquarters brought its reward. Dave Cates dropped flat, his hand whipping to his left shoulder. Crack! Margolo's automatic spat flame, but the bullet passed harmlessly over Cates' head and thudded into the wall. Boom! Cates' big police gun roared. Margolo spun around as the heavy slug ripped into his shoulder. Like a flash, Cates was upon the gangster. He knocked the automatic from his hand and applied the cuffs. Adroitly, he kicked Margolo's feet from under him and lowered the gangster to the floor. "Oh, Dave," faltered Miss Annabelle, one hand fluttering to her throat. In a stride, the little radio cop was beside her. He blinked, then caught up her hands and looked intently into her face. "Holy pup," he breathed, awed. "How'd you do it, honey? What happened?" Now she was laughing and crying on his shoulder. I don't know, Dave. I just had to say something when I knew he was going to shoot." Officer Cates of the Wavelength Squad didn't understand, but he was grateful, so grateful that he was inarticulate. The marvel of it was that the glow of reverence upon his freckled face made him almost handsome. "Gee," he said softly. "Key." He didn't quite know what to do. But the green light was still on, and from force of habit he moved nearer the microphone, holding Annabelle Talbot tightly in his arms. Deliriously happy, he knew not what words he spoke, consequently. For the next half hour, the cops in a dozen different substations tore their hair and raved over a message they couldn't fathom. "Ah, say, honey, don't take on like that or I'll be bawling too. Honest now, I love you like the dickens." End of The Radio Cop by Vic Whitman.